Chapter 401. Purchase of a nail? Thud. Lillian dropped the nail on the wooden counter and asked, "Can I buy this?" The man, who was seated behind the counter with a newspaper in hand and a wooden chair underneath him, looked up from his newspaper with a yawn before giving the metal nail a glance. He held it in his hand and looked for a price tag on the object, but after not finding one, he sighed and stood up from his chair. "One moment, please." He turned around and opened the slit in the tent behind him. And once he did, a boisterous laugh spilt inside the tent. Both Lillian and the man looked inside, only to find a well-fit man enjoying the company of two women on a red couch. The man working the counter sighed and pinched the gap between his brows at his partner's lustful behavior. Closing the slit, he turned to Lillian with an apologetic expression. Sorry about him. He needs to have some woman around him to stay sane in this place. He picked up the nail again. He's the only one out of us that can analyze these types of things. So unless you want me to randomly come up with a price that could be much more expensive than what this nail is going for, I suggest you wait. Lillian shook her head and spoke in a hurried voice. No need. You can come up with the price right now. I'm willing to pay. If she recalled correctly, the nail's original price was around 300,000 semis. But if she could get this man in front of her to come up with the price, it would be far cheaper, thus saving her a crap load of money. All right, then, if you want. The man stated in an uncertain manner as he thought deeply about the price. How about 30,000 for the nail? Since it's in the black market, and by going off of the fact it's obviously enchanted, it's most likely special. Lillian cried inwardly at how much the price dropped. It had decreased by exactly 10 times. As Lillian was about to fetch out the money for the craziest bargain she had ever heard, the well-fit man finally emerged from the open slit behind the man with a sweaty body. "Did you need me, Mark? I saw you looking inside. Or do you perhaps want some fun with the two in there as well? I'm trying to make us money to survive. Tristan, not goofing around like you are. Now analyze this so we can get a good price." Lillian watched as the metal nail was passed off to the well-fit man and couldn't help but cry tears of sadness inside as she realized she wasn't going to get the bargain. Tristan held the nail in his hand with a flash of confusion in his eyes. When had they had a metal nail in their inventory? After a minute, his eyes slowly widened as he drifted his gaze towards Lillian's mask and found it shifting in both shape and size consistently without fail. He grinned as a plan hatched inside his mind. Tristan leaned against the wooden counter with a playful expression, brushing his hand through his blonde hair. "You want this boring-looking nail, right? Then you must have known how unique it was, huh?" Tristan waved it in front of Lillian's face like it was a dog toy, which annoyed the rabbit slightly as she let out an exasperated sigh. "Name your price. Or can I still buy it for what your partner had named?" "Nah, you'll be buying with my price." Tristan smirked and rubbed his chin. 300 grand. How about it? Seems right for an item of this caliber. Or do you perhaps want to trade that mask of yours for this thud? Both Mark and Tristan's eyes shot wide open as they watched hundreds of stacks of cash drop to the ground. They were so shocked that they hadn't even realized the nail was no longer in Tristan's hand and that Lillian had already left. After exiting the tent, Lillian sighed with a saddened expression. She had lost so much money. If only she had been just a bit faster, then she could have gotten it for a lot cheaper. She took out her phone and checked the time. It seemed that she had only a little over a minute left. Time flows by so fast. Putting her phone back where it came from, she waited for the ring to teleport her away. But in the meantime, she couldn't help but throw a glance at her necklace. Nothing bad happened so far besides the Alpha incident. "Any time now, Lillian?" Lillian stiffened as she heard someone call out her name, especially inside the underworld. She twisted her body around and found someone with long black hair standing a few meters away from her with a mask that looked like a blooming rose. Lillian, having realized the voice was feminine, unconsciously trailed her eyes over the person's figure and noticed that their curves matched up with someone she knew. A marionette. She then glanced at the two individuals standing behind what she assumed to be her girlfriend. Were they her guards? Wait, how did she recognize me with the mask on? Just as Lillian was thinking about this, she watched as the woman's S body suddenly blurred. Then, she found the Assassin S figure just a meter from where she stood. Watching as the Assassin S arms were spread out for a hug, Lillian spread hers out too with a large and joyful grin behind her mask as she yelled, "Mari dash." Schwupp! Marionette swung her arms forward, but was met with nothing but air. She raised an eyebrow behind her mask and took a step back. She then realized that Lillian had suddenly disappeared before her very eyes. Did she run away? Was I too abrupt in my approach? Marionette asked herself quietly, her eyes trembling a bit behind her mask. It had been days since she last saw Lillian, and to think they had met just now for a mere split moment caused her heart to ache a bit. Right before she was about to move through the entire black market in search of a rabbit, she was ultimately pulled back into reality by the two accompanying her. She sighed, but then realized something. Why was she here? Why had her Lillian come to such a filthy place like the underworld? Was she in search of something she couldn't get on the surface? Marionette then turned towards the large purple tent where Lillian was standing outside. Could it be she had bought something out of this stall? She narrowed her eyes and walked inside, passing the shelves with a lack of interest before standing before the counter. And what she saw made her feel sickened. Tristan was acting obscenely toward the two ladies he had with him right behind the counter with Mark, who groaned at the sight of him. Currently, they have their backs to the counter. 300,000 semis. Do you know how much that is, Mark? To think you were going to sell that guy for 10 times less than that. Phew. But they soon turned around as they heard a sharp and metallic noise. Tristan, who was the first to look back, beamed at the thought of another customer, especially one right after he had just made an incredible sale. How may I help you, dear customer? Click, click, click. What Tristan saw was a tall woman with long black hair and a recognizable flower mask, which caused his eyes to bulge out. It was the mask belonging to members of the Roselle family. He then glanced at what she was holding in her hand. It was a large, black, crystalline revolver that was having its cylinder spun slowly in an intimidating manner. You have committed a scam, and that is a crime in the Roselle territory. Ashul, W8. We didn't commit a CRI dash. Bang. Chapter 402. How old is Millis? Give me another hour with the ring. Lillian, who was without her mask, yelled as she tried to reach for the ring in the man's hand. In just mere inches, she was almost in Marionette's arms. What did she do to deserve such terrible timing? The man stepped back, still keeping the ring tightly clutched in the center of his palm. He then pushed his other hand out in a gesturing manner, another 1,000 semis. Lillian nodded instantly and went into his spatial ring in search of the money. However, that was when she realized that she had already spent all the money she had brought with her. I don't have any cash, but I could pay using my phone. I'm sorry, but we can't do that. Security reasons, which I'm sure you can understand. Once the man figured that Lillian no longer had any money on her, he kicked her out and left her to sulk quietly as she made her way to the port. And on the way, Lillian screamed internally with an agitated expression, "Curse you, Lady Luck." Viesta, who was surveying the docks, and a large blimp, which held the emblem of the Azure Dragon, glanced back and found Lillian steadily making her way over. "Ah, Lillian." The cowgirl waved before adjusting her hat, and as she was doing that, she found that Lillian had a rather depressed look on her face. Lillian nodded in acknowledgement and gave the woman a small wave. "Hi, what's up with you? Depression doesn't suit you, Lillian." Viesta chuckled as she raised a hand and rubbed the top of the rabbit's head, roughing up her hair. Lillian's right eye twitched as she watched Viesta do this before backing away and running her hand through her hair and fixing it. "Nothing. I just had a run-in with someone that only lasted a split second. That's all." "Oh, well, I hope you meet them again." Viesta smiled, and for a much longer moment than just a split second. Right as Lillian was about to respond, Millis suddenly came up from behind and wrapped her arm around the rabbit's neck. "What's up, chum? What ship you guys getting on?" Viesta tapped her chin and looked at the current options. The first option was to go through the air by taking the blimp she had seen earlier, or to take the second option and get on one of the many sea ships that were presently docked and waiting to set sail. Not sure yet. Junior. Each gives off their own vibes of adventure, though. But I'm kind of leaning towards that airship for a bit more relaxation. This is a several-day journey, after all. Millis held her chin and nodded, understanding what she meant. She then pointed towards the blimp and said, "That's my ride for the next couple of days. I'm planning on traveling a bit before we head back to the academy." Lillian widened her eyes a little as she heard this. She gave Millis a strange look and asked, "Have you paid for a ticket yet?" Millis silently stared into the eyes of the rabbit before flashing her a grin and pulling out her phone. On the screen were newly bought digital tickets for the specific blimp. "Ashu, what did you buy that?" "Huh, not that long ago." Millis shrugged before moving away from Lillian. And after shaking Viesta's hand and bidding them farewell, she began making her way over to the blimp. But that was until she felt a hand land on her shoulder. Looking back, she found it belonged to Lillian, who had a rather concerned look on her face. "Are you sure? Is there a need for you to go traveling?" Well, not really, but I want to have a bit of fun, you know? And also, these tickets are non-refundable and expensive as shit." Millis stated with minor exaggeration before sighing. Millis then added with her usual smile, "Is there anything you wanted from me before I get on my ride?" Lillian, seeing that Millis was dead set on hitching a ride on the blimp, sighed and pulled her hand back. But then a thought popped into her mind. "Hey, Millis, how old are you?" Millis raised an eyebrow at Lillian's question. "My age? Why do you want to know? Just out of curiosity, there's something wrong?" Millis shook her head before tapping her chin in a slow and thoughtful manner. She then answered back with a question of her own. "When's your birthday?" "June 6th. Wait, Haven T, I told you that before?" "Nope. Yeah, Haven T. But that's fine because..." Millis raised her right thumb and pointed it towards her face. "My birthday is also the same as yours." Lillian gave Millis a deadpan expression, skeptical of what she had just heard. Like in most games, you would be able to receive rewards whenever it was your birthday once you selected. And because of it, Millis's date of birth wasn't a set thing. So, the fact that their birthdays are the same seemed rather odd. "You aren't lying, right?" "Bah, does it matter? We're totes sisters now, bro." "Huh?" Lillian watched as Millis's arm wrapped around her in a tight hug. For a split moment, she groaned at the touchy heroine, but sighed with a smile. "I'm just going to assume our friendship escalated to us being sisters now." "Huh? We've only known each other a few months, you know." "Bah. So?" Millis stepped back and pouted. "Yeah, and the red eye's been doing kinky-ass stuff way before you guys officially began dating dash." "Kinky?" Lillian blushed furiously before raising her hand. What are you talking about?" Millis sidestepped and avoided a smack to the head. She then bursted into laughter before dashing off towards the blimp while waving back with a carefree and mischievous grin. "Later, Sister Lillian. I hope you guys have a good trip out at sea." "Oi, me and Viesta Haven T decided how to travel yet." As Lillian watched Millis get into the line for the blimp, she sighed and turned back to Viesta, who looked at her with folded arms and a curious expression. "Well, would you like to go by blimp or by sea?" "I'm fine with either, really." Lillian smiled at the cowgirl's words and nodded. "If you don't mind, I would prefer if we go by boat." "Yeah, no problem. Would you like to pick the boat?" "I think most of these boats are heading toward the Eastern Nation, so I don't think they would mind a few crewmates." Lillian grinned and pulled Viesta by the arm. "I already spotted one on the way here." As the two passed by a variety of boats, big and small, they eventually ended up standing before a ship that caused Viesta to raise an eyebrow. It was a medium-sized wooden boat that had obviously been through years of continuous use. Without even trying, an ordinary person could identify clear signs of injury and battle on the hull of the ship, which had been obviously patched up with wooden boards and nails. This was the same for its mast, which seemed to have broken in half long ago before being repaired back together with thick metal platings. But besides that, one could tell that this ship has been taken care of dearly, as the wooden sculpture of a mermaid attached to the bow seemed to smile despite its condition. Viesta gave Lillian an odd look, unconsciously judging the girl's choice of ship before noticing the gaze of someone standing on top of the bow of the boat. "Hi there. Mateys, what are two of you looking at my ship for? Chapter 403. Getting on a ship? Lillian looked up and towards the bow of the ship, and what she found was a man looking down on them with an appearance that could only be described as a stereotypical pirate. He had a large, fuzzy, black beard, a wooden peg leg, a pirate hat, and even a metal hook in place of his right hand. This captain of the damaged wooden ship went under the name Captain Right Hook. Fortunately, he only looked like one rather than being one, or else he would been swarmed by the Coast Guard the moment he docked at the harbor. Lillian smiled, put on her most innocent expression, and waved. She then called out to the man in a cheery voice, "Captain, are you perhaps heading towards the Eastern Nation?" "Yeah, what about it? How did a little gal like you know?" "Oh, I'm just asking around, that's all. But anyway, could we join your journey? We're looking to get to the east as well." The captain looked down at them with an odd look before running a hand through his beard. He glanced between the faces of both Viesta and Lillian before moving down from the bow of his ship. Viesta gave Lillian a glance before pointing at the ship with a cautious look. "Hey, Lillian, not to judge or anything, but are you absolutely sure you want to hitch a ride on this boat? I'm all for adventure and all, but that ship looks like it's on the verge of sinking." She then paused for a split second before adding, "And plus, I don't know what to feel about this ship's owner. Doesn't he look like someone we should trust, Dash?" Thud! Viesta jumped and twisted her head back towards the ship and found that a wooden ramp had been dropped from the side of the ship to the concrete docks. Captain Right Hook then began to slowly descend, albeit with slight difficulties due to his peg leg. Fortunately, he had a cane to help him down. However, it didn't prove much of use for the fact that, bollocks Dash, he slipped. But as though it were a mere act, he managed to launch himself through the air, flipping through it before landing on the ground, something that seemed much easier for him to do than walk down the ramp. Lillian and Viesta didn't comment on his slip as they watched him stumble over and strongly tap the bottom of his cane onto the concrete ground. "So you two gals wish to join me on my journey to the east?" "Aye." He then raised his cane and gently swung it over their heads, gesturing to the other boats. "There are countless ships here off to the east, and yet you come to the boat with the poorest conditions? Why?" Right as Lillian was about to answer, she heard Viesta mutter to the side, "That's what I want to know as well." Lillian's face twitched at the cowgirl's words. She then sighed and shook her head before answering the captain. "That's because I'm sure if we ride along with you, we can have one hell of a time." The captain narrowed his eyes and scratched the back of his head. "And what's your proof, gal?" Lillian patted her stomach, "My gut." Captain Right Hook's eyes lit up with bafflement. Lillian's response was so unexpected that it left him speechless. Why would any normal and sane person try to hitch a ride with someone who owned a run-down boat like his? The captain thought for a moment before bursting out into laughter. He slapped his stomach and pulled on the lapels of his black coat. "Ha! A person looking for adventure? How could I turn down someone like you?" After slamming the bottom of his cane against the ground a few times, he pushed out his hand with a grin and an expectant look in his eyes. "If you mateys wish to join the ship of Captain Right Hook, you pay the fee to get on it. Do you take bank transfers?" The captain grinned and summoned a phone wrapped in a golden phone case from thin air, of course. "Money is money. Aren't you aware? Ha! Just 50 semis each." Viesta stomped forward and pointed at the man with an infuriated look. "50 semis? That's outrageous. That's the bare minimum price to get a trip of a luxurious cruise for a single person. But you want us to pay that for a boat like this?" The captain shrugged with a shameless and greedy grin on his face. "I ain't forcing you gals to come along with me. The fact I'm even going out of my way to allow you guys on should warrant payment. But that's too much, Dash." Lillian raised a hand and paused Viesta midward. She smirked. "I'll pay for you as well. I've got some money, it's fine." And as Lillian was going to hold her phone over the captainess and send over what was needed, a large cheer erupted behind them. Standing meters away from them was a large crowd of people huddling around what they saw to be a young man and his bodyguard. The young man was around 5 square feet and had black hair with dark blue streaks through it. He also had navy blue eyes, which seemed to glisten at the sight of the crowd surrounding him. He looked awfully similar to Ni Arlo Farland, the pirate of the rickety ship. Yes, yes, everyone. I am Ni Arlo Farland, the great adventurer of the Nivron Sea and the bringer of justice against evil pirates. Viesta, who was watching this, could feel her eyes begin to pop out as a sense of excitement rushed inside her veins. Whoa, is that really the Ni Arlo? The guy is famous. Not only her, but also the captain was entranced by the large crowd. Lillian, who wasn't as distracted as they were, managed to pull Viesta around the captain and got on board his ship without paying. She had already spent an exorbitant amount of money, and like hell was she going to spend more. Once on board, Lillian heard a soft ding from her phone. As soon as she pulled out her phone and read the notification, a large and silly grin spread across her face. Captain Righthook watched as the crowd slowly advanced in his direction. He raised an eyebrow as he watched Ni Arlo and his bodyguard appear out of the crowd and gestured towards his ship. And as you expect, this rickety and rundown ship parked here is indeed mine. And this man you see here is just its repairman. The captain's face twitched as he heard the young man claim ownership of his ship and labeled him as a mere repairman. He then watched as Ni Arlo's bodyguard told the crowd to move back, while Ni Arlo himself stepped towards him. He then listened as Ni Arlo whispered in a hushed tone, "Hey, old man, how much are you willing to take to allow me to get a ride on your boat? I just need to get to the east." The captain blinked at what he heard, but then an idea popped into his mind as money signs slowly appeared deep within his black eyes. He grinned and pulled out his hand for a devilish handshake. 5,000 semis. Matey, but just for you, Mr. Farland, 500 semis. Chapter 404. On board the ship? A couple of hours later to do list 1. Get to Blackridge Town, completed 2. Have Viesta finish her weapon and leave, crossed out. Defeat the Alpha Barrel Mole, completed 3. Get to Restera's port and get the nail, completed 4. Defeat incoming pirates. Lillian looked through her to-do list on her phone as she drew in a deep breath. The clear taste of salt was evident, especially given where she was currently at. Lillian, whose back was up against the side of a cannon, sat up and looked over the wooden rails of the boat. And what she saw was a breathtaking sight of the blue sea and sky without any clouds. Because of that, the sun's light made the surface of the sea even more beautiful. Out at sea with a bunch of water, this is technically a place where I have field advantage, right? As Lillian said that with a curious expression, Viesta's voice appeared beside her. Kind of, if you're skilled enough to be able to rein control of other sources of your element. Viesta, who had walked down the stairs next to her, looked down at her with a smile. Viesta then leaned against the wooden rails with a calm expression on her face. She closed one eye and allowed the wind to brush through her brown hair before muttering, "It feels nice, doesn't it? Out at sea and on an adventure. My family would be completely against me doing something like this if I wasn't TA mage." Lillian looked up from her phone. "That's because they were training you to become the heir of the company one day, right?" "Uh-huh. Back then, we didn't have much money to afford fancy gates or even gate bearers, since those things are really rare and all." Viesta sighed, but still kept a hold of her smile as she continued to admire the sea. "But one day, when I think I was around 15, I encountered a gate bearer along with a couple of my friends. We were lucky that it was just an E-rank gate, so not many monsters inside were that hard to take care of with the things we had in our spatial rings." "And what happened to your friends, if you don't mind me asking?" Lillian asked, intending to make some small talk. "Well, 2 of them are doing well, having joined the academy. But the other 3, well, I don't think they managed to adapt very well to the reality of killing monsters." Viesta then shrugged, "But that's just life. Life will throw you into things you wished would happen to you, but afterwards, you find out that you just aren't accustomed to that life." Lillian stared up at Viesta's face with a crooked smile as she slowly drifted her gaze down at her necklace. She sighed and nodded. "Very true. Oh, by the way, Lillian, could I ask about that grin you had on your face earlier?" "Oh, that?" Lillian rubbed the back of her head with a sheepish look as she slowly went into her bank app and looked at the newest notification. 300,000 semis had been deposited into your account by Marionette Lillian's cheeks began to slightly redden again as she fell more in love with Marionette. All that money she had blown back at the port had almost been returned to her. Viesta watched as Lillian wrapped her arms around her own shoulders with a bashful expression. She then heard the girl mutter, "Just a maiden in love. That's all. Moiden. Huh? Are you a pure one? Ushu." Lillian instantly pushed herself away with a shocked but flustered expression. "In what way?" Viesta gave Lillian a teasing smirk. "I'm guessing you haven tea. Oh my, you sure take your time." Lillian's eyes wobbled as she heard that, and as steam began to leave her ears, her mind instantly shot back to when she was talking to Millis. Didn't T the heroine say that Marionette wanted to do something with her, but couldn't T because she had gotten drunk? Lillian clutched the sides of her head with a regretful look as she screamed internally. "Why D&T, I ask about that? Is just me, or have you gotten a lot more emotional around me?" Viesta asked, curious as she watched as Lillian rolled and flopped around on the ground like a fish out of water. Lillian rolled on her back and looked up at her with a raised eyebrow. "Have I? I guess it's either I'm more comfortable around you, or I'm just really impressionable," Lillian said inside her mind. Now that Viesta had mentioned it, she did become slightly more impulsive with her emotions. Could it be because she was only around her and Millis for the past couple of days? Or, "You can't leave me hanging, partner, BAM." Right as Viesta was about to finish her sentence, both she and Lillian glanced towards the door of the living quarters inside the boat and found it to have been kicked open. A dark-skinned man with a bald head and a black suit walked out from behind the door, followed by Niarlo, who had his hands tucked into his pockets and a spoiled look on his face. Niarlo then whispered under his breath as he looked around, "This boat is such a do." And as he was about to finish the last part of his word, he spotted both Lillian and Viesta and stuck a pose. Isn't my boat gorgeous?" Viesta, who was about to say something, stopped as Lillian spoke first with a playful grin. But weren't you about to say this boat was a dump?" "What? Nonsense." Niarlo stormed over flamboyantly before looking down on Lillian, who still remained on the ground. Niarlo then stated with utter confidence, "The boat may look unappealing and unreliable to the naked eye, but that doesn't mean it isn't filled with the most gorgeous love." He paused and then added, "It's just like how a man may adopt the most ugliest stray dog on the side of the road and give it the best possible treatment, just because it saved a man's life one day." Viesta, who was almost jumping at his presence, walked a bit forward and held a hand out. "I'm Viesta. An honor to meet you, Sir Niarlo. I have a few of your action figures at home." She said that last part with an embarrassed look. Niarlo looked her up and down and smirked before shaking her hand. "Ah, pleasure to meet you, Miss Viesta. I say, you're rather pretty, aren't you?" "Ha ha. Thank you very much, but I'm just average, really." Lillian watched as they shook hands over her and let out a groan. Sitting up and getting on her feet, she watched as the captain slowly descended down the stairs, whistling. Captain Righthook, taking a break from sailing?" "Indeed, I am, matey. In fact, I was just about to let down the anchor of the ship. You don't mind helping this captain of yours now, do you?" The captain then stopped before Lillian and placed a hand on her shoulder before leaning in and whispering, "Especially after you and your friend." Chapter 405. Brace for impact. "Especially after you and your friend got on board my ship without paying the fee," Captain Righthook whispered dangerously into Lillian's right ear, causing her to give a faint smile and shrug as she responded with, "Oh, well, it's the least I can do for a free ride to the east." The captain's left eyebrow twitched at what he had just heard. Was this mockery he was hearing? "I'm sure you're aware, matey, that I can make you walk the plank and kick you off board, right? I mean, you could." Lillian then held up her hands with a mischievous grin as she flexed her fingers. "But by doing that, you'll be missing out on some free labor. I think that's a losing deal, honestly." The captain listened to what he had just heard and stroked his beard before walking past Lillian and towards the front of the ship. Lillian followed after and watched as the captain crouched down and unraveled a messy coil of chains with a rusty metal anchor attached to it. Then, Holding up the anchor with his left hand and right metal hook, he tossed the anchor in Lillian's direction. Lillian, who had already expected this outcome, caught the anchor without any trouble. Her strength had vastly improved. After all, so carrying a simple rusty anchor was no problem for her. Looks like you are good for something. Well then, I'm going to need you to throw it off over. Before the captain could say where to throw the anchor, Lillian had already gone and done it, as though she already had experience. Splash. Hearing the splash, the captain stroked his black beard as he watched Lillian return from the side of the ship. Have you ever been on a ship before, matey? I've been on quite a few, Lillian stated instantly. While she was absolutely poor in her past life, her current body had been on countless cruises in the past, so it wasn't that much of a lie, really. She watched as the captain nodded, having had his curiosity satisfied. He then walked towards Niarlo and Viesta, who were still holding a conversation with one another. Lillian remembered that Viesta was a fan of celebrities who were all about adventure. And despite knowing this already, Lillian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her. I think I was kind of like that with Marionette. Nostalgia washed over her a little as she leaned against the wooden railings of the boat. She became relaxed as the breeze brushed through her hair, but for some reason, she felt that deep inside her heart that there was something off. As she looked off into the distance, which seemed to have become rather foggy, she couldn't help but mutter her girlfriend's name inside her head several times. Marionette, Marionette, Marionette. What am I forgetting? Lillian tapped her chin as she pulled out her phone and looked at the bars. Usually, a person would be given access to Wi-Fi on regular boats, since they would no doubt have it. However, on a boat like this, there was absolutely no way. And without the Wi-Fi, I can barely do anything on my phone. Lillian's eyes then shot wide open. She had forgotten to tell Marionette that she was going to be cut off from the internet for a couple of weeks, which in turn would mean that she wouldn't be able to call during that duration. Viesta, who was far away from Lillian, raised her head from her conversation with Niarlo as she heard the rabbit suddenly scream out, "Curse my memory." She raised an eyebrow, but then noticed the captain's arrival over to them. She watched as the bearded man smiled warmly as he gestured his hand towards one of the cannons on the ship's deck. "Do any of you perhaps know how to operate a cannon?" Viesta shook her head. She had only ever known how to wield firearms. "I do not, Captain, but I'm willing to learn, if you will allow me." "We shall see first." The captain then turned his eyes towards Niarlo, who stiffened. "Well, how about you, Mr. Niarlo? I've heard that you are quite the notorious pirate." Niarlo, hearing that he was labeled as notorious, nodded slowly, which soon turned extremely confident. "Of course, I am. How dare you assume that someone as I can't even handle a simple cannon?" Niarlo walked up to one and patted it before gesturing towards his bodyguard. He then stated, "But why should someone like me operate such a thing when I have someone to do it for me? I got much better things to do than that." "Isn't that right, John?" "Of course, Master Niarlo." Right as the captain was about to comment on that, Lillian came up from behind and muttered, "But what about in a fight then? Are you just the type of person to run away?" "Oh, of course not. Cease your blabbering." With a click of his tongue, Niarlo walked past them while muttering, "Since there's no point in me standing on the deck, I'll be returning back to my living quarters." "Oi there, matey!" Captain Righthook pushed out his metal hook and stopped Niarlo mid-step. Then, with a threatening glare, he muttered, "You will stay aboard this deck and defend my ship with your life." Everyone, apart from obviously the captain and Lillian, widened their eyes at the words "defend." They turned their gazes towards the bearded man and found him looking towards a dark grayish fog that was rapidly approaching their boat. And not a split second later, they found a large dark vessel hiding inside it, also approaching their boat at rapid speed. Niarlo, who was watching what he found to be a separate boat, became startled as he realized that it wasn't slowing down. "Slow down," he yelled before chanting it out loud again and again, hoping for the separate vessel to hear him and notice their presence. Viesta was also about to join in on the chanting, but realized something was amiss. Where was Lillian? "Brace for impact," Captain Righthook yelled as the opposing ship crashed into the side of their rickety ship and caused it to begin leaning over towards the other side. Chapter 406. The Captain's Technique? Dumb. Wooden splinters flew over everyone's head as the ship began to turn and lean onto the other side. The captain stabbed his right hook into the wooden floorboards and watched as everyone around him slid down behind him. Niarlo let out a scream as he tried to climb against the steep wooden floor before being caught by his bodyguard, who had managed to dig his fingers into the wooden planks. This left only Viesta to fall back without any way to stop her descent. And as she rolled down, her back suddenly slammed into a hard object. She glanced back and found herself up against a black and glossy surface. Viesta then became confused as she pushed herself off the surface. Was there ever something like this on a ship? Viesta then turned to the side and found Lillian leaning up against the exact same thing with a calm look on her face. The white-haired girl gave the woman a small wave. As Viesta was about to answer, she noticed spears that closely resembled spider legs move in the corners of her eyes. They were also attached to the very same thing she was sitting against. Right before the impact, Lillian had summoned the beetle and ordered it to stick itself into the ground. And fortunately, she did, or else Viesta might be fallen off. Once the boat stabilized its balance and was no longer leaning off to the side, the fog quickly surrounded them. Viesta rubbed the back of her head, dazed slightly as she muttered, "What on earth was that?" Lillian chuckled and pulled the cowgirl onto her feet before looking around, seeing that everyone had already gotten back up. She then looked across at the opposing ship. Nothing besides the crowds of people on its deck and the black sail with a white skull illustration stood out to her. These were pirates. She watched as the person she remembered to be the captain of the enemy ship stood up and pointed their cutlass at their rickety ship. "You there? I am Kirkin, a member of the Neveron Pirates. Hand over all of your treasure, and we'll leave peacefully." Captain Right Hook growled as he adjusted his hat. Then, with a stomp of his peg leg, he waved his metal hook at the enemy captain threateningly as he yelled, "You bastard scoundrel! You just ran into my precious ship. If you think that I'll let you leave alive, then you should prepare to hand over all of your treasure, so it doesn't sink when I destroy your ship." Seeing that any sort of discussion between the two ships was now futile, the enemy pirates climbed onto the bow of their ship and made their way towards them. Viesta, who watched this with a bit of fear, looked towards Lillian, who had already geared up to fight. She sighed and pulled out her revolvers before asking, "Do you think there would been a possibility of there not being a fight?" Lillian looked at her slightly as she wielded the black maw. She thought about it for a moment before shrugging casually. "Nah, if we kill these guys, then there'll be less pirates for anyone traveling through to deal with." "Kill? Seriously?" Viesta muttered with a grim expression. "Well, swish." Right before Lillian could answer, she morphed her body into water and allowed the curved blade of a cutlass to pass through her body. The pirate widened his eyes in shock as he yelled, "They have a mage ARGH." Lillian slammed her fist into the man's solar plexus and watched as he folded over her arm. She then shoved him back before quickly delivering a horizontal slash with her black maw. After her battle with the Alpha, the black maw had loosened up a bit of its weight to the point where she could use it with one arm. However, it was still incredibly heavy. She then turned back to Viesta with her usual look, not caring that she had just killed someone, and just said, "It's not like we have much of a choice, Viesta. They come at us with the intent to kill, so we got to do the same. Plus, we have the upper hand, since I doubt they have many mages." Before Viesta could respond, she watched as Lillian dashed off and began dealing with a large portion of the pirates herself. She then glanced towards Niarlo and found him battling with a pirate with his cutlass. She watched as the weapon changed shape countless times and couldn't help but be in awe before having to focus on defending herself. After a moment of battle, Lillian threw Captain Right Hook a glance and found him to be surrounded. However, she didn't give him much concern for what happened next. The captain growled as he summoned his trusty cutlass and began swinging it around. The pirates laughed in mockery as they watched the bearded man swing in a clumsy manner before noticing something odd as the captain suddenly took an experienced combat stance. First technique of the deep-sea hunter, tiebreaker slash. With a pivot on his back foot and with a powerful horizontal slash, he dealt out an attack that carried the weight of a crashing wave, which targeted those in a wide arc in front of him. And not only did it carry the weight of a heavy tidal wave, but the swing had a speed far surpassing what the average person could. These pirates were, after all, just regular people without any magic. Swoosh! Some pirates found themselves launched off the sides of the boat, while some flew back with a crimson slash mark on the center of their chest. The pirates, who managed to survive the captain's tiebreaker slash, were instantly finished off by Lillian, who still didn't feel much despite not wearing the mask of deceit. She looked over the side of the boat and watched as more pirates continued to climb over to them. As much as she wanted to sink the boat with a single attack, she knew that she would be greatly disliked by the captain for doing such a thing. But she, too, would hate herself if she did such a thing as well. The chest filled with gold coins, Lillian muttered, almost salivating at the thought as she remembered the glimmering chest. Lillian marched over to the captain, who had delivered yet another of the same technique, and found herself caught at the very edge of his attack. And because of that, the feeling of the captain's mana washed over her, and so did the illusory sight of a ferocious wave. With her eyes wide in awe, Lillian slowly muttered inside her head, "So that's what a mana-infused technique looks like. That's trippy." Although she had been consistently using her mana whenever she fought to boost her physical stats, she hadn't ever used it for a technique, since she didn't really know any. And whenever she used Marionette's technique, it would always be truly incomplete since she had never seen the assassin use her mana with the technique. Or I guess, she might not know how to yet. "Oi, matey!" Lillian snapped out of her thoughts as she found Captain Right Hook looking at her. She tilted her head and asked, "Yes, I'll be invading their ship, so protect our ship for me." And as he said that, he raised his right hook and aimed it towards the front of the enemy's ship. And Chapter 407, Chest of Gold. The captain raised his metal hook toward the mast of the enemy's ship and fired it off like a grappling hook, which managed to wrap around and latch tightly on the target. Lillian then watched as the captain suddenly flew off their ship with ahoing laughter as he left all the work of fighting off the invading pirates to her and the other. The thought of catching a ride with the captain crossed through her mind, but instantly vanished. It'd be a bit too embarrassing a sight to be latched onto someone. "I'll still get on the pirate boat, though." Lillian took a subtle glance back after eliminating a portion of the pirates that swarmed her. Currently, she was watching what she could only see as, "What the hell is that thing? I don't know. Just aim for its legs, ARGH." As the beetle playing around with its prey, it skittered around the deck and devoured any pirates it came across. And due to its tough exoskeleton, any regular weapon proved futile against it. Even if the pirates aimed for its joints, it was too fast for them to hit their target. Lillian shivered and remembered her time when she first struggled with the beetle. She even felt a bit of pity for the pirates, but ultimately ignored the feeling as the thought of a chest filled with gold coins flashed through her mind again. After making sure that Viesta was all right, and giving Niarlo and his bodyguard a brief glance, she looked over the wooden rails of the ship and towards the water. Should she jump? How am I scared of heights more than fighting monsters? As Lillian was deliberating on whether or not to jump into the sea, Captain Right Hook was undergoing a fearsome battle with the enemy on their very ship deck. After delivering another tidebreaker slash and breaking through the enemy's rough formation, he cackled before locking onto Kirkin, the enemy captain, in the back. The captain drew back his cutlass and aimed the tip of his blade towards Kirkin before roaring out. Second technique of the deep-sea hunter, harpoon thrust. Then, with a rapid thrust, his stab shot out a piercing shot of air, which mimicked the illusion of a deadly harpoon speeding towards Kirkin. Swoosh! The air pierced through and shredded the nearby pirate before making it towards Kirkin, who suddenly raised his hand and created a vacuum in the air before him. The illusory harpoon slowed down before breaking apart and disappearing under Kirkin's grin, who cackled. "Kahaha! I am a Tier 2 mage. Do you think you have any hopes of defeating me? Kirkin unsheathed his cutlass and pointed it at Right Hook. You're someone you can imbue mana into your techniques, correct? Then, you must also be someone of the second tier as well. Right Hook rolled his eyes at Kirkin's deduction of his tier. He then stated impatiently, enough chit-chat. This is a battle, not a casual conversation. Now hand over that treasure, or else I reduce this ship to ruins. My ship can handle about anything. It's made with reinforced materials that can withstand even the hottest of fires. As the two captains fought on the deck with pirates lingering around and joining the battle whenever they could, Lillian was down below and inside the enemy's ship. Having just learned how to walk on water, Lillian stealthily made it into the captain's quarters and looked around. Since she already knew no one on their side was going to lose their life or sustain any fatal injuries, she became unhurried and instead fiddled around with the Kirkin's things, even trying on a few of his hats before taking them off due to the smell of them. Yuck! Eventually, she got back to work. Having moved around Kirkin's desk, pulled open a drawer, and looked inside. That was when she found a small jewelry box that was locked by some sort of key. This box could only be unlocked once you defeat and rob Kirkin's corpse of the key. However, if you had an element similar to Lillian that was both flexible and could harden with enough mastery. Click! After transforming her index finger into a key and unlocking it, she pushed the lid open and found a spatial ring hidden inside. Lillian gave a smug and greedy look as she wore the ring on her left middle finger. But then, she frowned as it didn't fit her ring size. She sighed and looked into the spatial ring. Once looking inside, she summoned out a large wooden chest and placed it on the ground next to her. She then looked down at the metal lock and thought about making another key. But instead, clang, she broke it off instead. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. Lillian rolled her eyes and lifted the lid. Her eyes lit up with stars as the chest was filled to the brim with golden coins. Something she would only see in shows and games was happening to her at this very moment. She even felt the very chest itself was glowing once it had been opened. Soon enough, Lillian began to stuff her spatial ring with the contents of the chest, bringing it down to 50 of what used to be inside the chest. She needed to save some for Right Hook, so he doesn't get suspicious. All right, I think half is enough for my troubles, Lillian stated with a nod of satisfaction. When she was about to put the chest into her spatial ring, she thought about it for a second before snagging a few more coins. And once she did that, she stood up from behind the desk and gave a quick glance towards the door to the room and found a man standing in the doorway. They had a rough appearance and wore a black bandana around their neck. Lillian recognized this person as Yup, the right-hand man of Kirkin. What the dash? Who the hell are you? Lillian's earlier smile dropped a bit at the sight of him. She then watched as he charged towards her, followed by a sea of flames. Chapter 408. Leviathan's Descent. Whistle, whistle. Lillian dusted her hands as she slowly moved away from a man's corpse that was slumped against a wall without a head. She then muttered under her breath as she walked into the ship's corridor. After fighting monsters and people above this kind of level, it feels a bit too weird to win fights this easily. Her ears then twitched at the sounds of battle on the deck above her. She smiled slightly as she said out loud, I should find a spot to spectate the fight. It's not every day you see pirates battle it out. Third technique of the fluttering fish. Sea breeze. Kirkin slashed his sword out and sent a powerful gust of wind, enhanced by his wind element, towards Right Hook, who resisted against it rather easily. Unfortunately for Kirkin, some of his henchmen were thrown off the sides of the boat by his attack, and this was something Right Hook was going to mock him about. What a fool you are, using an attack on your own shipmates. Nothing going through your noggin other than treasure? Even I'm not that bad. Kirkin's face twitched at Right Hook's words as he retorted, They can swim, but unlike you. They want to be dead and belly up in the sea. Once he said that, he charged towards Right Hook with a cloak of wind wrapped around his body. And as he swung overhead and down on Right Hook, the bearded man grinned. Third technique of the deep-sea hunter, Riptide Reversal. With a slow and serene movement, Right Hook parried Kirkin's swing and somehow redirected the force behind the attack to him. Kirkin's arm shot back with gritted teeth before watching as Right Hook's body suddenly blurred out of sight. His eyes shot wide open. Where had the bearded man gone? Within a split second, he twisted his head back and found Right Hook standing behind him holding a steady stance. And like a surge from the deepest depths of the sea, he flashed his cutlass upwards and tore through Kirkin's back like he was cutting through a gap in the sea. Kirkin's eyes flickered in pain as a groan escaped his lips. With his mind split between consciousness and unconsciousness, he gritted his teeth and rose back up. But as soon as he turned his entire body around again, he was met with a large illusory fishing net falling upon the entire deck of his ship. He widened his eyes as time slowed and his enemy whispered. Fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, drowning net. With a rapid sequence of interlaced slashes, Right Hook had created a crisscrossing net of high-speed downward slashes, which overwhelmed both Kirkin and the entirety of his henchmen that still remained on the deck. And in just a third of a second, everyone in front of Right Hook was torn and carved into pieces, as well as the reinforced wooden floorboards of the ship, which might have been cut to pieces as well if it wasn't for Right Hook's precise control. Ka-ha! Right Hook let out a bellowing laugh as he watched in the corners of his eyes Lillian crawling out of a trapdoor from under the deck. He was stunned for a split second before grinning. So, you came along as well? Good. You can help me look through their treasure. No need for that. I already got it right here. Lillian smiled, pulled out the chest, and showed it to him. Captain Right Hook's eyes gleamed as stars appeared in his eyes at the sight of the chest. He immediately dropped to his knees with fidgeting fingers and pulled open the lid of the chest. He then gasped at the sight of gold coins. Lillian, who watched as he played around with the coins, couldn't help but laugh internally at what he was playing with was only 25 of what was in the chest prior. But he doesn't need to know that. He seems happy already. After he had closed the chest and shoved it into his spatial ring, he looked towards Lillian and patted her shoulder with a joyful grin. Perhaps you're useful. I'll look past the fact that you didn't pay and welcome you fully. Lillian gave a small smile, then nodded as she was told to get back to their ship. Right Hook, watching as Lillian leapt over the side and into the sea, looked over and watched curiously as she casually walked on top of the water with her hands in her pockets. He gave a low hum and stroked his beard before moving towards the center of the pirate ship. He raised his cutlass over his head and raised his metal hook to its hilt, which suddenly transformed into a human hand and gripped the handle of the weapon. Then, with a deep breath, he shot mana into his cutlass and caused it to suddenly grow in size and mass. Lillian, who had climbed back onto the deck of the ship, turned around and sat down as she slowly watched a horrifically long creature rise into the sky. It was a vast serpent that spanned several dozen meters into the air. It had scales that glistened with a dark blue tint to them that became more reflective as time went on. The rising serpent had a long snout with jagged, spear-like teeth and twirling ram-like horns on the side of its head. And it also had glowing yellow eyes that seemingly burned with a ferocious flame inside its pupils. It was an incredibly muscular creature that seemed to belong to a long line of dragons. And standing under it, towering and rising, was one man, from whom it stemmed. When Captain Right Hook swung down, the serpent coiled and faced the deck of the ship. With a large arc and curve, the sea serpent charged downwards with prehistoric roar and shattered through the reinforced frame of the ship. The ship split down the middle and folded before crumbling apart and splintering like a shattered pane of glass. And as a large curtain of water rose from the serpent's splash, Lillian couldn't help but gape in awe and give a crooked smile as she muttered quietly. The fifth technique of the deep-sea hunter, Leviathan's Descent. It is no joke. Chapter 409. Counting coins? As the mist continues to linger over the ship and the scattered ruined remains of the enemy's vessel linger around them on the surface of the water. Have all of you mateys done counting my gold? Captain Right Hook had everyone, apart from Lillian, count his spoils of battle, which in this case would be the chest of gold coins that Lillian had brought to him. Lillian rested on the rough mattress of the top bunk of a bunk bed. Currently, they were all inside the living quarters on the boat, which was oddly much larger on the inside than it appeared on the outside. She looked down and over, scouring the room before settling her gaze on Viesta, Niarlo, and his bodyguard, as well as the captain, who huddled around his singular chest. TCH, why should someone as esteemed as I be put to a work like this? Niarlo asked with clear signs of frustration. He should be doing something better with his time, rather than counting coins in some chess. Viesta, who was without her hat, sighed as she held a gold coin between her index finger and thumb. She then muttered, "Do you really want to argue with a guy who destroyed an entire pirate ship with one attack?" She was beginning to feel the positive impression she had of Niarlo inside her head slowly disappear the more she interacted with him. Niarlo clicked his tongue again before turning toward the captain. "What was that attack you just did? Was it with the help of that cutlass of yours? How much are you willing to sell it to me?" The captain's ears twitched at the sign of profit. He then faked a sad expression as he summoned out his cutlass and held it in both hands. "ARR, I found this very cutlass on one of my journeys. I fought tooth and nail just to get a hold of this weapon, so it is priceless. Matey, just name your price and I'll buy it." The captain then stroked his beard as he heard the short man's words. And after a moment of thought, he pointed down at the pile of gold inside the chest and stated, "Count those first, and then I will consider." "Ka-ha-ha. TCH, John, help me out with this." "Yes, Master Niarlo." After what may have been half an hour, they eventually finished counting up what was inside the chest. Viesta, after conversing with Niarlo and his bodyguard, looked up at the captain and stated, "There's about 250 gold coins in here. Oh ho ho, what a glorious haul. Praise the Azure Dragon." The captain pranced and danced around them with a joyful expression, something that an ordinary person wouldn't expect from someone who just destroyed an entire pirate ship and its crewmates. "You risked our lives for a measly 250 gold coins." Niarlo shouted as he watched the captain continue to prance around, ignoring him. While this was going on, Viesta held her chin as she continued to look inside the chest. She felt something was off about it, but she couldn't help but put her finger on it. It doesn't feel right that the chest was only around 25 filled, though. Surely there should been something more, right? Lillian, who was taking glances at Viesta, smiled wryly as she looked up at the ceiling. Just like any sea, secret treasures fallen to the deepest depths could be found. An example would be broken pieces of armor from Zama, the first tier 6 mage, when he was up against the Dreadlord. Relics like those can fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions when sold to the Eastern nations' museums or placed on auction. Lillian pulled the curtains a little and took a glance outside. It was still foggy, but at least she was able to tell that the outside world had begun to grow just a bit darker. It was becoming late. How time moves so fast. Lillian pulled back the curtain and felt the hairs on her body stand up straight as she noticed several gazes settling on her lying figure. She looked back towards the group and found them giving her skeptical and suspicious gazes, especially from Right Hook, who seemed to be giving her quite the death stare. "Oi, matey, you didn't have to open this treasure and this my gold, did you? Arg, why so loud?" Lillian rubbed the side of her ear before responding in a calm and casual manner as she waved her hand back and forth. "I didn't steal your dang gold. I'm a noble. Why would I need even more money when I could just beg my family for more?" Viesta, noticing the look she was getting from Lillian, turned to Right Hook and confirmed. "Yes, right. She is a noble, and her family is part of the middle hierarchy of nobles, so that proves her wealth even more." Right Hook raised an eyebrow before clicking his tongue and pointing his metal hook at the white-haired girl. "And yet you didn't even pay the fee to get on my ship. Bah, because your prices are outrageous." Viesta watched as the two bickered, then turned to Niarlo and asked with slight suspicion, "I thought you said to that crowd earlier that this is your boat and that this captain was just a repairman. You're not telling the truth, are you?" "Who?" Niarlo looked at her with folded arms and gave her the stink eye. "Are you doubting me yet again? Have you not seen the man you're talking about? He looks unwell. Shaking his head with a sigh, Niarlo added, and plus, this man has a hook. So, he obviously developed a flaw. Would you really believe someone with a flaw? Right before Viesta could say anything, Niarlo interrupted and said again in a mocking tone and shrugged. Also, this man spoke of the Azure Dragon, which only those born in the East would usually pray to. And since those in the East nation deny the application of enhancements of any kind, this makes the captain even more shameful. The captain, who was still arguing with Lillian, overheard this and fell silent as he turned towards the petite man. He stared at Niarlo silently before walking up to the chest and carrying it under his left armpit. The captain then walked past them and, "I'll be taking watch," exited the room. Door shut. Lillian glanced over to Niarlo with a smirk. She then raised her hands parallel to each other and began to slow in a slow and mocking manner. "Oh wow, it seems that you have upset our dear captain. For someone who seemed to fight for justice, you don't really give off the impression of a good person." And once saying that, Lillian turned on her side and wrapped herself in the blanket she was provided. Because of her show of indifference, Niarlo couldn't help but turn red as he found himself humiliated by Lillian's words. But he didn't say anything, as he felt that he had perhaps gone too far and that it didn't seem right for him to say, given his identity. Soon enough, everyone inside the living quarters had marched into their beds, leaving Right Hook to stand on top of the deck to admire the gold inside his chest alone, while also observing the damage done to his ship and looking out for any other dangers. Creak, creak. Lillian's eyes slowly fluttered open as she felt her body rise up and down. For a moment, her vision became disoriented, which caused a sense of nausea to appear inside her stomach. But that feeling soon disappeared once she pulled open the curtains. What she met with was a bright sunny day with large waves crashing against the side of the window. Fortunately, there wasn't any fog to block out the majestic view. Is the boat moving?" Lillian moaned and yawned as she sat up in her bed. She then leaned over the side and looked under her. Snore. Viesta was still asleep. Lillian grinned and snapped a picture of her sleeping face and made sure she could gotten the silliest angle she could have gotten before getting up. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she spat into a floating orb of water before flashing a smirk at the mirror of highly reflective water she had made. Sometimes, she needed to learn spells that made her life easier, and this was one of them, letting Viesta rest a bit more. She took a glance at Niarlo and shrugged. After leaving the living quarters and making her way up to the deck, she tossed the orb of water over the side of the deck and looked up to the stern. And what she found was Captain Right Hook standing at the wheel, sailing the boat. For how long? Lillian remembered it was for a few hours. Right Hook, who caught Lillian making eye contact with him, smirked as he greeted her. "Good morning, matey. How do you sleep?" "Good morning to you too, Captain." "And? Not too bad, actually." Lillian let out another yawn as she asked, "So, what's the agenda for today?" "Kahaha. How about some breakfast first? I'm sure you must be famished from not having dinner yesterday." Chapter 4:10. A little peek into Marionette's doings? A few hours before Lillian woke up. Ring, ring, ring. "Hello. Just leave a voice message, and I'll call you back later. Or, I'll send you a text or something." Beep. A tall woman with long black hair and red eyes sighed as she hung up the phone. It was Marionette, and for the past few hours, she had been trying to call Lillian for their appointed talk over the phone. But unfortunately, since yesterday and this early morning, she had gotten through even once. And all the messages she had sent hadn't even been looked at once. She then internally asked with a hint of concern, did my brash approach toward her do this? Was she being ghosted? That can't be right. Although this was her first time experiencing such a thing, she felt that the term fit rather well with what was going on. Marionette gave another sigh as she placed her left hand over the lower half of her face. "Needy. I'm becoming too needy," she thought. It had only been a singular day, and here she was creating a scenario or possibility for this sudden, unresponsive behavior from her girlfriend. Was she upset about the money? I believe I sent what she had spent back to her. As Marionette continued to linger inside her thoughts, the sounds of loud, muffled noises echoed around a dimly lit room she was in. Turning around, Marionette found herself face to face with three individuals chained and tied up to the stone-bricked wall, all having been inflicted with rather painful-looking flesh wounds. Where are they all currently located? You may ask. They were all located inside the Roselle estate. And more specifically, one of the torture rooms is filled with various instruments to both cause pain and also soothe it to allow the victim to last another day. And such soothing instrument had already been administered to those chained on the wall. If Lillian were here, would find that they were the people inside the tent she bought the nail from. Mark, who was the one who had almost sold Lillian the nail at 10x below the price she bought it for, and the two hookers, who looked rather out of place, since they hadn't done anything to deserve such treatment. With mufflers around their mouths, they could only let out desperate and exaggerated whimpers as they pleaded to be released. However, something was missing. More specifically, someone. HM. Marionette looked down at the table beside her and found a gagged and well-fit man with blonde hair chained to it. This was Tristan, otherwise known to a certain rabbit as the person who sold her the nail for 300,000 semis. But he wasn't in one piece. For apart from the several cuts made on his nude body as if a surgeon had decided to make him their plaything, he was also missing his right shoulder along with that arm. It was as though some high-speed object had torn through it. Fortunately, the wound had already been wrapped and sealed. Otherwise, he would have died due to blood loss. Marionette gave a low hum as the man locked eyes with her, and, watching him, flinched. Awake again, I see. Marionette pocketed her phone and put on her mask before making her way around the table. With your awakening, this will mark the 19th time you woke up after a blackout. The heels of her black boots echoed inside the torture chamber as she made her way to a metal standing table that displayed a variety of tools. Since yesterday, Marionette had been continuously torturing them. Tristan shuddered as his mind became flooded with memories of her torture. He bit down on the gag in his mouth and flexed his remaining hand. He needed to escape. He needed to. As embers appeared in the centers of his palm, they gradually came together before immediately dissipating with a jerk of his body as a muffled cry of pain escaped his mouth. Embedded in his left forearm was a slim metal scalpel. Marionette sighed as she looked into the man's face and watched as tears began to spill out from the corners of his eyes. Or that was what she wanted to believe. It was, after all, rather difficult to make out a person's features if they all appear as corpses. Marionette pulled off the man's gag and watched as he let out rapid, deep breaths before muttering in a tired and broken voice. We didn't scam them. I swear. Tristan's eyes had lost their shine. His breathing was ragged, and his face was wet from sweat and tears. Like all in her household, Marionette was trained to pick up on lies and truths. Although this skill was easier when you could see a person's expression, she still managed to learn it in the end by judging a person's speech. And yet, despite being able to tell the man wasn't lying, you're still lying, I see. Wait. I'm not. Please Chem. After shoving a regular health potion of decent quality down his throat and resetting the injuries made on his body, apart from his arm, Marionette gagged the man before continuing. Muffled screams of pain and despair echoed as the man's body jerked each time a blade or needle was inserted into his nude body, with all of this being spectated by the three still chained up to the wall, fearfully waiting for their turn. And in the entire span since she began the session again, Marionette's eyes glowed a dark red light. Eventually, Marionette left the torture chamber, but only after sanitizing her entire body. She leaned against the wall beside the entrance of the torture chamber and looked down at her phone, still expecting a call or even a message back from Lillian. Marionette frowned slightly and sighed again as her heart seemed to ache. But that was until, Lady of Roses. Someone called out her title with a deep and rugged voice. Looking to her left, she found a tall individual with broad shoulders standing at the height of about 6'2", marching towards her with a cohort of others behind them. Their attire consisted of a long, dark and tailored hooded coat, which had roses and thorns woven into a pattern illustrated. A porcelain mask with painted cracks and rose petals, which was hidden under the shadows cast by their hood. And thick black gloves, along with a belt that was equipped with tools, which would usually be found on a gardener. "Oh, gardener, how are you this morning?" Chapter 411. A little peek into Marionette's doings. To this person strolling over to them was a man named Gregory von Roselle, or by his title, the Gardener of Roses. His role encompasses the medical role in taking care of the members within the Roselle household's health, as well as sometimes being the executioner of selected individuals when tasked. The gardener stopped before her and bowed before straightening his back and responding, "It is a splendid morning, my lady. Have you been enjoying your time within Torture Chamber 7? "You may say that, gardener." The gardener nodded, then added, "May I also ask another question, my lady?" "Yes. Why is it that you aren't wearing a mask?" Marionette stiffened and unconsciously held a hand over her face. She had remembered putting it back on. Had she taken it off at some point during the session again? "I needed a break from the mask for a moment." "Is that a problem?" "Inside the garden, ISNT, unless we have guests over." The gardener smiled warmly behind his mask before adding in a sudden change of tone, "But having weeds over is the same as having guests. Even though some in the Southern Nation are aware of what your appearance looks like, having a mask on is a good habit to have regardless." Marionette sighed and took out her mask before putting it on. She then gave the gardener a glance and found them nodding at her in satisfaction. "Now that that's out of the way, may I also ask why you are keeping hold of these weeds within our garden? Had they not committed a crime and needed to be exterminated?" "They hadn't committed a crime." The gardener stared at her silently before taking a step forward into her personal space and looking down at her with an intense gaze. Marionette, who was about to look up, found a sudden, overwhelming pressure fall upon her body, almost causing her knees to buckle as a hand fell on her right shoulder. "You brought weeds into our garden? Aren't you aware that some weeds can carry harmful viruses or fungi? Have you made sure they are cleansed?" The gardener asked in a calm, yet clear, disgusted tone. Marionette clenched her jaw behind her mask and nodded slowly as she said, "They have nothing or any attachments or organizations. I have merely brought them here for my own benefits." After saying that last sentence, the overwhelming pressure disappeared in an instant. The hand, which had been clutching her shoulder, began to pat her gently. "Oh, I see. My mistake, my lady." Marionette sighed in momentary relief as she watched the gardener take a step back away from her. But not a second later, she was met with an inquiry. "But could I ask what you would do after you had finished playing around with them? I take it that you will allow our cleaners to clear out another blood rose that will bloom inside here later?" "I have no intentions of killing them off. I have no right to, since they hadn't committed a crime. Instead, I will wipe their memories and reimburse them for their time here." "But for what reason? We lose then if we just prune them off." "Perhaps. But that is only if their entire memories of their time here were wiped." The gardener tilted his head slightly at the Lady of Roses' cryptic words, but then silently realized what she had meant. Marionette's torture session was so severe that if one were to wipe the victim's memories, they would still live in fear of the name Roselle in their unconscious mind. And through word of mouth, they cling to their portion of the underworld, which would strengthen through fear. The gardener slowly clapped, My. When had Our Lady ever done this? You haven't done something like this ever before. Why the sudden change? Or could it be because of the supplements I prescribed to you?" Marionette stared into the gardener's eyes. Recently, she had been given supplements to take for her upcoming surgery. She was told that the medicine was to make her more mentally and physically suitable for when it happens. In response to the gardener's question, she shook her head. She had felt any different after taking the supplements. "I believe it was my time at the academy that had greatly influenced me rather than the supplements." "Is that so?" The gardener narrowed his eyes and sensed Marionette smiling slightly behind her mask. He smiled as well and nodded. "It truly was a great decision by your father to send you off to that academy, then." He then paused before adding, Oh, yes. Have you finally decided whether you wish to support the royal family or not? I'm sure you remember the entire household is split 50:50. Marionette, hearing this, took in a deep breath and thought deeply. She looked through her memories of her time at the academy and centered her attention on Ref, the second prince. At first, when she had thought that Ref was secretly making moves on Lillian, she was inclined to go against the royal family. However, after finally being able to claim a certain rabbit as hers, I'll be supporting the royal family. There was a need to go against them now. I've grown rather petty, haven't I? Marionette internally asked herself in a self-deprecating manner. After bowing and bidding farewell to the gardener, she went and ordered those under her to erase the memories of the victims she had tortured, as well as heal all injuries they had sustained, before dropping them in the middle of the city with a 4,000 semis reimbursement split between them. And once she had finished doing all of that, ring, ring, ring. Hello, just leave a voice message and I'll call you back later. Or, I'll send you a text or something. HAAA. Marionette sighed in a disappointed manner as she sat on the ground beside her bed. She then dropped her phone on top of her bed before face-planting in her blanket and muttering in a muffled voice. I miss you, Lillian. Call me back soon. Chapter 412. Docking an Island? The world was mainly composed of 4 great seas and 4 large land masses being nations, with each sea connecting at least 2 nations together. The Nevron Sea for the south and the east. The Tyrian Sea for the east and the north. The Hilgrim Sea for the north and west. And lastly, the Carmel Sea for the west and south. And at the halfway mark in each of these seas, there will always be, prepare for docking, mateys, an island. By now, everyone had woken up and already eaten breakfast, which the captain was so kind to make. Fortunately, Lillian hadn't yet been caught for stealing the captain's gold, so she was quite upbeat about that. Currently, she was sitting on top of the mast of the ship and looked over the island they were about to dock on. On each island, at the halfway mark in each sea, there would always be a merchant town that sold various supplies for travelers making their way across the sea. Lillian stiffened as she sat up. Didn't this place also have Wi-Fi? Scrambling up to her feet and climbing down the top of the mast, she approached the bow of the ship and waited patiently as the boat neared the wooden docks of the town. And once they had finally docked, Lillian immediately pulled out her phone. She looked at the bar she had managed to receive and watched as they slowly grew from none to 2. Seeing that she had now received some service, her face slowly darkened as she watched countless missed calls and texts from Marionette appear on her notifications. Crap. She immediately turned and dashed towards the living quarters, while telling those that informing those she passed that she was going to make a quick call to someone. Viesta, who watched as Lillian hurriedly climbed down to the lower deck, smiled slightly before giggling. I guess Lillian really missed her girlfriend. After saying that, she turned on her heel and climbed off the boat. Lillian, having entered the living quarters, climbed onto the top bunk and fixed her appearance using the reflection of her phone as a mirror, just in case Marionette would like to FaceTime. She then took in a deep breath and leaned her phone against her folded blanket. She then muttered quietly, I hope she isn't too upset. And after saying that in a hopeful tone, she shot Marionette a call. What she had thought would take a few seconds for the assassin to see was immediately answered just the moment she pressed the call button. Sitting at her desk, Marionette focused on the countless study materials in front of her. Although she had time off, she felt this would be a perfect use of her time. So, with her headphones over her ears, she started to work on improving her knowledge of the topics taught in the academy. However, in the middle of her session, her phone, which was on the far right side of her desk, vibrated and buzzed. Her eyes, that was once focused on the textbooks, immediately darted towards her phone's lit-up screen and found a call she had been expecting for hours. Before the first vibration and buzz of her phone finished and went on to the next, she instantly snatched the phone into her hand and answered it in a split second. She leaned the speaker of her phone into her ear and waited patiently for Lillian's voice to appear. Marie, are you there? Lillian asked as she wondered why it was quiet on the other side of the call. Marionette fidgeted at the sound of Lillian's voice as she nodded unconsciously. I'm here. Have you been well, Lillian? Hee hee. I've been all right, I think. Not too bad, you know. I see, you've been giving me a lot of calls and messages. Hee hee. Lillian giggled nervously on the other side. Marionette nodded unconsciously again, despite the girl being unable to see it. Her right leg began to slowly bump up and down uncontrollably as she asked in a strangely insecure manner. Why haven't you been answering them? Haven't been annoying you? Have I? Huh? Where did you get that from? Why on earth would I be annoyed at you? And, I haven't been answering due to some stuff. Marionette's ears twitched happily as she heard that her insecurities were for nothing. The corners of her mouth curled up in a small yet blissful smile as her legs stopped bumping up and down. So you've been busy, I see. May I ask if it was related to the fact you were in the underworld? Something like that. I just needed to buy an item for something coming up soon. I might not be able to call for the next few days or week because of it. Marionette, who was in a positive mood, began to deflate slightly. For a few days, or even a week? What was Lillian doing during that period that she couldn't give her a single call or message over the phone? She frowned and leaned back into her chair. Was the task provided by the student council so difficult that Lillian wouldn't be able to contact her? Lillian, you're mine, right? Yeah. Marionette slowly twirled a lock of her black hair with a shy expression as she awaited Lillian's response. She just wanted to hear Lillian say that she belonged to her. Lillian blushed furiously as she stared at the screen of her phone, placing a hand on the side of her left cheek. She could already feel it heating up rapidly. Why had her girlfriend suddenly asked her such a question? Looking away slightly with trembling eyes, she held her phone to her mouth and murmured shyly, "Oh, of course. I am yours. Who else would I belong to?" Puffed. Lillian widened her eyes. Was Marionette laughing at her? Ushi, you can't laugh at me like that. Especially when I just said, I love you, Lillian. I really miss you. Lillian pouted, but then hid her face behind her hair and stated in an embarrassed tone, I love you too. Chapter 413. Stocking up on food? Time to another round of shopping. Yay. Once Lillian had finished up her call with Marionette, which lasted for about an hour, she made her way off the boat. As she did that, she couldn't help but feel as though Marionette subtly disliked hanging up the phone. But she could be imagining it. Lillian reached the town and scoured through its stores and markets. She was intending on stocking up on supplies regarding canned food or something edible with a long expiration date. And for the past dozen minutes, she had already spent over 100 semis on food, which was enough to fill up around a quarter of her spatial ring. She was beginning to run out of space inside her spatial ring. I do have another spatial ring, though. Lillian thought to herself as she pulled out the spatial ring that had been used previously to store the chest filled with gold coins before. And on the topic of gold coins, she was planning to sell them the moment she got back into the city. Lillian continued to walk down the street of the town and noticed the gazes she garnered. She sighed as she remembered that most of the people here were either pirates or thugs. Doesn't really matter, though. It might be a problem for the others, though. Get them. Lillian stopped mid-step and watched as a crowd of people rushed through the intersection past her. And they seemed to be chasing a group of people she was familiar with. Drink up, mateys, Right Hook yelled as he raised a mug full of rum. They were now inside a bar, after an hour of shopping. Viesta looked at the mug in front of her and slightly scooted it to the side. She wasn't an entirely big fan of being drunk, even if she loved the feeling of adventure. Niarlo looked down at the mug as well, but then raised it to his mouth before being stopped by his bodyguard. You aren't allowed to drink, Master Niarlo. Says who? As the two argued, Viesta watched as Right Hook downed his mug of rum before throwing a subtle gaze around them. And what she found were people seated at their tables with frantic looks in their eyes. She raised an eyebrow at this. Was there something going on within the bar? Which one of you bastards stole my ring? Viesta flinched as she snapped her gaze towards a man who had slammed his fist against the table. Then, she watched as people stood up one by one. And who stole my gold chain? My bracelet is gone too. And soon enough, everyone apart from the barkeep stood up with an enraged look on their face. She then watched as Right Hook slowly stood up as well. At first, she had assumed that something of his had gone missing as well, but that was until he began to slowly make his way out the door with a whistle as a tail grew out of his rear carrying an assortment of jewelry. Kahaha, you all should been tight-fisted. Lillian watched as Right Hook ran along with the group with a fistful of jewelry. She face-bombed and immediately turned around. She wasn't going to get involved, considering she wasn't going to earn anything. However, after another moment of walking, Lillian suddenly found herself being carried around like a sack of potatoes as Right Hook hung her over his shoulder. Kahaha, we gotta go, matey. Our shopping session has come to an end for today. Lillian smiled wryly at what she had just heard and sighed. Viesta, who was running behind them, watched as the white-haired girl waved at her with a smile. Viesta smiled wryly as well and waved back. Lillian found the woman not to be fond of being chased by a crowd due to a certain captain's actions. Soon enough, they managed to get back to their boat and immediately set sail before anyone could throw a torch onto their boat and burn it down. Everyone besides the captain and Lillian let out rapid breaths as the island got farther and farther away from them. And once they had reached a kilometer away, Niarlo stepped up and confronted the captain for his actions. What the hell was that? Niarlo asked, his hand waving through the air in an annoyed and agitated manner. You can't just suddenly start robbing people in the middle of a bar. And what was with that tail? Ryduk looked down at him before smirking. He then gave an innocent shrug as he tried to hide the jewelry hidden inside his pockets. I have no idea what you're on about, matey. That Rudy group was just enraged because of our presence. I know what I saw. Robbing people is wrong on all accounts. We're going back and returning what you stole. Kahaha. As commotion erupted at the stern of the ship, Lillian sat on the edge of the front of the ship as she overlooked the sea. Since leaving the island, she had not once kept her gaze away from the clouds. She was waiting for the time to come. Viesta, who was slowly approaching her from behind, glanced at what Lillian was looking at and smiled, assuming that the girl was appreciating the clouds. They look nice, don't they? Lillian turned to her and smiled. They do. Did you need something? Not really. I don't want to ask you something, though. Oh, what was it? Viesta grinned and leaned against the rails of the ship, eyeing Lillian, who raised an eyebrow at the cowgirl. How was your chat with your girlfriend? Ushul, how did you know I was talking with her? It was incredibly obvious with how fast you were, and you saying that you needed to call someone. Lillian's cheeks turned a light shade of pink as she turned slightly to the side. Was she moving that fast? Surely it wasn't to the point that she looked needy, right? The call was nice. Yeah, I envy you. Lillian having someone to love and having them love you back as much or even more, I mean. Lillian tilted her head, watching as the woman admired the clouds just like she was doing earlier. She then gave a small and warm smile. I was just lucky that she liked me back. I think you have a good chance at scoring someone just about as good as Marionette, though. Viesta took off her hat and nodded slowly. Thanks. I appreciate it, Lillian. No problem. Oh yeah, one more thing, Viesta. You might want to get inside. Lillian chuckled as she looked down at the screen of her phone. Huh? Why? Do you want me to get you something? Lillian stared silently at the cowgirl before giving a sly smile and pointing towards the clouds, which had begun to darken slightly. It's about to rain. To-do list 1. Get to Blackridge Town, completed 2. Have Viesta finish her weapon and leave, crossed out. Defeat the Alpha Barrel Mole, completed 3. Get to Resteras Port and get the nail, completed 4. Defeat incoming pirates, completed 5. Reach the town and gather supplies, completed 6. Survive. Chapter 414. Arduous Sea. The clouds began to darken as rain began to plummet from the sky. What had begun to seem to be light had gradually become heavy as the heavens roared with thunder. Captain Right Hook held a hand over his brows as his face grimaced. But as an experienced traveler of the seas, his expression became neutral as his relaxed posture on the wheel became firm. Niarlo, who had been arguing with him previously, looked up towards the sky before sheltering himself with his arms. His agitated face hardened as he hissed. Why had the weather suddenly transformed into such a horrible one? You better get down from my stern and onto the deck, matey. I got a bad feeling brewing inside my tum-tums. Niarlo, seeing the captain's serious expression, immediately dashed down the stairs and onto the deck. If someone as strong as the captain had warned him of a bad feeling, it must definitely be bad. Viesta looked towards the skies as well before stumbling to the side as a sudden wave crashed into the side of their boat. The once calm waves had now become frantic and ravenous as they crashed into the sides of their boat, as though they had intended to assault the wooden vessel. Fortunately, with the captain's seasoned experience on the high seas, they were able to resist the tides, or else the ship would undoubtedly have been spun around in circles. Something was happening to the tides, something that had only begun once the skies had roared with thunder. All crewmates on deck, I order you to reef the sails and tighten the ropes. The captain commanded as he endured the harsh rain and steered the ship against the mighty tides. As the winds crashed into the side of their boat and got caught in the ship's white and damaged sails, it caused the wooden vessel to shoot forward. Do it now. Viesta, who was standing behind Lillian, watched as Niarlo and the bodyguard scrambled towards the mast to reel in the sails. And as she was about to join in, she found that the raindrops that would be fallen on her were suspended in the air. She looked back and towards Lillian and found that she too was given the same treatment from the rain. It must be been her doing. Lillian, as much as I want to admire stormy clouds, we have to start helping them out. Viesta tugged at the back of Lillian's shirt before moving around and tried to get a look at her face. But when she did, what she saw caused her to momentarily become rooted on the spot. Lillian, whom she found would be carefree about everything, was now adopting an extremely serious expression comparable to, or maybe even more than the captain's. This was the first time she had ever seen this type of expression from the white-haired girl, even when they were up against the Alpha. Lillian, who was looking down at her phone, looked at a particular news item she had seen earlier today. Lost contact with blimp. On April 25, 2034, 3:48 p.m., a blimp with the flight ID 910J5 had lost connection to the command center. Belonging to the Azure Dragon Air Corporation, ADAC, which had been appointed to take flight on April 23, 2034 at 4:10 p.m., had suddenly lost connection on its flight to Luton, the East Nation. Authorities are now working to figure out its last recorded location before disconnection from the command center. With an approximate total of 200 passengers, we fear this particular blimp had encountered misfortune during its flight to Luton. Lillian's frown deepened. She recognized the flight ID. It was the blimp Millis had taken to travel towards the Eastern Nation. She breathed in a deep breath before letting it out into a large sigh as a crooked and wry smile appeared on her face. I'm sure you're going to have as much fun as I am, Millis. I'm sure you'll live. Lillian, noticing Viesta's gaze, pocketed her phone and twisted around, hopping off the rail she was sitting on. She then turned to the woman and nodded. I'll be in charge of throwing water off the deck and tightening the ropes. You and the others handle the mast. And with a combined nod, the two and the others got to work. Soon enough, through the arduous waves, everyone on deck had managed to succeed in their task. So for this moment in time, they were going to have to depend on the captain's skill to get them through this storm. The captain spun the wheel frantically as he stepped and stumbled side to side, as though in rhythm with the tides and the waves crashing against the side of the ship. It was as if he was dancing to appease whatever deity they had managed to somehow upset for them to send such a trivial storm. Everyone who was currently on deck, besides Lillian, clung tightly to a fixed object on a ship, that being the mast or a thick rope, or maybe even one of the cannons. Viesta, who was clutching onto a rope, looked at Lillian, who stood in the center of the ship with folded arms unfazed by the weather and crashing waves. She then stretched her hand out. Lillian, take my hand. We got to try and get under the deck. It's too late for that, Viesta. Lillian muttered mysteriously as a cloak magically appeared over her shoulders, followed by a chest plate, gauntlets, and leather boots. Viesta watched as Lillian's body swiftly became wrapped in a thin static outline of electricity as a black jagged short sword appeared in her left hand, followed by a scythe, which the girl rested on her right shoulder. And not only that, but a gloomy and dark mask appeared on Lillian's face, which seemed to warp and shift every split second. Viesta's eyes widened when she saw this. Where did that mask come from? Was it important? And did Lillian spot something that caused her to pull out an item that wasn't needed in the battle with the Alpha? As goosebumps appeared on her arms. Boom! She flinched as she watched a jagged branch of lightning shoot down from the sky, striking a portion of the sea far away from them. The thunderous noise of lightning in the distance left everyone, even the captain, anxious about what was to come from the storm. Will they be able to get through it in one piece? The captain, who had been keeping a firm grip on the wheel, loosened it as his eyes slowly widened and the corners of his lips began to tremble as two scaly pillars rose from the water in front of them. The shadow that had already been cast by the dreadful black clouds above became even darker as the combined size of the pillars dwarfed them. Everyone besides Lillian widened their eyes and gaped along with the captain as they watched what rose from the water, their bodies shivering, not because of the cold, but because of the sight of the humongous entity before them. Each pillar was around 12 stories tall, with scales with the texture of whetstone that were several inches thick and a pointy head on each one, which made it seem like overly large spears. There were signs of damage and deep cuts on the sides of the structure, which strangely revealed a red, throbbing substance underneath. And not only that, but the pillars began to move on their own. Once straightened and pointed towards the heavens, the pillars swung down. What everyone had thought to be the pointy heads were, in fact, heads similar to that of a draconic sea serpent. And what they had thought to be pillars were the necks of the abomination before them, which seemed to be connected to the same body. They had dark crimson eyes, which contrasted with their dark blue scales, which shone a reflective light to the point where the entire crew could find their expressions reflected back at them. And they weren't giving the abomination a pretty welcome, as each and every one of them gave a look of despair. Even if their reaction were different, they all gave the same impression. Viesta, who had just gotten a few days of peace from surviving her battle with the Alpha, couldn't help but let out a shaky breath as her eyes seemed to lose their color. Niarlo's body began to shiver frantically as his eyes trembled and fell into panic. His bodyguard even lowered his sunglasses as he tried to get a good look at the sea beast, which only caused him to lose further hope. Lillian tightly clutched her weapons as she gritted her teeth. Through every encounter with danger, she always remained steadfast and fearless, always moving forward as she fought the dangers head-on. But right now, I should be gone on the blimp with Millis. Lillian had begun to shiver as fear crept inside her heart for the sea beast that stood between their ship, and the other side was of the Barank and had a total of 4 mana shells. A Prime Husk. Chapter 415. The Captain Splits the Light, Monsters and Humans. While they were two completely different sets of beings, they were ultimately similar due to the fact that they followed the exact same rankings of power. The monsters follow the path of corruption, growing in power through devouring other creatures and being exposed to highly concentrated zones of corruption, while modern humans followed the path of ascension by challenging the trials of the Jester. But in the end, both humans and monsters were the same. And yet, if they were the same, how was it that humanity still struggled to defeat them despite their ability to harness elements of various kinds and being able to summon weapons and defeated beasts? Lillian shivered as she stared into the eyes of the humongous sea beast. She was but a mere Tier 2 mage, and yet she kept being pitted against countless enemies stronger than her. But she felt like this one definitely took the cake. After all, who would expect someone of the exact same tier as her to suddenly encounter a monster double her rank and number of mana shells? This sea beast was even stronger than the Alpha, by several folds. Lillian flinched as the sounds of thunder rang aloud. She took a curious glance towards the sky and saw streaks of light and electricity flashed through the heavens. It was as if the world was setting up a dramatic stage for the inevitable battle to come. And it was inevitable indeed, for monsters were known for one thing and one thing only that even the youngest of toddlers knew. It was that monsters want nothing more than to devour other living creatures. Lillian's eyes shot wide open as she felt mana vibrate in the air. She looked towards the two-headed azure sea serpent and watched as bright blue veins slowly appeared over its scales. The veins rapidly crawled up its neck like parasitic vines before reaching both heads of the sea serpent. And with each scale it covered, the light only grew more concentrated. She then watched as the two-headed sea serpent reeled its heads back, as though they were taking in a deep breath, before opening its mouth and showing a bright light from deep within its throat. The radiant light was like an incandescent, scorching blue that rapidly began to take shape. Lillian felt the mana in the air scream at the vigorous display of its use. She then felt her body telling her to run away, dodge, and move far away from her. That was because, no matter what, she was going to survive a full-on energy beam, which could reduce her body to ashes in mere seconds. Lillian unconsciously loosened her hold on her weapons. And the moment she did, the world turned slow as the light within the throats of the two-headed serpent began to swirl. Could she win with a team like this? Viesta was only at the first tier along with Niarlo. Lillian was at the second tier along with Niarlo's bodyguard. And lastly, they had Captain Right Hook, who was at the third tier. Am I actually prepared to take on monsters of this level? Time quickly resumed as her thoughts ended. And the split second it resumed, the two-headed sea beast had already released the concentration of mana within their maw. A beam of pure, scorching light rushed out from both of their mouths, merging to produce a singular, but much larger attack, which covered the entire ship. As everyone on the deck watched as the light quickly crossed over several meters towards their small ship, their eyes ironically lost their light as hope of getting through the storm quickly faded. However, that was only for those on the deck. In 1/3 of a second, the captain leapt off from the stern of his ship and onto the deck before bolting past Lillian and leaping towards the blinding light falling towards them. As the winds brushed against the edges of his coat, the captain summoned his cutlass and raised it over his head. His eyes flashed with a stubborn light as he gritted his jaws, and as mana flowed into the blade of his cutlass at a rapid rate, he roared out his technique. Fifth technique of the deep SEA hunter, Leviathan's Descent. He swung his blade down in a mighty manner, striking the scorching beam, which resisted the force behind his strike. But then, swoosh, the beam faltered as an illusory sea monster appeared from deep within the captain's blade. The illusion let out an earth-shaking roar as it bit down and split apart the combined attack of the two-headed sea serpent. Then, in mere moments, like a shark traveling upstream, it tore through the scorching beam before making its way to their heads and knocking them back with a powerful bash. This attack had managed to cease the monster's beam attack, which having been split apart landed on both sides of the boat. As a wall of water shot up out of the water from either side of the ship, everyone watched as the captain landed back on the bow of the ship, who for a split moment looked tired. And he was wrong for doing so, for the attack he had just made to repel the beam had taken out a lot of physical power to do, especially against a foe like this. Lillian, who still stood at the mast, couldn't help but gape in awe. Will she be able to do something like that in the future? She shook her head and cleared her thoughts. She looked towards the two-headed sea beast and found it to have disappeared. Seeing this, everyone besides Lillian rushed over to the captain, who breathed rather harshly. "Are you okay, Captain Right Hook?" Viesta asked, followed by Niarlo, who looked at the man silently. Right Hook nodded slowly as he took a look down at his cutlass and found the edges of his weapon to have become dull and hot to the touch. He grimaced before laying a hand on it, and not a moment later, the dull edges of the cutlass rearranged themselves to become sharper. "Me fine, mate." To think the Azure Dragon would be testing our ship against such a powerful foe. As he was about to turn around, He found a rope made of water wrap itself around his waist. This happened to everyone around him as well. Looking back, he found that the rope tied around everyone's waist intertwined and led to one person, this being Lillian, who tightly clung to the mast of the ship. Everyone raised an eyebrow. What was Lillian up to? But then, they watched as the sea serpent appeared from the left side of the ship. Its two heads bared their sharp teeth at them threateningly before twisting its entire body around. Everyone's eyes then widened at what they saw next. The waves rolled over and crashed into the side of their boat. However, that wasn't what had caused them to give such an exaggerated reaction. Instead, it was because of the giant tail that was swinging towards their ship, slamming into it, and causing them to go flying. Chapter 416. Surviving the fall that comes from a falling ship. Everyone gritted their teeth as the tail crashed into the side of their ship. They felt the wooden vessel creak and shudder from the force behind the attack. Miraculously, the ship managed to survive. However, this led to it being thrown several hundred meters into the air. The ship flipped several times, causing countless shattered wooden floorboards to fall and rain down onto the surface of the water below. Everyone on deck quickly scrambled to try to cling to a fixed object on the ship. Unfortunately, besides the captain and Viesta, with the help of her whip, they failed. Luckily for them, Lillian had already tied a liquid rope around their waist to keep them from flying off the ship. Lillian gritted her teeth as rain pelted their ship and the wind crashed harshly into their wooden vessel. If it wasn't for her strong body, she would been thrown off. She clung tightly to the mast as she felt the ship continue to flip around. But finally, on its last spin, the ship landed in the sea upright. And that wasn't all. But despite the fall, the ship managed to remain intact. And scientifically, that was impossible for a wooden vessel of this size, put together with nails, to survive such a fall from that large a height. But yet, it did. Everyone besides the captain, Lillian, and Niarlo's bodyguard sustained serious injuries. Fortunately, though, Niarlo had high-quality health potions on hand, which he was graciously willing to share with everyone. After making sure everyone was okay, the captain looked around for the two-headed sea beast. Lillian watched as he did this and tended to Viesta, who was still in a state of panic. It didn't help that the atmosphere and weather around them reflected the dreadful situation. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Viesta muttered over and over again as her eyes trembled with fear. Shit, I knew we shouldn't have gotten on this boat. Lillian watched as the woman clutched the edges of her cowboy hat with shaky hands. Her eyes couldn't help but soften as she looked in pity, but she couldn't say she wasn't feeling a bit of fear as well. She looked down at her hands and found them to be also shaking. When was the last time she had felt such fear like this? Was it when she was being chased down by Marionette during the entrance exam? Was it when she had fallen into her trial and was met with instant darkness? Or could it be when she got a taste of weakness against the spider in the Forest of Disruption? Lillian gulped as she brushed the tip of her fingers along the edges of her mask. She gritted her teeth at the thought of weakness. Weakness. Fear. I need to be strong. I can't show such things at a time like this. Viesta, who was still shuddering in fear, found someone wrapping their fingers around her left hand. Looking up, she found herself looking into a mysterious, ever-changing mask. She flinched and tried to pull her hand back. However, when Viesta did that, she found herself being pulled in instead and into a warm and comforting hug. Lillian, with the help of her mask, whispered, "Everything will be all right. We will get through this. I promise that every single one of us on this ship will live past this arduous trial no matter what." The tears in the corner of Viesta's eyes bulged as she heard this, as Lillian's words echoed into her ears. She then muttered with a crooked smile, "Why your voice sounds so weird with your mask, Lillian?" Viesta wrapped her arms around Lillian as well, intending to enjoy the comfort before the sea monster appeared again. "But thank you. I really needed that." Lillian nodded and remained still, allowing Viesta to enjoy her comfort. And as she did that, She took a subtle glance towards Niarlo to find him shakily digesting pills. She knew what they were. They were supplements a person could take to counteract paralyzing fear. "Hey, share one with her," Lillian demanded, which caused Niarlo to stiffen. His bodyguard, who was standing beside her, pointed at Lillian scoldingly. "Please don't talk to the young master that way." But then he looked towards Niarlo and gestured towards Viesta. "Please share one with her." Lillian watched as Niarlo passed over one of the pills to her, and after wrapping it in a ball of water, which she dropped into Viesta's mouth. She then stood up once she had seen the woman calm down and walked towards the side of the ship, which had made contact with the sea beast's tail. The rails and cannons had been completely destroyed, as there was now a large dent in the side of the ship, which had caused the captain, who was overlooking it, to frown. However, the longer they looked at it, they realized the ship was bumping itself out, almost as if it was repairing itself. The captain turned to Lillian with a dark expression. "Matey, how are your injuries and everyone else's from the fall?" he asked in a concerned voice. "Everyone is fine, Captain, but I fear the ship may not be able to get through this part of the sea while the monster is around us," Lillian commented, getting a slow but acknowledging nod from the captain. "I see you are aware of the situation already. Indeed, this ship of mine could only do so much, and, unlike modern ships, isn't that's swift and relies on the wind to move." "Yes, I'm aware of that as well, which leaves us with only one option left." Captain, Lillian, having put away her weapons earlier, summoned the short sword and pointed it towards the sea. "We will have to kill the dreaded sea beast that is plaguing us currently." The captain looked into Lillian's ambitious eyes and sighed with a shake of his head. "Although I was able to repel its first attack, crewmate, I don't know if I could do it again for who knows how long. I'm sure you had already gauged its rank, correct?" "You're right, I have. But that doesn't mean fate isn't still with us, Captain," Lillian muttered as she watched the two-headed sea beast rise from the surface of the water. And with a calmer mind, thanks to her mask, she noticed more details on the surface of the monster's neck. Deep wounds, exposed scars without any scales to protect them. It was still bleeding. And not only that, but each head of the two-headed sea beast was missing an eye. In the Nevron Sea, there were unlikely other creatures that might been able to deal such grave damage to the sea monster. So, where could have gotten these deep injuries from? It was a monster that had strayed from the front lines. Captain, at this moment in time, the prime husk you see before you is gravely injured and hadn't yet healed from its injuries. We have a chance of winning this battle. Chapter 417, When Waves Collide. The two-headed sea serpent with dark azure scales, which glowed an incandescent blue whenever it charged up for an attack, was known as a twin-headed seawater leviathan, a feared existence in the seas of the trial world, Hearth. It was feared because it was born a husk rather than starting out at the very bottom of the food chain. And because of this, and due to its long lifespan, it had been able to acquire years of experience in utilizing the mana. As rain continued to fall from the sky and pelt the sea below, as the clouds above still continued to roar and cheer for the inevitable battle to come, the Leviathan locked eyes with the wooden vessel once more. Their tongues slithered out and rapidly flicked up and down in the direction of the damaged ship, as the two heads still felt the blow from the captain's attack. The scales along their body glowed a faint light once more as the surface of the water around them bubbled and shifted before slowly rising. The tides slowed down before rapidly speeding up as the Leviathan began to manipulate the water around it. Soon enough, after a cycle around its body, a massive wave rose up from the surface of the water with a height of around 15 meters. The captain's face darkened. If the wave were to crash into the ship, all of them might be thrown off the deck and into the sea. Such a scenario would leave them even more vulnerable than they already were. As the bearded man took a step forward, intending to face the wave and intercept it, Lillian had already taken that step and leapt off the side of the boat. Everyone on deck widened their eyes and immediately rushed over the side as they found Lillian to have fallen down to the surface of the water and was now standing on it. Then, with grace, Lillian went down onto one knee and placed the palms of her hands on the surface of the water. She was going to need to create a wave equally as powerful as the one rushing towards them. And for that, she was going to use the large abundance of water around them as a resource. I can do this, I can do this. Shooting her mana into the surface of the water below her, she willed the water to move. And after just a split second, the water did. Just like it did around the Leviathan, it began to swirl around Lillian's body before rapidly rising, soon enough reaching the same height as the wave. Fortunately, the act of manipulating another source of your element reduces the mana cost. And because of that, to create a wave as large as 15 meters took about a quarter of her mana. However, this would all mean nothing if Lillian didn't calculate her counter correctly. After another cycle around her body and pushing back the side of the ship, which had already repaired itself miraculously, she sent it forward. Lillian needed both crests of the wave to meet. As the opposing waves rushed forward, one made by a monster and the other made by a human, they eventually met down the middle, followed by a loud rumble from their moment of contact. The two waves crashed into each other, momentarily resisting and pushing each other back as though they were mortal enemies before combining. And just like Lillian had hoped, the crests of both waves met, causing the motion of the opposing wave to become nullified. With her arms raised forward, Lillian let out another shaky breath as sweat appeared from behind her mask. Her arms shook as well due to the weight of controlling the large wave. As she slowly pushed herself off her knees, she looked down at her reflection on the surface of the water. Although she could theoretically manipulated the water from on board the ship, it would taken her much longer and more focus to achieve such a feat. Watching as a massive wall of water formed and shot into the sky due to the two waves meeting, she hurriedly teleported back onto the boat. And in doing so, carry with you back, mateys, and load it quickly. She found the captain instructing Viesta, Niarlo, and John, the bodyguard, on how to operate the cannons. And good thing they were, for the Leviathan had begun to charge straight towards them. Arg, what is the point? The fuses are wet. It won't light. Niarlo yelled as he held a torch under the fuse, which had already become dark and soaked from the rain. The captain grinned as he readied his cutlass. Don't underestimate MY ship, matey. It can make the impossible sizzle. Possible. Kahaha. The flame that was held under the fuse managed to light it somehow. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the spark travel down the fuse before shooting out with a loud bang. The cannonball shot and glided through the air before crashing into the thick and eroded scales of the Leviathan's right neck. It would then crack open and release a powerful explosion, which caused it to stop for a brief moment in its charge. And after regaining itself, the Leviathan would then begin to be pelted with countless cannonballs. The fuses on the cannons, which had all been burned, began to slowly regenerate themselves magically. This led to a constant reloading of cannonballs. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Sounds of a dozen cannon fire and a dozen cannon explosions rang aloud, only to be overshadowed by the sounds of thunder and continuous rain, which continued to fall from the dark clouds, who spectated the exciting battle below. Lillian, who watched this happen, was about to buy a mana potion and drink it. But that was when she was approached by the captain. He had a plan. Viesta watched in the corners of her eyes as Lillian disappeared with the bearded man, but chose to ignore them for now. She couldn't spare a single moment of thought. After a few minutes of continuous reloading and firing, the clouds roared again with thunder, as though it was cheering for something it hadn't noticed first before anyone else. Niarlo, who was about to shove in another cannonball, found his supplies to have run out. Shit. Startled, he looked towards the others. Can someone pass me a cannonball? Quick. Viesta nodded and looked towards her pile and found that she too had run out. And this was the same for John, whose face immediately became pale. Damn it. I'm out as well. I'm out too, Master Niarlo. With the obvious sign they were out of ammunition for the cannons. They looked towards the Leviathan and found it to be masked by a thick black cloud, which soon parted. The Leviathan bursted out from the cloud, snarling at them with their singular eyes as they felt some parts of their scales crumble like stone. They had even felt shrapnel from the cannonballs digging into its exposed flesh from its earlier injuries. The two heads gritted their jaws as their respective pupils dilated and constricted into slits. Their scales then began to glow once more as they slowly opened their maws. They were going to release another scorching beam attack. As Niarlo panicked, Viesta looked around, intending to swiftly notify the captain so that he could repel the attack once again. That was what she wanted to do. However, Chapter 418, Between Fear and Resolve, what environment counted as low visibility? Going off the top of someone's head, they would immediately think of a dense fog or an oddly cold mist gliding through the streets of some town. But in this case, in their current environment, would the heavy downpour count as an environment of low visibility? Viesta, having found out that the Leviathan was charging up for its next attack that would devastate the ship in a mere split second, looked for Captain Right Hook so that he could intercept the beam. However, under the rain that seemed to have gotten even worse since it started, she found that she couldn't figure out where the captain was. And even worse, where Lillian was. As the rain pelted the deck harshly in the top of her hat, Viesta's face couldn't help but darken. She remembered that the two had gone off somewhere for unknown reasons. Could it be they had escaped without them? Did the captain find that just escaping with Lillian, who was most likely the strongest out of everyone besides him, was the best-case scenario? Had this entire time that they were firing off cannonballs, had they just been a mere distraction for the two to escape? No, no way. Viesta gritted her teeth and clutched her hands tightly into fists. She refused to believe such an outcome. Even if her time with Lillian wasn't that long, she doubted that the girl would leave her behind. Niarlo, watching as a menacing blue glow in the distance grew larger and even brighter, became panicked as he recognized the light. He watched as the bodyguard wrapped himself around his small body and shielded him from what could only be considered instant death. But then, he watched as Viesta stomped forward and stood behind the wooden railings. He then watched as the woman took a stance and held what he assumed to be a silver flare gun towards the intimidating light in the distance. Viesta took on a brave look as she aimed towards the general direction of the Leviathan well, tried to. Her hands shook terribly. So terribly, in fact, that her aim had completely strayed off from its intended target. She hissed and gritted her teeth before slowly moving to biting her bottom lip. But then, she paused and slowly took in a deep breath. Viesta wasn't sure how she was going to do it, but she was going to try to negate the beam attack with her sound blaster. Perhaps by empowering the sound waves produced with element of echoes, she could. It's hopeless. Viesta knew that, and despite the obvious fact, she needed to do something at least. Unlike Lillian, she didn't have that much mana compared to the girl, something she had realized with their time together. She didn't have the best of gear, despite being someone on the council. She was more of a researcher who happened to get picked up by Beatrice, the council president, who had taken an interest in her element, which ironically went against what she stood for as a cowgirl. And compared to Lillian, who was of the second tier, she knew if the two of them fought, she would lose several times over. Just like how Beatrice. Viesta then began to slowly remember back to her first year at the academy, and also when she first interacted with Beatrice. February 22nd, 2033. That was when our class was first taken out on our first ever trip outside the academy. Back then, we were told we would be joined by another class with the sole purpose of trying to eliminate as many monsters as possible. Unfortunately, during one of my hunts, I had somehow managed to stray too far from my class, leading to my meeting with the alpha of the island. It was a large bear, several meters tall, but not enough to be considered humongous, and had metallic fur with spikes coming out from its back like a porcupine. I heard the monster was a dire wretch, something that I couldn't possibly take on alone. And although my back was up against the wall, and I was close to being mauled, I knew I would return with my life due to a talisman. But that didn't mean I wasn't scared. It didn't mean I wasn't in the slightest bit afraid of being injured. If possible, I would rather return without being in pain. And my wishes were answered. Whoa there. You need some help? I immediately looked up and found someone sitting on a low-hanging branch, which so happens to be coincidentally right above my head. They had long blonde hair, which fluttered through the wind, and blue eyes, which held clear signs of confidence behind them. The part that stood out to me was the small scar over her left eye, and how beautiful she was. I quickly broke out of my stupor and nodded vigorously. Why, yes, please. I watched as the woman smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll get it done in a jiffy, you know. At that time, I didn't know who this person with blonde hair was. I only knew what she looked like and that she was a noble, just like me. But in some parts of my mind, I felt like I remembered who she was. Boom! I soon broke out of my thoughts as my ears twitched at the sound of battle. I looked back and found trails of electricity flickering around, followed by swift yellow blurs that sped around the bear, who looked around with utter confusion as its body was pelted with attacks on all sides. And despite the monster's durable and defensive fur, the blonde woman's attack ignored it entirely due to its elements. Of course, the battle swiftly escalated. The grass became scorched, the ground was uprooted and dented, and trees that were several meters tall fell. And yet, in the middle of the destruction, only one winner stood while the other collapsed before them. Thud! The woman with blonde hair and a scar over her left eye had managed to win over the bear with minimal injuries, which could also be said for the bear if one were to ignore the arcs of electricity bouncing around the surface of its fur. I stared at this person in awe. How hadn't I met such a person before? I even doubted that the monster before her was even of the C rank at all. I then watched as the woman turned around and made their way towards me. And once she reached me, Chapter 419, Between Fear and Resolve. 2. Your hat is a bit crooked. The woman suddenly began to adjust my hat, as if it had bothered her in some way. Did she have OCD? That was what I first thought of her. W, who are you? HM. Oh, I'm Beatrice Ker. The woman raised her fingers into a peace sign before adding, and I'm of the first tier, like you guys. Ashu. You're only of the first tier? When I had heard that, I was beyond stunned. There was no way that someone had fought a C-rank monster all on their own with just their element at hand. Besides some metal gauntlets, I didn't see her use any other weapons. How did you defeat something 2 ranks above you? That shouldn't be possible. Beatrice smiled at me with a warm gaze. I then heard her say, hard work can take you to many places as long as you put in the effort, don't you think? Anyway, the bear's not dead, just paralyzed. The woman chuckled before asking, what class are you in anyway? I don't think you're in mine. Oh, I am from the master classroom. HM? Oh, B class. I think I saw your group somewhere near here. As I watched the woman grab onto my hand and pull me along deeper into the forest, I couldn't help but still think back to her victory over the monster. Could you teach me how to fight like you? That's an odd question, especially since it's our first time meeting each other. Beatrice stated as she looked back with a teasing look, which I couldn't help but be embarrassed about. Beatrice sighed and shrugged. I can't teach you how to fight like me, but I can teach you how to fight with others, though. That's sure, I guess. But why can't I learn how you fight? Beatrice gave me a weak smile, almost as if she was hesitating whether or not to answer my question. But then she did. I'm a part of the small percentage of people who were born with the ability to fight and adapt on the go, you know? No offense, but I don't think you're in that percentage. My mouth opened but then closed several times as I went silent. She was right. I wasn't that physically strong and depended on weapons with a fixed damage output, like firearms, to get damage in. But that didn't mean it didn't hurt to hear that. Beatrice, almost as though she could sense my feelings being hurt, clutched my hand in a rather intimate way as she grinned softly at me. Hey, look, what's your name again? Viesta Gla Jorlinston. Alright. Anyway, look, Viesta. Beatrice then turned towards the sky with a dazed look. I will eventually face things that I wouldn't be able to take on by myself. That is a universal fact. And when that happens, I will need others to shoulder the burden with me, regardless of how much I'm against it. She then turned to me and asked with a small smile, "Do you get it? Just because I'm strong now doesn't mean I will be strong alone forever. So, since we're acquainted and all, want to join me on my next trial in the future? Ashu, we only just met, and we're holding hands and had already exchanged names. I think we're already at the friendship stage now. You know, ha ha ha. Ugh, please stop." As I hid my face under my hat, my ears then twitched at what I heard next. "You remind me a lot of my dear friend. Shy, and yet willing to ask for things." Raising my hat away from my face, I looked at the woman and asked, "May I know who this friend of yours is?" "HM? Sure." Beatrice's face seemed to lighten up. "Her name is—" As another streak of lightning shot down from the heavens, two separate beams of pure mana shot out from the mouths of the Leviathan, merging together to form one large attack, which could wipe out the entire wooden ship. Viesta gritted her teeth as she kept a steady hold, watching as the beam rapidly approached the ship. Then, with one final breath, she clutched on her weapon tightly and fired off a sound wave, which she enhanced with her element. She didn't have much hope as she watched an invisible wave pierce through the dense wall of rain. Perhaps her attack could stop the beam for just a split second. I tried. You know, Beatrice?" As Viesta was about to step away from the wooden railings of the ship, swish. The world around her was lit up. Two separate walls of pure light appeared, shooting around the boat's side, only briefly breaking through parts of it. The ship trembled due to this, and fire began to appear, as well as steam from the surface of the water. Fortunately, the rain managed to put out the fire, but that wasn't what had gotten Viesta's attention. Instead, what that? Off to the distance, the beam seemed to have met something on its journey towards them, causing it to refract into two and split apart. It created a mysterious but jaw-dropping scene. It was like the air itself had magically formed an invisible blade to slice through the beam to keep them out of harm's way. Was this her Soundwave doing? No, it can't be. As Viesta muttered this with clear signs of confusion and daze, she grunted as the winds suddenly crashed against her like a mighty tidal wave. Were the winds trying to prevent her from seeing what was going on? I need to see what is going on. Gripping the edges of her hat tightly, she looked forward. She was confident that her sound blaster wasn't that powerful enough to release such force to counteract an attack of this scale. What was it that managed to split the devastating beam in two? When Viesta managed to finally get a look, she widened her eyes as her jaw slowly dropped. Chapter 420. I'm going all out. A few dozen minutes earlier, Lillian's eyes pierced through the thick rain, watching as a flurry of cannonballs left the side of their ship and struck the two-headed Leviathan with thunderous explosions. She unconsciously gripped the edges of her cloak. While it seems that they were dealing damage, what they were doing was the equivalent of scrubbing off barnacles from the underside of a sea vessel. That was how facing Leviathans was. Their thick exterior armor was unlike anything she had ever fought before. Even the Alpha's full-body metal exoskeleton couldn't be compared to the defenses of the two-headed seawater Leviathan. And she knew the moment that they ran out of cannonballs, the gigantic sea beast would immediately move into charging up another beam attack, which was titled by the game as Leviathan's Wrath. In the past, when she used to read forums, she found a calculation post of the amount of theoretical destruction the Leviathan's Wrath could produce, and what she found could only leave her speechless. The Leviathan's Wrath was a mana-created attack in the form of a plasma-infused water beam with a temperature hotter than lava inside an active volcano. If released from a singular head, the size of the beam was around 10 meters in diameter. However, once both heads combined their attack, it would reach a maximum of around 20 meters in diameter. And with a range of around 4 kilometers per non-combined beam, it could reach up to the maximum distance of around 8 kilometers, which in comparison was almost the exact height of Mount Everest. Restera's port, which was only around 5 kilometers wide, would be completely reduced to ashes by a singular Leviathan's Wrath if the seawater leviathan were ever to reach it. And on top of that, it had the ability to manipulate water to a disastrous degree. If it were at its peak, wasn't T injured and full of mana, it would be possible for it to be able to create a tsunami 40 meters tall. That was more than double what it had created just earlier. That was the power of a B-rank monster. That was the power of a monster capable of utilizing its mana since birth. And yet, with a singular slash, matey, the captain was capable of splitting the Leviathan's wrath into two. Granted, the Leviathan wasn't T at its peak when it made the attack, but still, Lillian, who was slowly raising her hand off to the side to acquire a mana potion from the store, felt a hand slam down on her right shoulder. She winced and looked up, finding the captain looking down at her with an annoyed expression on his face. He had been trying to get her attention for a few minutes now. "ARR, have you finally woken from your dream, crewmate? We have a large fish to hunt." Saw the... Lillian scratched the back of her head with an embarrassed look before asking, "Did you come up with a plan on what to do next?" "I indeed have. A grandiose plan, you could even say." The captain leaned in and whispered his plan into Lillian's ear, who nodded slowly. The plan was a full-on attack with the two of them. But she already knew that, and that was why. "Sure, but you don't mind if I add a little bit more to that?" "Oh ho ho, go ahead." The element of transformation, that was the captain's element. Lillian looked down from the sky as she held onto the back of the captain, who had now sprouted black wings from his back, which closely resembled those of bats. Those on the outside would find it difficult to perceive their location, not because they were several dozen meters into the sky, right above their ship, but because of a certain black cloak named the Fluttering Prowl. Whenever in an area of low visibility, you will become harder to detect by imbuing your mana into it. By closely wrapping her cloak around the captain's awfully large body, she managed to just about share the effects of her cloak with the bearded man, who cackled loudly as he stared down at Viesta, who was taking a stand with her sound blaster. What a brave gal! What did she try to achieve with that flare gun in her hand? "Ha!" Lillian ignored the captain's remark over her senior's action. If this were in any other situation, she would have argued with the bearded man, but unfortunately, wait for my signal. It wasn't that type of situation. Lillian slowly closed her eyes and kept a keen ear out for Viesta's weapon. Since the two of them were intending to intercept the Leviathan's wrath, they should do so when they aren't hit by Viesta's sound wave. And, after a while, click, clang, she heard it, with a soft pat. The captain dived down and began to build up momentum as he blurred over the crewmates on deck and swiftly followed after the sound wave, which had reached the plasma beam first. And while it did seem to persist against the beam for just a single split second, it was inevitably too weak for a defense. But fifth technique of the deep-sea hunter, that didn't matter. Swish! Leviathan's descent. The captain raised his trusted cutlass above his head and swung it down with all his might, the veins in his arms popping out as mana rushed into his blade. And the moment his mana-infused blade made contact with the Leviathan's wrath, an illusory Leviathan of his own appeared down from the very heavens. As if his cutlass was a fishing rod and his swing was the casting of bait into the sea, the illusory Leviathan from the heavens charged down and followed after his swing with an earth-shattering roar that shifted the tides. It crashed into the two-headed seawater Leviathan's plasma beam and pushed back against it, causing the Leviathan's wrath to refract into two different beams. The two sides struggled for leverage over each other, trying to force the other back into submission. The illusory Leviathan gritted its teeth as it narrowed its eyes. The captain gritted his teeth as he flapped his wings harder and pushed down on his blade. Unfortunately, the moment that even the slightest bit of resistance occurred, the red eyes of the twin-headed seawater Leviathan flashed with a dark red light of malice. They were no longer going to take any chances. The scales along their body grew brighter once more as they released even more power. Swoosh! NGH dash! The captain's arms were forced back against the sudden increase in force, and so was the illusory Leviathan. He was losing, Both he and the Leviathan seemed to share a look of fear. Was his Leviathan's descent going to lose in this struggle? The captain gritted his teeth even more, to the point his gums began to bleed. I refuse. He couldn't lose. He couldn't. Not when his beloved ship was behind him. Not when he had crewmates on board. With his element of transformation, he created another pair of arms right beneath his armpits and grabbed a hold of the hilt of his cutlass. As he tried to press his blade further down into the plasma beam, he could only watch as he was pushed back another couple of meters. Just another pair of arms wasn't enough. He needed more. Right as the captain was about to create another pair of wings behind his back, he couldn't help but feel the presence of someone lacking. Stealing his heart, he took a concerned look back and found that Lillian was no longer on his back, just her cloak, which so happens to be fastened around his neck meticulously. What the dash? Arg! The captain's pain-filled groan bled from his mouth. The force behind the beam had suddenly increased even more. His eyes shook as his arms trembled in a painful manner. Soon enough, he wouldn't be able to hold on long. And unfortunately, it seemed that his weapon wouldn't be able to hold out long enough to fall, for it had begun to lose its edge and shape due to the Leviathan's wrath temperature. As the captain struggled against the overpowering plasma beam, Lillian magically appeared in the sky before disappearing again, and again she was teleporting. And not only that, but she was hopping through the air as well, while a thin layer of electricity coated her body. By abusing the enchantments of her boots and utilizing the speed boost given by her short sword, Lillian managed to cross several hundred meters in the span of a few seconds. And with that, she was now 100 meters in the air, having just reached the twin-headed seawater Leviathan, who continued to expel a ridiculous amount of mana. Lillian stood on a transparent platform as the clouds roared above her. She narrowed her eyes behind her mask before lifting it up and drinking 3 exact mana potions. Once doing so and chucking them back in her spatial ring, Lillian took one step forward and fell feet first. As the winds rolled over her body and shouted in her ears of the dangers below, she couldn't help but unconsciously block out the noise. As the electricity coated around her body arced and jumped to nearby raindrops, she couldn't help but unconsciously tighten her grip on her short sword before summoning out her scythe. Then, in a quiet but determined voice, she whispered, "I'm going all out." Twisting her body around and making it so her front was parallel to the ground, she gripped the scythe in her right hand and began swinging it in large arcs, until eventually the entire sky below her was captured in a golden net made of pure electricity. Chapter 421. Through the Eye of the Beast, Lillian swung her scythe over and over, causing the golden runes etched into the curved blade of her scythe to glow a deep and radiant gold light as arcs of electricity magically formed. With each swing she made, large waves of crescent moon-shaped electricity shot out. A vertical swing, a horizontal swing, a diagonal swing, whatever possible swinging motion she made with her scythe inevitably ended up with a large arc of electricity. The moment the arcs of electricity left her scythe, they shot down through the air with tremendous speed, connecting with each other into a large net. And not only that, but due to the dense rain around her, the net of electricity grew even further outwards as arcs leapt to each individual raindrop. Lillian eventually stopped her swinging and immediately put away her scythe before tilting her body fully downwards, making use of her sword's air resistance, negating enchantment. She then held it in a stabbing stance as she fell downwards with a peak speed of approximately 160 kilometers per hour, while simultaneously activating the enchantment focus stab. BZZT. The twin-headed Leviathan stiffened as it felt the moisture in contact with its scales felt awfully different from usual, especially in the weather like this. It felt more static. Could it be because of the storm? It hadn't yet felt any lightning strikes around it just yet, so it couldn't be that. PUH. Captain Right Hook dropped towards the surface of the ocean, breathing raggedly in relief as the seemingly never-ending beam of plasma finally ended. His arms dropped to his side as his eyes wavered slightly, overwhelmed by the feeling of fatigue. He now only had around 25 of his mana left. Captain Right Hook managed to catch himself before hitting the water and flapped his wings, which managed to shoot him back up into the air. He looked around his surroundings and found that it was covered in a dense mist due to the heat of the Leviathan's wrath. After repairing his cutlass with his element, he slashed through the mist and opened up a path for his eyes to find the Leviathan looking straight up. Confusion flashed through his eyes, but then he noticed that the sky had become strangely bright. Looking upwards, his face immediately hardened as his eyes widened. For what he saw could only be described as a humongous fishing net of interconnecting streaks of electricity that only seemed to grow larger and larger. The Leviathan was also in a state of disbelief. It had never seen the weather do something like this before. Was this world that much different compared to its place of origin? That brief moment of thought was the only thing it was able to commit, mainly because it wasn't in any position where it could move to dodge. Boom! The thunderous net made of pure electricity crashed into its body with the force of more than a dozen lightning strikes. And because of that, a massive curtain of water blasted out from the surface of the water. The electricity net wrapped over the Leviathan like it was a massive catch before arcing around the water and the salt contents within it. And due to that, the Leviathan was now momentarily trapped in a cage of bouncing electricity, causing it to spasm uncontrollably, opening and closing its mouth repeatedly, and even making it so that its scales flashed with mana like faulty festive lights. In any scenario where it was in peak condition, such an attack wouldn't have such an effect on it, only a dark char on its scales. However, due to its exposed and open wounds, the electricity managed to enter its system. BZZT. Once the curtain of water fell, it revealed a layer of boiling water vapors that clung to the outside of the Leviathan's body, which continued to carry traces of electricity along the ridges of its thick scales. Its eyes, which were closed during the moment of it being shocked, shot open as both heads roared up into the sky. The rain in the air trembled once it came in contact with the wrathful sound waves of the Leviathan's roar. They then stood in place, hanging in the air like a fixed star. The floating raindrops then spun at an extreme rate before pointing upwards and sharpening themselves to a lethal degree. The Leviathan narrowed its eyes into slits as it pierced through the thick rain and settled its enraged gaze on Lillian's falling figure. Then, with one last roar, it sent the bullet-shaped raindrops towards Lillian, who immediately sensed their speeding presence. Lillian's eyes strained, and her pupils constricted as everything in the world besides the Leviathan's charred and floating figure in the sea became blurred. Her focus stabbed tunnel vision. She gritted her teeth. She needs this attack to land. She can't focus on defense. With complete disregard of any defenses, Lillian's body began to fade in and out of existence the moment the bullet-shaped raindrops made it to her. Every split second she teleported and appeared, she would vanish once again, dodging the bullets that would littered her with holes. As her mana drained rapidly with her constant teleportations, she managed to make it through the hailstorm of bullets with only a few shallow wounds on her body and chest plate. The twin-headed seawater Leviathan, watching as its attack was ineffective, raised its right head and opened its mouth as the scales of its right neck began to glow a radiant blue. The moisture in the air began to vaporize at the heat being emitted from the insides of the Leviathan's throat once again, reaching Lillian, who still remained calm. Because fear brings weakness. Right before the seawater Leviathan could release its plasma beam, Lillian went through another rapid sequence of teleportation, eventually reaching the open mouth of the gigantic sea beast. The Leviathan watched as Lillian appeared right before its mouth. Its eyes smiled with a malicious light as it then released its premature plasma beam. And as it watched Lillian's body become swallowed in its beam, it gave a toothy grin before turning its attention towards Captain Right Hook. But The moment it did just that, SWIP, it watched as a dark human with white hair and an ominous mask that constantly changed shape appear right before its eye. And right before anything happened, it was able to make out one sentence despite the clouds roaring above them. Second technique of the deep-sea hunter, harpoon thrust. In a split second right after hearing that, the world became dark. Lillian had entered and pierced through the entire eye. Before it could even make a sound, Lillian had already broken through and breached the inside of its skull. Her body, which was now encased inside an illusory harpoon, shot through its brain and created a massive puncture hole in it. And as quickly as she had entered, Lillian left through the other side of its head. The twin-headed seawater leviathan had now lost one of its heads. As Lillian flew out covered in brain matter, blood, and shards of Leviathan's skull, the world slowed and the clouds roared thunderously. It was as if the abnormal storm was cheering Lillian for her achievement, almost as though they knew that, with the death of one of the Leviathan's heads, the slim chance they had at the beginning of winning this encounter with the sea beast had now been dramatically increased by more than. Chapter 422. The Leviathan's Last Gambit. Sea crack. Swoosh. Lillian shot out from the other side of the Leviathan's right skull. With her body covered in blood and all sorts of biological matter, she fell towards the surface of the water and landed on her feet. And as she did that, countless translucent lines followed after her, connecting on her back before slowly turning a dark red and bright blue. Lillian breathed heavily as she turned back around and found the right head of the twin-headed seawater leviathan falling slowly to the side and going limp as blood spilt out of its skull and merged into the sea. Having now dealt with one head, their chances of winning should increase by more than 40%. Lillian's body shook excitedly, while keeping a partial focus so that she wouldn't accidentally fall into the water. Even if it didn't truly matter, considering she was already soaking wet. The remaining head of the seawater leviathan watched as its siblings suddenly became limp. Worry flashed through its eyes, and so did anger. It glared in Lillian's direction and manipulated the water around her to spin and trap her inside a deadly whirlpool, which would twist her body into two. Lillian lost her footing and fell a couple of meters down into the eye of the swirling whirlpool. Then, she watched as the water above her began to flood inwards. The Leviathan was going to trap her. Her eyes flashed with refusing blue light as the runes on her boots flashed with light and immediately teleported her out of the whirlpool. And after escaping, Lillian created an air platform and stood on it. She watched the remaining head of the twin-headed seawater leviathan bit down on the neck of its brother and ripped it off its main body, ultimately freeing itself from its brother's dead weight. Lillian summoned her scythe and swapped hands with her short sword. Then, raising the scythe over her left shoulder, she said, "Fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, drowning net." With a sequence of quick and interlaced slashes, Lillian's scythe glowed a deep and bright gold as electricity shot out in waves and arcs, forming a fishing net of pure electricity, which shot forward with immense speed. She then shot forward as well, following after it as closely as she could right after putting away her scythe. The seawater leviathan glowed out a furious growl, recalling this specific attack, and immediately let out a roar that caused the waves to rise above the incoming fishing net. The fishing net crashed with the force of countless lightning bolts and caused the wave to explode outwards, splashing over the leviathan, who immediately settled its gaze on Lillian's fast-approaching figure gliding through the air. It let out another growl as its scales glowed once again and charged in with intense speed, which caused the waves to overturn. The Leviathan then opened its maw, which was now covered in a bright and radiant blue light, a countermeasure it had devised if Lillian were to try and enter its mouth to defeat it from the inside. Seconds before they collided, the world seemingly slowed down as someone off to the side, followed by an overly enraged, illusory sea beast charged towards them through the air. Captain Right Hook, having recovered some of this mana, flew towards them with speed reaching that of 500 meters per minute. And once he did reach them, so did the illusion of his Leviathan-esque descent, which crashed and bit down on the neck of Leviathan the moment his blade sank into its thick scales. Leviathan-esque descent, the fifth technique of the deep-sea hunter, was created for the sole purpose of shattering defenses and ending duels as decisively as possible. And for that reason alone, just the illusion biting down on the thick scales of the Leviathan, which, although mimicking the texture of stone, had the toughness far surpassing any mundane material by several folds, cracked under the might of the illusion-esque bite, and even shattering. This was the true power of techniques, allowing those of lower tiers to face enemies far above their weight level. However, even techniques had their requirements and drawbacks. After Captain Right Hook had managed to sink his blade deep into the Leviathan-esque neck, breaching through its scales, the blood vessels in his arms ruptured. Captain Right Hook then vomited blood as he tried to return his arms to normal, but then felt his wings and second pair of arms slowly disappear. He had run out of mana, with his defense against the Leviathan-esque wrath both times, and using his fifth technique constantly had bled him dry. Not only counting the additional limbs he had created, he watched as the scales began to glow slightly, and he sensed the temperature around him increase dramatically. The water vapors that slowly appeared began to burn him alive, as well as the scales, as though he was stuck to a frying pan. Was the Leviathan trying to burn him off? The seawater Leviathan suddenly became a massive sight to behold for those in the distance, as its entire body began to glow, even brighter than when it released its beam attack. Lillian, who had finally reached the Leviathan, saw what it was doing and immediately teleported towards its remaining eye. What it was about to do was let out an energy pulse that would vaporize them to death. And that would mean her clothes would also be vaporized off. I can't let it burn off my clothes. Lillian appeared before its eye, stabbing and dragging her blade through it and destroying its vision. She ignored the pain of the burning hot surface of the scales and continued to cling on. Fortunately, she was able to keep back the hot water vapors. Lillian looked down and towards the captain, who was facing the same issue. She smirked behind her mask, and after creating a few more parasitic lines, she shot them towards the bearded man, allowing him to reap the benefits of draining the Leviathan-esque mana and vitality. With all of these happening in such short periods, the Leviathan was only able to process the loss of its vision, which caused it to go into a blind rage. Lillian held on tightly as the gigantic sea beast began to thrash its body left and right, slamming them and its neck into the water. Because of this, the air in her lungs she squashed out of her like a pump, regardless of whether she had her chest plate on. Eventually, the seawater Leviathan-esque blind rage subsided, and so did the burning temperature on its scales as they gradually lost their bright glow. Lillian breathed a sigh of relief before holding on tightly for what was going to happen next. After calming down, the Leviathan threw itself on its back before shooting downwards and towards the bottom of the sea with immense speed. With its intellect and experience, it knew that the deeper it went, the more suffocating it became. It was going to try to kill the two humans clinging to its body with the sea's overwhelming water pressure. Chapter 423, The Drowning Mind. Lillian clung tightly to the edges of the Leviathan-esque hollow but bleeding. She clenched her jaw and gritted her teeth as she felt herself become submerged. Water rushed up her nose, covered her eyes, and rubbed up against her skin as it clung to her limbs like a tight latex bodysuit. By manipulating the water around her eyes, she managed to get a good look at what was going on. And what she found was the water around them rapidly becoming darker the longer the Leviathan dragged both her and the captain deeper into the abyss of the sea. She gripped the edges of the Leviathan-esque scales, almost losing her grip. Luckily, her sword, which was still stuck in the eye of the sea beast, gave her another added spot to hold on to. By now, the Leviathan must be feeling the pain and shock that came from the thin layer of electricity wrapped around her body and sword due to its enchantment. However, that wouldn't mean much as time went on. for they were now nearing the despotic zone inside the depth of the sea, otherwise known as the Twilight Zone. If a regular human were to plummet and sink into this zone without any specialized gear, any air-filled spaces within their body, like their lungs, would be instantly crushed by the pressure. Although Lillian was a couple of tiers above a regular human, even she would perish at this level. She still wasn't confident that even her water element could save her with her current mastery over it, and that was especially so due to the fact that she hadn't yet adapted correctly to the gradual increase in pressure. And that was because this thing isn't slowing down. The seawater leviathan continued to drag them deeper and deeper into the sea. With its current injuries, any smart and experienced living organism would run away and save itself. However, from what it had analyzed, the two humans clinging to its body would undoubtedly be able to catch up to it, especially when it was now losing a fatal amount of blood. And because it knew that the two humans would follow after it and kill it eventually, it knew that the best-case scenario was to kill it with something it had adapted to evolve to. The water pressure in the Twilight Zone won't kill it, but it will definitely kill Lillian and the captain. Currently, Lillian was hanging on with all her might. Her mental strength was now reaching its limit. Not only does she need to keep a hold on the Leviathan to not risk her falling off, but she also has to manipulate the water around her so that it will not rip her apart. Such parallel thinking was beginning to become too much for her. And not only that, but I'm starting to lose oxygen. Due to her training with Marionette, she could safely say she could hold her breath up to 20 minutes, 30 minutes if she was really trying. The perks of being in the second tier. But due to the pressure weighing down on her, she was beginning to lose it quickly, suffocating even. She needed the Leviathan to stop its descent and get back up to the surface. She took a glance back down and found the captain to be holding up well. That was because of a trait he had called CS Blessing, which not only made him stronger out at sea, but also gave him the ability to breathe underwater. So, unlike her, he would be far more resistant to the water pressure, not only due to his trait, but also because of his experience out at sea. How? How do I get to go back up to the surface of the water? In the game, this gambit that the Leviathan pulled was a death sentence for the player, unless they managed to kill it fast with a set number of moves. Unfortunately, this was reality. She couldn't pull off something you could only do in a game. However, since this is reality, you have complete freedom of choice. There was definitely a way out that she hadn't noticed yet. With the rate that they were moving, she only had a minute or so to think up something. As the water crashed against her face, she was reminded that she was still wearing the mask of deceit. I know what to do now. The Leviathan continued to swim down towards the darkness in the sea. It was getting closer now. By entering it, the humans on its back would be swiftly killed and are incapacitated, allowing it to devour them and regain some of its mana back. The thought gave it some ease. Distracting itself from the fact that it had lost its brother in this battle, it should VE1. And because of that, it swam even faster, reducing the time for their destination into the Twilight Zone. But then, it stopped dead in its tracks. It felt something, a sense of unease. At first, it tickled the back of its mind, as though requesting to be let in. But then, in a split second, the foreign feeling broke through the doors of its mind and let it. And that was this feeling of unease that rapidly grew into a towering emotion of pure hesitation. It gripped at its large heart and took it hostage. Why was it feeling this way? Was this gambit truly the right move? As thoughts like that bubbled inside its mind, the feeling only grew worse and worse. The walls of the fortress built inside its mind rapidly crumbled, and for some reason, its remaining mana was being used up at an obscene rate. Until eventually, its mind completely shattered. Perhaps it should do something less taxing on its body. Lillian, who had activated the enchantment Fractured Resolve, watched as the Leviathan suddenly took a sharp turn towards the surface of the water. As pleasing as this was, the act of avoiding certain death wasn't without cost. From every orifice on her face, blood bled out at an exceeding rate, causing her mind to reel in and spin as she felt like she was hurling. She felt tired and sick to her stomach, like she was hit with a sudden motion sickness that was 10 times worse, due to the monster's obscenely powerful mental fortitude. She was hit with a powerful backlash. If it wasn't for her parasitic connection to the Leviathan, she wouldn't have been able to change its point of destination. As blood exited her mask through the gaps and holes in her mask, Lillian's mouth opened and closed rapidly, desperate to breathe and calm herself, but was instantly met with gulps of her own blood mixed in with water. Lillian felt the world close in, strangling her and suffocating her of oxygen. Was she experiencing claustrophobia or some kind of intense variation of it? Lillian shivered, only now realizing the freezing temperature that clung to her body. If she could look at her fingers, she would find that the tips had already become a deathly blue. As Lillian continued to shiver, it only seemed to bring her pain as a migraine washed over her mind in waves, causing her to become blank and blackout. She had accidentally let go, drifting away from the face of the Leviathan, which accidentally knocked her away with its rapid ascent towards the surface. Chapter 424. Against the Pulse? As soon as Lillian's grip relaxed, so did her fingers, which slowly unwrapped themselves around the edges of the Leviathan's scale and the hilt of her short sword. Soon enough, she drifted away and was then bashed to the side accidentally by the rising Leviathan, who continued to drag its 50-meter-long body towards the surface. When it seemed that Lillian would be stuck inside the sea to drown, without any way to move in her condition, something managed to grab a hold of her. Something hooking the back of her collar, despite the water around them. The sound of a stereotypical pirate growling and echoing inside her ears magically. The growl came from no one other than Captain Right Hook, whose arm had unnaturally grown in length as though it was made of rubber. As Lillian's body was pulled along with the Leviathan, the captain hastily reeled in his arm, bringing Lillian closer to his body as he inspected her condition. He looked at her mask, which continued to shift in shape before looking around it, and finding trails of blood exiting the gaps in her mask, he had identified that Lillian was drowning in her own blood. The captain let out another growl before yelling in a booming voice that caused her eyes to flutter slightly. This isn't the end for you, matey. We still have a fish to catch." Once Lillian had faintly heard that, she felt the blood inside her mask magically disappear, and in its place were gulps of oxygen that she unconsciously began breathing in. Captain Right Hook, having transformed the blood inside Lillian's mask into oxygen, clung on her body as they rose higher and higher up the depths of the sea, finally reaching the light, until eventually, splash, they broke through the surface of the water. Lillian, whose mind had finally recovered with the help of the captain and also with her parasitic lines, woke up immediately. Watching as Lillian woke up, the captain nodded in satisfaction as he firmly patted her back. "Welcome back to the world of the living, matey," and after saying that, he created a pair of wings before flapping them, pulling Lillian along. The two now found themselves several dozen meters away from the Leviathan, who was strangely looking up at the chaotic weather with a melancholic expression. Lillian created an invisible platform underneath their feet, allowing them to stand on and rest as she analyzed their current situation. Now that they were no longer at any risk of perishing from water pressure, they needed to devise a plan on how to put down the beast once and for all. Lillian summoned the Black Maw after realizing she had lost her short sword and looked towards the Leviathan and found it to have begun to glow a radiant light. She widened her eyes and immediately looked towards the captain. She then began to yell out commands, while the Leviathan continued to look up towards the sky. It listened closely to the sound of heavy rain, followed by the sound of thunder. Although it was nearing the end of its life, it found comfort in the noise, despite its inability to admire it with its eyes, which were now destroyed. It couldn't remember why it had risen back to the surface. But what it could remember was that the humans were still alive. the humans who had caused the death of her brother and also his torment today. And while it couldn't kill them with the water pressure, it wasn't going to stop until its last breath had left its maw. And with such a thought in its mind, the radiating glow along the thousands of scales on its body glowed even brighter. Then, with a wrathful roar that caused the clouds above to slightly part, a sudden boom. Energy pulse erupted with it at the center. The bluish pulse surged outward from all sides, reducing the water around the Leviathan to evaporate into boiling hot steam and causing drifting debris to be reduced to ashes. Mana pulse. Lillian watched as the gigantic mana pulse rushed towards them like a towering tsunami, intending to swallow them whole and reduce them to nothingness. Her face darkened. Mana pulse was a common technique found by those able to control their mana freely. It was a technique that allowed you to shoot your mana outwards in an omnidirectional manner. Its main purpose was for sensory. However, as long as you had enough mana, even making a move used primarily for sensing your enemies could be used as an attack or defense in some scenarios. But unless your reservoir of mana was large, it was nearly impossible to fully produce. However, for someone like her, with her amount of mana, I could do this. Although she didn't have a reason to in the past and had never attempted such a technique, she had one thing going for her: talent. Lillian stomped both of her legs on the air platform below her, and so did the captain, who, just like her, was as capable of producing such a technique. The two of them raised their arms and directed their palms towards the incoming energy pulse with a determined glint in their eyes. Their mana then bursted open like a massive flood. Then, their mana took form. Their mana shot out in a large pulse, momentarily crashing against each other before fusing into one large and powerful one. The concept was simple. All Lillian needed to do was push out her mana forcefully. Perhaps it was because of the mana pill she had digested, but she found such a thing easy to accomplish. Brace yourself, matey. As their combined mana pulse crashed into the Leviathaness, they were immediately forced back a step as the heat from the sea beastess washed over them with intensity. And so did its predatory aura. The two energy pulses clashed and were locked in an intense struggle. The Leviathan S pushed back against Lillian S and the Captain S, whose arms began to shake painfully. Both of their eyes widened, especially when they got a teaser of the burning pain of the Leviathan S mana pulse, which had burnt the layer of skin off their hands. Fortunately, Lillian had her gauntlets to protect her, but that didn't mean she wasn't experiencing the pain of being burnt alive. The captain gritted his teeth. He refused to back down. He took a step forward and expelled more mana. He couldn't back down. Lillian watched as he took a step forward and did the same despite the pain. Her mana, which had already been reduced to less than half, shot out of her body. HAA! Lillian roared out loud as she continued to push on, along with the captain. The more they continued to push on, the more serious burns appeared on their body, even burning off the muscles on their bones. This was more evident with Lillian, who struggled the most in this clash since, at the end of the day, she was still only a Tier 2 mage. Lillian took a worried look at the captain's face. She knew something about the bearded man that he doesn't want anyone to know. And that was that. He was of the 3rd tier. Yet, such information wasn't going to help them. For compared to a Tier 4, their mana was visibly far inferior in comparison, regardless of whether or not their enemy was a human or not. Thus, the captain's face darkened, while Lillian yelled out in fear, "Damn it, dash." Boom! Thus, meant that they had lost the mana clash. Chapter 425. The Final Stand. A shard has been shattered. The shard regular's last grasp had awoken. It will now begin a temporary takeover. The enchantment clutch instinct had been activated. Error. The enchantment clutch instinct has now been deactivated. The shard regular's last grasp has now fallen back to sleep. The Leviathan continued to float in the center of the sea, sensing that the water had been replaced by others. It had also felt as though the rain lightened up slightly and the amount of roars in the clouds subsided a bit. It had endured countless injuries, one more lethal than the last, each taxing in its own right as they began to take a heavy toll on its large and bleeding body. The seawater leviathan continued to stay still, processing the loss of its vision and how difficult it would be to heal in the future. Luckily, it was now safe. It had felt its mana pulse make contact with the humans and scorch them alive. By now, they should perish from such burning wounds, and, if not, they would most likely be incapacitated. Unlike before, when the situation found it impossible for it to escape due to the human speed and tenacity to hunt it down, it can take its leisure time. Although its mana had now been reduced to a little under a quarter, it should be enough to take care of the surrounding wildlife if needed. Despite its major disadvantage of the loss of sight, the Leviathan remembered that there was a wooden vessel the humans were traveling on when it first encountered them. Perhaps it should begin its search for it and mark it as the beginning of its healing. As it was about to turn away and try to find its way to the ship, rumble dash, the clouds growled and turned dark once more, as if enraged at the thought of the Leviathan leaving. The sea beast instinctively raised its head towards the sky and found the weather strange. Was there going to be another storm? Streaks of jagged light stretched across the sky like snakes before coincidentally gathering above the Leviathan, who felt the moisture in the air becoming more static. Then, unaware of what was going to happen next, boom, the weather had suddenly struck it with a branch of lightning, as though scolding it for its earlier thought. It let out a painful growl and snapped its jaws at the sky, hissing and flicking its tongue at it before turning away to leave in spite. However, it immediately froze in place. Its senses had suddenly become heightened. Why was it now feeling a strong concentration of mana activity in the air? And why was it starting to feel a sense of weakness on top of the decrease in its remaining mana? It twisted its head around and looked towards a direction with the greatest concentration of mana. Past the dense mist and several hundred meters away, a massive wave stood in place, unmoving, yet still shifting around. Lillian stood atop the wave, but something was different about her. Her lower half was now a part of the crest of the wave, as though she had fused with the wave itself. How had she survived the mana pulse? Captain Righthook slowly lowered himself from the air, his entire body charred yet still operating. His wings were beyond black, yet still continued to flap energetically. Right before the mana pulse could swallow them whole, he had managed to bring Lillian away, albeit only just barely. Currently, they were around 500 meters away from the sea beast. His floating body was then suddenly hit with hundreds of crimson and light blue lines, which caused his body to regenerate rapidly. And this was the same for Lillian as well. Connected to Lillian's body were over 100 parasitic lines, each filling her body with the resources needed for her next attack. 2 minutes left. Lillian breathed in a hoarse voice. That was the amount of time she had left with her gauntlet-esque technique copying enchantment. It was just enough time for one Leviathan descent. Her first and most powerful Leviathan descent. Lillian summoned her black maw and took in a deep breath as she slowly raised it over her head. Although her injuries had fully recovered, her mind wasn't. On top of surviving the pain from almost having her entire body burn alive, she had to endure the effects of her mask. With what was left of her mind and what she could push forth, this next attack will be her last. And she had to make it strong. She had to kill it in one strike. No matter what. I'll be taking it on myself, Captain. I'd rather you don't interfere. Captain Righthook. Watching as Lillian adopted an awfully familiar stance, couldn't he help but stare in awe at the amount of mana going into her blade. The corners of his lips curled upwards. Is that so, matey? Very well. After saying that, he flapped his wings and took to the skies. The seawater Leviathan, sensing an extreme amount of mana in the distance, quickly deduced that a powerful attack was coming, one that could kill it in its current state. Its face dropped slightly, but then hardened and became firm. With its intellect, it had deduced that whatever was coming at it would be the enemy's last attack against it by going off the amount of mana being concentrated. It breathed a shaky breath almost human-like, before snapping its mana-infused jaws down and separating the parasitic lines connected to its body. Its scales then began to glow, radiating their blue light. And when it reached its head, it opened its maw and revealed the burning light within its mouth, which was far weaker compared to previous times. If this were its prey's last attack, it would respond the same. Its body had already neared the end of its life, and didn't have much hope in the future to recover. That was one of the reasons for this final stand it was taking. The true reason, the main reason, was that its pride would be shattered if it ran away now. Did this contradict its earlier thoughts of escaping and recovering from its wounds? It did, it absolutely did. However, it was still nothing more than a filthy beast. Lillian muttered quietly as she watched the Leviathan charge up its plasma beam. It seemed it had decided to take its last stand against her, just like she was taking a last stand with this final attack. Lillian adjusted her grip on her Odachi. For a split moment, she felt it tremble, almost as if she could sense it shaking from pure excitement at what was to come. It must be my imagination. Lillian took in a deep breath and released it. She then waited, and waited, building up her mana as rain continued to fall from the clouds and thunderous roars echoed from the heavens. Lightning began to strike around their general location, as if they were building up the dramatic tension. Once Lillian had finished building up her mana, she could almost sense an illusory entity floating above her, overshadowing her. Compared to Captain Righthook's past Leviathan descents, hers was much larger, at least double and possibly even triple his. However, that also brought an unbearable weight, which threatened to crush the bones in her arms and rupture her muscles. She winced and clenched her jaws as she continued to keep her black maw raised high over her head. It also looks blacker, unlike the Captain-S. The illusion of her technique had a darker shade to its scales and even had arms and legs with humongous, deadly claws that could definitely rip her apart with just a single swipe. She widened her eyes, but then shook her head. Such details were irrelevant to her current situation. The Leviathan, having fully charged up its Leviathan-S wrath, looked towards Lillian with a mouthful of its scorching hot plasma. This was it. The seawater Leviathan swung its head towards the sky and quickly shaped the mana inside its mouth before gulping it down. Then, after a moment, it swung its head down and released the beam it had built up with a loud booming sound. The light, bluish plasma beam shot across the surface of the ocean, causing it to evaporate and turn into steam. Lillian, watching as the Leviathan-S wrath blasted towards her with immense speed, responded in kind as she moved the wave she was riding forward. This was the moment that was going to decide whether they lived or not, whether they would come out on top like a winner or fall to the depths of the sea like a loser. Chapter 426, Where Beasts Fall. Hunter's rise time rapidly slowed down the closer Lillian got to the incoming plasma beam. Her pupils, which were once blank from exhaustion, suddenly began to glow blue as the blood vessels around her eyes bulged. With every fiber in her being, with every ounce of might she could wield at her disposal, with every ounce of mana she had left, Lillian swung down with only one thought in mind. I will win. The illusory black Leviathan that floated behind her gave a lively grin, as though it was amused by Lillian's thought. The black maw clutched in Lillian's hand shook as it heard her roar the technique's name with a booming voice that demanded respect. Fifth technique of the deep SEA hunter, Leviathan-S descent. A split second after her roar, the illusory black Leviathan let out a heaven-shaking roar as it fell along with the black maw. Swish! Boom! It crashed against the Leviathan-S wrath with the force of a dozen lightning bolts. The illusory black Leviathan-S eyes then glowed in eerie light as it slowly opened its mouth and bit down on the beam before riding upstream. Lillian's black blade bit deep into the plasma beam, splitting it into two as she remained uninterrupted by the heavy force of the beam, allowing her to continue her rapid approach to the seawater Leviathan, who found her speed towards it frightening. Why was its beam working? Why hasn't its plasma beam worked as it had intended since the start of this battle? Lillian, having crossed over 100 meters, continued to grit her teeth as she cut through the plasma beam. By now, the heat from the beam was affecting her. Despite the rain, it did nothing to cool her down, as the raindrops would only evaporate the moment they got even a few meters near the plasma beam. She sweated profusely behind her mask. The gauntlets wrapped around her hand conducted the heat and transferred it into her hands, burning the upper layer of her skin like she had stuck 2 frying pans to her hands. Lillian clenched her jaws and roared out once more, speeding up. She couldn't let up now. She only had a limited amount of mana left. In time, 49 seconds left once Lillian reached the 200 meters mark. Her arms faltered for a split moment, causing a small surge of plasma to crash in her chest plate, momentarily causing the purple gem in the center to dim and crack. Not only had her now-melting chest plate begun to scar her body like molten lava, it hurts, but also the weight and crushing sensation around her arms were becoming too much. She wasn't sure if she would be able to last for long. 37 seconds left, 200 meters left. Crack! Lillian winced, feeling fractures forming along the sides of the bones inside her arm. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes at the pain. But then, she blinked them away. She couldn't cry now. She couldn't fall now. She sped up. 18 seconds left, 54 meters left. The Leviathan, finding that she was only a several dozen meters away from it, increased its output. And because of that, the scales along its body began to blacken and burn. It was surpassing the limits set on its body. See crack shatter. A shard has been shattered. Her gem in her chest plate cracked and shattered, causing the molten piece of armor to shatter into a cloud of rainbow glass dust. With her nude body now bare and exposed to the world, Lillian now felt the heat around her more clearly and more intensely. The wave underneath her was also evaporating quicker than she could replenish it. Is this game over? Lillian, feeling her own body failing her, felt a sense of melancholy as she tried to fight against a hopeless stream of plasma-infused water. She was like a salmon trying to swim upstream, trying to escape a bear that was the incarnation of death itself. 10 seconds left, 33 meters left. I need help. The moment her hoarse and desperate words echoed out, something appeared from the sky. It was long and had a deep azure color to its scales, which shimmered as it fell through the air. It was another Leviathan, and this one was a real one, not just an illusion. And at the end of its tail, "Kaha, who do you think you are to order your captain to keep out of this?" was Captain Right Hook, who had a bright and excited grin on his bearded face. With a roar of his technique, the Leviathan's descent, he swung the Leviathan he gripped at the tail down. The seawater Leviathan, sensing another creature of a much larger size, quickly chose between 2 options. Should it continue to attack Lillian, or the entity in the sky, and hope it wasn't some kind of illusion? It had chosen. The Leviathan tilted its head towards the sky and directed its beam to crash into the face of the Captain's Leviathan, who only opened its maw and began to swallow it. It then began to rapidly bloat and burn from the inside, but that was enough. 5 seconds left. The Captain's distraction was enough for what happened next. Now, without obstruction, Lillian's illusory black Leviathan surged towards the charred neck of the Leviathan with extreme speed as its yellow eyes flashed with a gluttonous and bloodthirsty light. This was it. Its arms and legs ran across the surface of the water, causing large waves to appear as it dashed forward. This was it. It then twisted sideways and opened its jaws before, swish crunch, snapping down shut on the neck of the seawater Leviathan. Just as easily as its jaws broke through the seawater Leviathan's scales, Lillian's black Odachi seamlessly cleaved through the flesh of the sea beast. However, upon contact, Lillian's arms exploded, her muscles, along with blood vessels, ruptured, and her bones fractured. Her face winced for a split second before blanking. Lillian's grip on the black moss slowly relaxed. But then, no, not yet. Tightening her grip, she continued pushing forward. From her arms to her shoulder, muscles and a mist of blood began to be expelled from her body in strips and liters, only to be put back together by a cast of water, which supported her arms. She didn't care about the pain. She didn't care if she would lose her arms after this. She needed to. I needed to. Swish dash. She needed to crunch. Cut deeper. Lillian roared out with the intensity of a cornered beast, and with one last final push, she sliced deeper into the thick neck of the Leviathan, cutting deep into its flesh. The illusory black Leviathan, as though inspired by her roar to keep on moving, sank its teeth even deeper into the seawater Leviathan's neck and tore through the bone and muscles, keeping it together, until eventually, crunch, it was torn apart into two and allowed Lillian to slowly glide by with a dazed look on her face. Waves of the seawater Leviathan's blood crashed in her body, even slipping inside her mouth. But that didn't matter. You have slain a prime husk. Twin-headed seawater Leviathan. For the exact moment when Lillian heard that system message, tiredness washed over her as she glided past the bisected neck of the Leviathan. She was tired. Lillian fell towards the water. Oh, so tired. The clouds above her gained their beautiful white shade and lost their chaotic and gloomy darkness as the rain disappeared along with the thunder. Splash! Lillian fell into the sun-kissed sea, which was now stained in both hers and the Leviathan's blood. She struggled to stay awake, but managed to grip onto her consciousness for what she heard next, which resounded heavenly in her ears. You have gained a shard. Lillian gave a weak smile and began to chuckle in a satisfied but quiet voice. I'm pretty strong, huh? And after saying that, her eyes slowly closed. Her tortured mind had now drifted away into the land of dreams, unable to enjoy the lovely weather that had now just appeared. Total time of battle, 24 minutes and 49 seconds, Chapter 427. The day after the Leviathan. From deep within the insides of a ship, and one of the rooms that could be found within it, one would be able to find what someone could only assume to be the living quarters for a limited number of crewmates. Small desks, wooden stools, a candle, and its metal disc, as well as several bunk beds. It was a cozy but empty room, with it only currently having one resident. On one of the bottom bunk beds, a person with an ever-changing mask lay with both arms tightly wrapped in bandages, which seemed to have been recently changed. It was Lillian, and if it wasn't for her stubborn mask, one would been able to catch a glimpse of her beautiful sleeping face, which suddenly twitched and stirred. She was waking up. Ugh! Lillian let out a groggy moan. Her eyes slowly fluttered open, her vision blurring at first before eventually regaining clarity of her surroundings. Where was she? Is this my bed? Lillian looked around before turning to her right and wincing as she accidentally applied pressure to her arms. She raised an eyebrow as she looked down at her arms. Why? Why are my arms wrapped in bandages? And why do they hurt so badly? Gently pulling herself up to a seated position, Lillian looked to the side and found the usual window seemed to have lowered itself. That was odd. Wait, am I in Viesta's bed? Why am I in her bed? As Lillian continued to wonder why she was in the cowgirl's bed, she realized that she was wearing something over her face. Upon taking it off, she was met with the sight of the mask of deceit randomly attached to her face. How had it gotten onto her? Did it somehow sneak out of her ring during the night? Wait, night? Didn't Tiwi just come from a supply town? She distinctly remembered the captain and the others being chased around by a crowd of people, but for some reason, anything after the weather suddenly turning horrid. My head. Lillian raised her hand and tried to clutch the side of her head before wincing again at the pain in her arm. What had happened for her to be in this state? And why was a partial bit of her memory missing? Lillian managed to create an arm made of water and bought a health potion. After drinking from the glass bottle and another, Lillian tore off her bandages and found her arms recovering swiftly. However, during the small split moment where she was able to see the conditions of her arms, It frightened her. Her muscles were almost completely shredded apart, along with her blood vessels. Did she do this to herself? Did I somehow get drunk again? Was she going through her phases again? How odd. Once she was able to feel and control her arms, she looked down and realized the blanket wrapped over her was a familiar black piece of clothing. Wasn't this her fluttering prowl? Her black cloak? Feeling the texture of the cloak and analyzing it, she realized that it was indeed her cloak. Why was it wrapped over her? And why doesn't she feel any connection to it? She remembered that she had it stored as a shard rather than just an item inside her spatial ring. This morning keeps on getting stranger and stranger. Lillian stored it as a shard, but kept it on wrapped around her neck as she stood up from the bed. She gave the room a few glances before moving towards a door. However, she felt as though something about the way she woke up didn't make sense. Stopping in place, Lillian asked out loud, "What day is it?" Pulling out her phone, she looked down at the date and read it. It was April 26th. Wasn't this the day after she should encountered the twin-headed seawater leviathan? Lillian quickly checked through the date, confirming whether or not her phone was configured correctly. And the more she looked, the more her face paled. Lillian quickly exited the living quarters and unintentionally ignored the fact that she was now in an unfamiliar set of clothes. She quickly leapt out from the trapdoor of the deck and tried to summon her chest plate, boots, gauntlets, and short sword. Creak! Upon landing on the wooden floorboards, Lillian felt a lack of comfort from her gear. She looked down and widened her eyes as she yelled in confusion. What the dash? Where's my chest plate and boots? As Lillian tried to feel the pull of her weapons, trying to will them out from her mana realm, she realized that only her gauntlets had appeared. Where had her boots and chest plate gone? Lillian still sensed her connection with the short sword, but for some reason, it was rather far away from their boat, at least a couple of 100 meters away. Was she so drunk that she chucked it into the sea? She then looked up towards the sky and found the weather to be clear and bright, without even a trace of rain or storm cloud in sight. What's going on? It just didn't make sense. Lillian wrapped her hands around the sides of her head as she tried to make sense of her current situation. Had they somehow managed to dodge the Leviathan? If so, how? Lillian's face then wrinkled painfully as an overwhelming migraine hit her like a tidal wave. She was getting hangovers now? How many bottles did she down? As Lillian was going through a mild mental breakdown, a hand slowly fell onto her shoulder, catching her off guard as she suddenly swung the back of her fist at it. Viesta, who was standing behind Lillian, shot her wide open and immediately stepped back. Fortunately, someone else was there to catch Lillian's startled backhand. ARR, it seems your arm is well enough to be swinging like this. Captain Right Hook caught Lillian's hand with little difficulty before letting go. Your body sure is quite tenacious. To be able to heal all that damage overnight without even a single scar, that truly is a miraculous body. Lillian raised an eyebrow and tilted her head. But, seeing as she could take advantage of the captain's compliment, she flicked her hair dramatically and stated, someone with my beauty is obviously able to heal from something like that. Lillian hummed and slowly nodded, finally realizing the reason for her wounded arms. Lillian, who assumed that she had gotten into a drunk scuffle with the captain, asked with a large and playful grin. So, I take it we got into a large fight? Who won? She watched as the captain gave back a toothy grin of his own. She gave a casual sigh as she waved her hand back and forth. Of course, I'm just joking, there's no way I could beat. What you're talking about? Matey? Why dash? Ashi. Lillian was then flung into the air by the captain, who beamed as he yelled out, We won. To think we would win against such a powerful foe like that. As the captain's word echoed out in a large boom, Lillian quickly covered her ears, intending to protect her eardrums before slowly lowering her hands. We? What did the captain mean by we? And what powerful foe was he talking about? Lillian's foggy mind then processed. Could it be that the captain was referring to the Leviathan? Once she fell from the air and was about to be launched back up, she grabbed a hold of the captain's shoulder and asked with a shaky and uncertain voice, "Hey, are you saying that we win against the Leviathan?" "HM, what else you think I was talking about?" Captain Righthook raised an eyebrow before bursting into a loud laugh. "Ka-ha-ha. Of course I meant the Leviathan. You even used my technique to deal the finishing blow against it. How could Yar forget?" Lillian continued to watch the captain laugh at her. Her face went through a myriad of different expressions. The most common and expressive one was a complex and worried face. Lillian then murmured out, I don't remember that." Chapter 428. Inside the Beast? The captain gripped the wheel of his ship as he stood at the stern. Soon enough, the ship began to turn towards the direction where the Leviathan's corpse was resting. And while this was happening, Lillian leaned against the wooden rails of the ship as she looked down at the center of her hand. What she was holding was a singular earring shaped like two serpentine heads curling toward each other with their fangs almost touching. It seemed to be made out of an azure solid material that had a glossy sheen to it. Item name: Drowned Leviathan S earring. Item type: accessory. Item grade: B. Item rank. For item description: inside one of the sea temples of one of the four mighty sea kings, a two-headed serpent was born. After being groomed to become a mighty mount for a trench dwellers for him to take into battle during the Drowning War, it was later repurposed to act as a protector for its weakened master, who was now reduced to a mere empty shell of his former self. Enchantments: Parallel Thinking, Twin-Headed Fury, Drowned King's Blessing, Leviathan's Wrath. Parallel Thinking. The wearer will be able to do two different tasks at the same time with the only cost of mental strength. Twin-Headed Fury grants the wearer the ability to conjure plasmatic heads of the twin-headed seawater Leviathan and control them. Only after they were to be called back or destroyed, they will still continue to be active as long as the wearer has mana cooldown after disappearance. 10 minutes. Drowned King's Blessing. The wearer's affinity with controlling water further increases. Any water-based attack made by the wearer would be twice as effective. The wearer will be able to breathe underwater. Leviathan's Wrath. Once per day, the wearer will be able to channel and fire a destructive and condensed beam of plasma-infused water at the cost of 30 of the user's mana. Lillian looked down at the earrings as she read the jewelry's item description. Her eyes trembled slightly as her breathing became slightly unstable. She really did beat the Leviathan. Lillian gulped heavily as her eyes read over each and every single word. Besides a few exceptions, wasn't this one of her most useful items yet? Although it didn't beat her boots, which she had been sadly told to be destroyed in terms of versatility, it was still a powerful accessory nonetheless. Lillian turned it around a few times, then held it to her ear. In her past life, she wasn't one for jewelry. She didn't know how to put on earrings. However, with the help of past Lillian's memories, she was able to get it down. And once Lillian finally managed to pierce it through her ear, a dark shadow suddenly fell over her. She was confused the moment it happened, but when she slowly raised her gaze, she found the corpse of what she assumed to be the twin-headed seawater Leviathan magically floating on the surface of the water, despite how it was. Not only was its body charred for some reason, but it was also missing both of its heads. And for the head she was able to find, she was able to deduce that a major part of its neck was missing, as if it had engaged in a fierce brawl with a savage beast and lost. Lillian's eyes continued to tremble and widen. Did both she and the captain really inflict such dreadful wounds on the beast? Could it be she was hard carried by the bearded man? I bet that's what happened. In the game, the captain would be able to put down the Leviathan, which was injured from its battle on the front lines after a certain period of time. You really are amazing, Lillian. Lillian turned back around at the sound of her name and found no one standing behind her. She raised an eyebrow before turning back around and jumping at the sight of Viesta standing beside her. She stared at the cowgirl with a startled look before sighing. You scared me. After calming down, she answered, I'm just moderately strong. Not much, but enough for someone on my level. The corners of Viesta's mouth twitched irritably. There was no way she was going to believe that. And her thoughts were confirmed when the captain slowly strolled down the stairs to his stern with a casual look and heard him say, You're the one to cause this beheading, matey. Your memories truly was thrown overboard." Lillian looked at him and watched as he sharpened the edges of his cutlass while walking down the stairs. She nodded, still wondering why her memories were so fuzzy. After scratching the side of her head, her lips slowly curled up into a broad and mischievous grin as she looked towards the captain and asked, "So, the Leviathan is dead, right?" The captain nodded strongly. "As dead as today's waves? Not a single good wave in sight." As soon as the captain answered the girl's question, she suddenly watched as the girl leapt into the sea with a clumsy dive. The captain, having just processed what had just happened, raised an eyebrow as he took a step towards the rails of the ship. He then looked down and watched as, splash, Lillian fell into the water. Both Fiesta and the captain gave each other a confused look before calling out towards the girl to come back. Had Lillian suddenly gone mad? Was her lack of memories due to an injury to her head? Lillian ignored their calls as she continued to swim over, experiencing what it was like to breathe underwater. There was a reason she wanted to kill the Leviathan instead of going around it, and it was not because of the chance of gaining a shard, which was a major bonus. Swimming towards the severed head of the Leviathan, Lillian encountered a few monsters huddled around the exposed flesh of the large sea beast. They were enticed by the smell and opportunity of a free meal, especially one of this quality. Upon spotting Lillian, they immediately shifted their attention and swam to intercept her. Fortunately, they weren't that big of a problem both in terms of size and strength. Splash, splash, splash. "You have slain X10 1-2. 1-2. Lillian whispered in between strokes as she continued to swim on by, passing under the corpses of the monsters, which were individually on a water spike. Lillian ignored the blood raining over her and hastily climbed on top of the severed head of the Leviathan. And once reaching the top, she managed to retrieve her short sword, which still remained in good condition. "Damn, I went for its eye." After wiping off the blood, she muttered, "I wish I remembered this fight." She leapt off the severed head and swam towards the main body of the Leviathan. There was something inside its stomach that she wanted. After killing off the monsters that intercepted her, she climbed on top of it before adjusting her stance. Lillian then raised her short sword over her head before swinging down. Clang! Her arms shook as her sword rebounded. She widened her eyes slightly as she looked down and found her attack had only left a deep slash mark, despite enhancing her swing with mana. All right. Realizing her short sword wasn't capable of doing what she wanted, Lillian summoned the Black Maw and began to seamlessly carve out a hole in its body, eventually allowing her to fall into its large stomach. And as she did this, she couldn't help but notice a dramatic drop in the Odachi's weight. It seemed weightless, almost weightless. This only solidified the truth that she defeated the Leviathan. After creating a rope made of water and connecting with the sea, she wrapped it around her waist and dropped into the hole she had carved out. She then began to slowly lower herself into the darkened side of the stomach before summoning her lantern. Lillian retched at the smell that crashed into her. It was a rotten, fishy smell that caused her nose to burn. Gosh! After somewhat getting used to the smell, she began to look around. She continued to look around and lower herself, trying to find her target before immediately stopping as she almost made contact with the stomach acid. Lillian's face wrinkled at the smell and how it bubbled, but then she found that off in the distance. Chapter 429. Treasure from Stomach? Whistle, whistle, whistle. The captain leaned his body side to side as he kept a steady hold on the wheel of his stern, whistling as his black coat fluttered behind him. His ship rode calmly over the small tides, carried by the winds that seemed to push his boat further than it should. As his sails, which seemed to be stitched and put together by a variety of different kinds of cloth, fluttered, the distance to their destination only became shorter. While this was happening, Lillian was lying on top of what any regular person would describe as an overly large treasure chest. This was the thing she had retrieved from inside the stomach of the Leviathan. When she had brought it back to the ship, she had to fend off the captain from prying its lid open, while also denying any form of questions about it. If she was so adamant about not letting people open it, why didn't she just store it inside one of the spatial rings she had? Any time now, she held a hand over her mouth and yawned, staring down at the screen of her phone as she took a look at the time, trying to calculate their current distance from their destination. Unlike on her old Earth, this Earth had a much larger landmass in relation to the ocean. By how much? Lillian wasn't too sure, considering that she wasn't that curious in her past life to research these details. All she knew was that, in a couple of days, we will arrive. Lillian continued to look at her phone before swiping to her message app. She looked through the chat with a certain lovable assassin and couldn't help but turn and lie on her side. She felt a sense of melancholy and gloominess hang over her as she whispered into her mind. "I miss her." She missed being around Marionette, the feeling of being inside her arms, and also the amount of affection given to her. It was extremely comforting to be around someone who was incredibly competent. Lillian's face slowly turned pinkish as she pouted slightly, grumbling before becoming startled at the sight of Viesta's face hidden behind her phone. WWOH-. Lillian, now seated upright, looked down at the crouching cowgirl before quickly asking, "How long were you staring at me for?" Viesta stood up and brushed her hands against her thighs. "Not that long. Maybe just a minute or so." She then went on to sit beside Lillian on the ancient treasure chest, before asking the girl, with a teasing look in her eyes, quite the blush she got, "Missing someone, Ushu?" Startled by the question, Lillian blanked for a moment before pressing her lips tightly together. "WL." Lillian quickly twisted her face to the side and tried to hide it behind several locks of her hair. "Of course I am. It's been almost a couple of weeks since I last saw her." Viesta, watching as the girl became incredibly bashful, laughed loudly while slapping her right thigh repeatedly. "Ha ha ha. You really are hilarious, Lillian. One moment you're badass and deadly, and in the next moment you're as bashful as a maiden in love." Lillian gave an exasperated sigh at the woman's teasing, unable to feel any motivation to refute any of her claims. So what if she was feeling bashful about her girlfriend? It's completely normal. After that, the two talked a bit with one another. "You want to know something, Lillian?" Viesta asked with a smile as she looked at the common birds flying above them. Lillian, who was ripping open a protein bar, looked at the woman with a curious look. "Sure. When I first met the student council president, she told me that she was part of a small percentage of people in the world, a percentage of people who knew how to fight from the get-go. What do you think about that?" Lillian stared at the woman's dazed eyes for a moment before thinking deeply. Beatrice's statement about the small percentage of people was definitely true. That was because the concept of talent was a major thing. She's right. There is definitely a percentage of people in the world like that. After all, you have your average hardworker who swings a sword day and night to learn how to wield it, while you have your average prodigy who could learn how to wield a sword with just a few swings. Lillian paused for a moment and sighed with a shrug. Such was the reality of things. And Beatrice was definitely one of those talents. From an early age, she was able to achieve high mastery in every known martial art she came across. Her skills rapidly improving once she emerged from her first trial, the one she fell into with Lillian. She then went on to win multiple tournaments on her own at the ripe age of 13 years old, only losing to a few contestants who were of a higher tier than her. But regardless, I remember Beatrice was able to contend with a C-ranked monster all on her own, granted, only up to the stage of Wretch. That was still a notable feat, especially when Beatrice was only in her first tier. If Lillian remembered correctly, the reason why the woman hadn't ascended up a tier was because she wanted to max out her skills and the available experience she could gain first. That was the equivalent of an MMORPG player finishing all of her side quests and returning to the main mission overleveled. I guess that's what solidified her role as the student council president. I wish I had that much talent like her. And now that she thought about it, wasn't that what Marionette had intended to do beforehand? I remembered her saying she wanted to find a trial where it was most likely to have the attributes related to the element of darkness. Lillian felt slightly bad, but then remembered that because of that experience, both she and the assassin were able to grow extremely close to one another. Also, surely, she had gotten something related to darkness. That catacomb had a true darkness sitting inside it. After all, as Lillian monologued, she was woken from her thoughts with a shake on her shoulder. Finding Viesta staring down at her with a worried gaze, Lillian smiled and shook her head. Since the loss of a partial bit of her memories, Viesta had been worried whether or not Lillian's mental state or personality had been affected by the sudden phenomenon. From what Lillian could tell, she felt fine. Rather, she felt calmer, as though a weight had slightly been lifted from her shoulders. She also felt more confident in my strength. Lillian clutched her hand into a tight fist. She didn't know what she said or did exactly, but she knew that her body at least remembered what she did, and it was telling her that she had absolutely gotten stronger. "I'm fine, don't worry, Viesta." Lillian giggled, but then froze as a thought shot through her mind. Viesta nodded, still slightly worried, and watched as Lillian wrapped an arm around her neck and leaned in. She then heard the girl speak. "Oh yeah? Since you keep asking me about my love life." Feeling Lillian move closer to her ear, she heard the girl whisper in a playful tone, "What are your thoughts on Beatrice?" Chapter 430. The Need for Power? Excuse me. Viesta jumped back, her eyes wide as she stared down at Lillian's teasing expression. "What? Come on. I told you about me and Marionette. So, tell me your thoughts on the council president." The corners of Viesta's lips twitched as she gave a crooked and wry smile. "I just see her as a reliable person. That's all." Lillian, sensing a sense of hesitation, couldn't help but grin widely. She nodded slowly, deciding not to push on any further. All right. I'll trust you for now." Standing up from the lid of the chest, Lillian pulled out her phone and decided to take a look at what time it was. I should begin now." Putting away her phone, Lillian noticed someone off to the side, throwing her a glance. And realizing that it was from Niarlo, who seemed rather apprehensive to approach her, Lillian smiled. Gesturing for him to come over, Lillian looked towards the stern of the ship before calling out to the captain. "Oi, Captain, you want to know what is inside the chest?" As soon as she said that, the captain's eyes flashed with a starry look as he immediately leapt from behind the wheel and flipped through the air. Thud! Kahaha! Of course I do. After landing right beside the chest, he immediately passed by Lillian and knelt in front of it. Lillian watched Captain's hands shake from anticipation as they neared the metal locks of the chest. She snickered quietly, excited for what was about to happen. Once everyone had gathered around the chest, the captain finally broke it open, and what they saw caused the captain's eyes and everyone around, besides Lillian, to light up. It was a chest filled with all sorts of gold relics, each shinier than the last despite their age. Riches. Mateys. Look, a treasure chest filled with riches. The captain immediately leapt onto his feet and began to engage in a comical set of dance moves as he pranced around the entire ship. Viesta knelt down and held up what she thought to be a chalice made of gold. Her mouth opened in the shape of an O before looking towards Lillian in confusion and disbelief. How did you know there was a treasure chest inside its stomach, Lillian?" Lillian smirked, having already come up with an excuse on the spot. She tapped the earring hooked on her left earlobe and said, "I got this earring from the Leviathan. Apparently, it allows me to sense nearby treasure that would have worth to me." Vuo. Niarlo, although shocked by the amount of gold relics inside the chest, snorted as he waved his hand around. "It's just gold. Nothing special about it. We should just donate it the moment we get to the nearest charity." After the captain returned from a full loop around the ship, he immediately denied Niarlo's suggestion. "We fought tooth and nail for this. It'll be a waste of effort to give it away to some charity." The captain then began to make exaggerated hand gestures, and even if you're somehow convinced me to hand over this treasure chest, how would we know they would even use it for their stated cause? We fought tooth and nail to survive. That's not the same as not being able to help others when we can. Niarlo argued back. Viesta watched as both the captain and Niarlo argued back and forth before noticing Lillian's steady approach to the treasure chest. Watching as the girl knelt down, she walked and crouched beside her. Lillian gave Viesta a warm smile before fishing out a crown made of gold, which had a variety of gems attached to it as well as an eye around the same size as that of a human, and it seemed to be made out of a coral-like material. Standing up, Lillian closed the chest and looked towards Viesta for a favor. Could you put this chest into your spatial ring? I don't have that much room left in mine. Oh, how come? I just want to clear up some room for what I'm going to do. Viesta tilted her head slightly, quietly wondering what Lillian was going to do. But since the request was harmless, she didn't see any reason to refuse. The captain, noticing in the corners of his eyes that the chest had suddenly disappeared into thin air, felt his eyes bulge out of their sockets. My treasure. As he was about to interrogate Viesta about what she had done, Lillian called to everyone. Can everyone pay attention to me for a moment? Everyone turned their eyes in her direction and watched as Lillian spun the crown on one finger. After the battle with the Leviathan, which I'm sure was the most intense battle we all engaged in our entire lives. So how about we throw a celebration? The captain, now calmed from his greedy fervor, blinked in Lillian's direction before smirking. A celebration? Yes, indeed. A celebration is absolutely needed. Why didn't I think of that? Viesta folded her arms and tilted her head. The thought of a celebration piqued her interest and was definitely a needed thing after going through something like that. What did you have in mind, Lillian? The white-haired girl looked towards the cowgirl with a mischievous grin as she clutched onto the crown and yanked out the eye embedded in the gold crown. She then randomly tossed it towards Niarlo, who caught it with a confused look on his face. Everyone then watched as Lillian held the eye over her head. Lillian then yelled with an excited and maniacal look on her face. What do I have in mind? Shouldn't something as grand as killing that Leviathan be obvious? Viesta, hearing her words, couldn't help but feel a bad premonition brewing inside her chest. Holding a hand over her chest, she began to wonder. Why was she feeling this way? She now knew why. How about an ascension in tier for a celebration? With an energetic yell, Lillian threw the eye against the wooden deck of the ship, causing it to crack open and reveal another eye beneath. Another eye that was real, by any means. It had a pure black sclera and deep azure blue veins that spread across it like cracks or webbing. It also had an aquamarine-colored pupil, which seemed to glow exponentially fast as it settled its gaze on the captain, who widened his eyes and immediately dashed to try and store it within his spatial ring. But unfortunately, Lillian prevented him with a toothy grin, causing his face to pale. Soon enough, the eye dissolved into a swirling gas, which then appeared as a glowing portal that began to suck everyone in. Viesta, Niarlo, and his bodyguard tried to hold onto a fixed object on the ship, hoping to resist the pull of the unexpected gate before failing. Even Captain Right Hook, who had summoned several pairs of wings, failed in this task, only leaving Lillian to be the one falling freely into the portal without a hint of regret or worry. She needed strength. She needed more power. Also, she could complete one singular mission given to her months ago, and that was to give Marionette her desired good ending. And for that, I must climb the stairs of ascension. Chapter 431. The Glitched Harlequin? Goddess value, or GD, was a measurement used to address the number of gods needed in total to start the trial. The number of gods needed would, of course, depend on the rank of the trial. For an E-ranked gate, only 5 gods needed to be present. For a D-ranked, 10 gods were needed for it to begin. For AC, about 30 gods were needed to donate a portion of their mana to the jester to begin it. And for B rank, about 50 gods needed to be there. Anything above a B rank was near impossible to get, especially an S rank and above. The moment Lillian fell into the portal, her entire body felt like it was being warped and shaped as though preparing her for her immediate destination, which only happened in a fraction of a millisecond, yet felt like minutes for her. Lillian's eyes slowly fluttered awake as she pushed her back off against the ground, which was much different compared to her last time here. Instead of a sandstone-like material, it was now made up of stone bricks. Lillian hummed slightly at this before raising her eyes around the house of entertainment, the place where all the gods will arrive to watch her. And she couldn't help but widen her eyes at what she saw. Light flashed around the audience seats, reflecting in Lillian's eyes. She watched as humanoid figures of various sizes began to slowly take their seat amongst the available seating. She continued to twist herself around, counting and watching in awe as at least 40 gods had made their appearance in her house of entertainment to watch her, all separated by 2 different colors. Some were a dark grayish, while the others were a starry blue, the majority being gray. The only similarity was that they all had their features covered and hidden to prevent the other gods from seeing each other. As Lillian continued to turn around, she watched as all the gods turned towards each other, especially those that were of a deep blue color. Lillian sensed the atmosphere becoming stale and suffocating. But due to the gods' unreadable expression because of their hidden features, she couldn't tell. But she knew what it was. For the gods that were grayed out were the gods that had perished during the Celestial War, while those that were hidden with the color blue were those who were still living. Lillian unconsciously held a hand over her neck, instinctively trying to grab onto her necklace for comfort before realizing it wasn't wrapped around her neck. That's right. None of my items besides my clothes can be here. As Lillian twisted her head around for one last time, she flinched and immediately froze in place at the sight of a floating colored mask hanging right before her face, staring down at her intensely. The mask was pristine and splattered with countless vibrant colors, and it wore a comical 3-pointed hat with bells at the end of each tip. It was the jester, the one in charge of the creation of trials. However, why does it feel off? The more Lillian stared into the jester's hollow eyes, the more unsettled and uncomfortable she felt in its presence. Was it just scrutinizing her incredibly closely? Had she piqued its interest somehow? That can't be it. Lillian internally shook her head at her last point, but still continued to wonder. Why was it just staring down at her quietly? It hadn't even greeted her yet. Drip, drip, drip. What the dash? Lillian instinctively flinched back, watching as a black, viscous substance poured out from the jester's eyes, as though it was crying oil. Seeing this, she then sighed. This was a normal sight. She remembered it did this during her last trial as well, but usually would only happen right before I get sent off into the trial. Drip, drip, drip. Lillian continued to watch as the jester cried with seemingly never-ending black tears. This caused Lillian to worry a bit. It usually doesn't cry for this long. Suspicion began to appear within her heart, but also in the divine crowd of gods, who realized something was off as well. Lillian slowly pushed herself away from the jester, whose mask began to feel slightly dull as the color began to dim a little the more it continued to cry. The jester followed after her eerily. Its androgynous voice then echoed out from its already open mouth, which had also begun to expel the viscous black liquid. Welcome back to the house of entertainment. Pathetic rabbit of faded truths. Lillian, who continued to push herself away from the floating, eerie mask, couldn't help but pick up on its glitched voice. That hadn't happened before, not that she was aware of. Why your last trial had raked in an entire constellation. This time, it seems that you had raked in one living constellation for other living gods, and a dash. Lillian watched as the floating mask began to spasm midair before expelling a flood of black liquid onto her, as though it was vomiting blood. Her eyes trembled slightly as the black ooze dripped over and wrapped itself around her body like living slime. Something was definitely wrong. Something was definitely wrong with the jester. Vuvopink 30 Kanch deceased gods. Truly a G glorious achievement. Pathetic rabbit of faded truths. As the jester continued to vomit out the black substance, Lillian quickly pushed herself on her feet and began to hurriedly wipe off the black ooze. However, it's not coming off. No matter which hand motion she made, the black ooze continued to cling to her clothes stubbornly. The gods, who watched this, stood up from their seats, as if outraged, not because of Lillian's sake, but for the reason of the jester's odd behavior. They all unitedly turned towards a constellation of blue gods. The members of the constellation noticed the look they were getting and turned their heads towards one of their members, who, despite not being able to be discerned, had a rather beautiful figure. This god answered the enraged gazes and raised their closed fist, facing the back of it to the gods around them, before slowly pushing out their middle finger as a silent answer. As Lillian continued to struggle to free herself, she shouted frantically, "Gee, get off me! Damn it!" Her fingers continued to tear through the black ooze, trying to free herself before suddenly being captured by an oversized black hand, which was made out of the same substance. Lillian, who now found her entire body held in the center of the black hand, couldn't help but begin to panic even more. Why was this happening? This hadn't happened before. As her mind began to run wild, she listened as the jester's glitched voice rang out once again. P prepare yourself, disciple, Lillian Ker Arius, F for your trial. She listened as best as she could and instantly noticed the jester's voice slowing down near the end. She then felt the hand that had wrapped around her entire body slowly begin to tighten its grip, crushing her. In an instant, her bones were crushed, causing her to scream out as unimaginable pain shot through her mind. This pain, this was the worst feeling yet. She instinctively flexed her hand, tried to make use of her elements or abilities, but was met with another dreadful discovery. She was unable to use it in the house of entertainment. Crack! The jester squeezed its grip once more, cracking her already shattered bones at the sight of her trying to defend herself. Pain, unimaginable pain shot through her mind, a pain even a hated king wouldn't wish on his enemies. It was unbearable. She felt her mind splitting because of it. This was the pain that trumps all the pain she had ever endured. It was as if she was stuck inside a crusher against her will with 1,000 different knives stuck inside her body, which ripped her apart the more her body was crushed. She screamed out in pain, Please. Someone, oh heal." Her words, filled with dread and fear, suddenly lost their volume, as she suddenly lost her voice due to the pain. However, it would be more accurate to say, squelch, dash. Her throat was crushed, with the last bit of her consciousness. She listened as the jester's voice rang out again, this time, inside her barely conscious mind. Entertain your audience well. Then, when the jester finished uttering those words inside her mind, it gripped one last time before relaxing its hand. The black, oozing hand then raised itself towards the gods. The arm it was attached to connected to the inside of the jester's mouth. The jester then unfurled the hand's fingers. The gods, who were expecting to see Lillian's crushed remains, found that nothing was inside the jester's hand, who then took a bow, having finished its magic trick of making Lillian disappear. But in actuality, it had only just sent Lillian off to her trial. Oh, am I here already? Lillian, who had just woken up, looked around her location and found herself on what she assumed to be a beach. Her face beamed as she pushed herself on her feet, excited to take on her third trial and hopefully ascend into the next tier. It was as if she had suddenly lost any recollection of the pain she had just gone through. Chapter 432. Dark Infiltration. Inside a tall, decrepit building within the outskirts of the underworld, guards patrolled around the perimeters. They talked amongst each other with boredom clear in their voice. What the hell are we even guarding against? A man asked, standing beside a door, as he hovered his hand over his mouth and let out a loud yawn. We're on the outskirts, sitting right between the border of the Darkhound territory and the Roselle S. I doubt anyone is going to come here. Another guard, under the name Chris, shook his head with a sigh. I hear you, man. All I know is that there is a high-value target inside this building. That's all. Chris then paused before asking the man, but are you really complaining? This left his colleague speechless for a moment. Well, no, but oh, shut it. A separate guard stated as he idly passed by. He then turned around, still walking back as he faced the two guards standing beside each other. He then said, "This job actually pays well. So, unless you want to escape the underworld, Mickey, you'd better shut up and just do what you've been told." Mickey rubbed the back of his neck, watching as his colleague turned back around and walked away. He was right, unless he wanted to escape the underworld, which was priced at around 1,500 semis. He needed to stop complaining. He only needed around 200 more semis, something that he would be given once he finally accomplished his mission. Since being born in the underworld, he would hear countless great things about the surface and how bright it was because of what was called the sun. When he finally made it to the surface, he would make a start with his brand new life. That was something his mother wanted for him more than anything before. As soon as Mickey and Chris turned towards each other, intending to change the subject of their conversation, they missed the sight of their passing colleague, who had suddenly disappeared. Then, without their knowledge, the surrounding guards soon began to disappear as well, with the only thing that could be traced back to their disappearance being a wave of darkness that occasionally appeared from thin air. Mickey waved at Chris, who had decided to patrol around the perimeter of the building instead, finding that standing around was a bit too uneventful for him. "Huh," he sighed. "Maybe I should go patrol around as well. Maybe that might give me a bonus due to my hard work, hopefully." After settling down on that idea, he looked towards Chris, intending to patrol along with him before realizing that his colleague had already disappeared. He widened his eyes. He yes fast. As soon as he muttered that, he raised a leg. But when he was about to take a step, he discovered someone standing next to him in the corner of his "I'm moving" toward the door. In the split moment that he had available, he was able to quickly note down the person's features in his head. An outfit that was fully pitch black with a rose attached to their right chest. A mask that was in the form of a blooming rose. This wasn't someone from his group. Nobody wore any outfit like this. After reaching that conclusion, his hands instinctively gripped the handles of his rifle as he yelled out, "W or dash? BMSQUELCH." But before he could even get his sentence out, the unidentified person flashed their fist out and crushed their entire skull against the wall behind them. Mickey's corpse trembled for a moment before dropping to the ground in a puddle of blood. But before his blood could stretch out too far, his body quickly sank into a dark puddle that had appeared beneath his corpse. The person who was the cause of his death looked down at their blood-covered gloved fist before muttering in a disgusted tone, "Filthy." The identity of this mysterious person was, of course, Marionette Von Roselle, the heiress to the Roselle family. And currently, she was tasked with bringing back a high-value target apparently. There had been a strange traffic of individuals passing through the streets of their territory recently, as well as the Darkhound territory. There had also been sightings of a rather powerful mercenary mage, who seemed to have been hired by them for some odd, but most likely malicious reason. Looking up at the building, Marionette eventually placed her hand over the door handle and tried to pull it open gently. She couldn't. She looked beside the door and found a keypad. It seemed that the door needed some kind of code to get into the building. She wasn't given any information about the need for a code to enter. Placing a hand over her mask, Marionette shook her head as she thought for a moment. She remembered that another family member was on a mission related to this case as well. Just because this was her first mission back didn't mean that she should be left out on some details as a test. How irritating. Flick, flick, flick. A guard flicked the light switch on and off before being told off by his colleague. He gave an irritated sigh as he gestured towards the light bulbs, which had been flickering on and off for hours now. "So, our boss is able to pay each of us 200 semis, but can't even get someone to fix the lighting issue? What's up with that?" His colleague shook his head tiredly. "Just leave it. Your flicking is annoying. What the dash? What the hell did you say to me? Just because you had your earnings snatched in our game of poker doesn't mean you should still be pissy about. What the hell is that?" The two guards turned towards the end of the corridor they were in, finding that a few of their colleagues, who were with them, were looking towards the entrance into the building. And what they saw was a figure rising up from the ground with a shadowy aura around it. They weren't told about anyone with these descriptions before. Intruder. Seeing that this mysterious individual didn't look like any personnel they were aware of, the 14 guards within this singular corridor immediately raised their weapons and dashed towards the intruder. However, flick, flick, flick. Within the first 2 flickers of a light, Marionette's figure flashed past the guards several times. And on the 3rd flicker, all the guards were carved and sliced into pieces, soon being dragged into her darkness. Without a single drop of blood staining her surroundings, Marionette reached the end of the corridor in calm and elegant strides. Fortunately, the door she was now standing in front of didn't need a code to be pushed open. Click. However, right before she opened it, she released a mana pulse to detect the number of guards behind the door, something she had just learned to do only recently. And what she sensed caused her to sigh. There were perhaps around 50 guards currently inside this one room, with there being even more beyond it. Such a long night this will be. When she pushed open the door and immediately leapt towards her enemy, she couldn't help but wonder what Lillian was up to at the moment. Was whatever she was doing more fun than what she was currently doing? Was she thinking about her currently? She hoped Lillian was. Chapter 433. The mission was A. W. Wait. P. Please spare me. Do you know anything about your employer's doings? E. I don't. But please Don T. Dash. Snap. Thud. After snapping the neck of a guard and dropping his body, Marionette dusted off her hands as she stood at the center of a beautiful rose illustration made of blood and in the middle of a rain of illusory red petals. Upon cleaning things up, she continued moving through every room and floor possible, retrieving any information she could get, whilst also dealing with the guards that got in her way. She would uncommonly encounter a few mages, but most of them were only of the 1st tier. However, the moment she encountered 2 2nd-tier mages, though, she was left disappointed. Marionette looked around her surroundings, noting how the current room she was in was much more luxurious than the last before glancing at the wall beside her that was dripping in blood. Pinned to the wall were the 2-tier 2 mages with their limbs pierced through with dark javelins that kept them stuck on the wall. By now, they had either lost consciousness or their lives. Marionette shook her head slowly, sighing. I expected you two to last longer. What a twin of disappointments. Standing before the final door, she entered and found herself in an awfully messy office that had its floors covered by strewn documents and photos. She then glanced towards the side and scrutinized the glass wall and door that separated this room from the balcony. Something was off. There was also no one apart from her inside the room. Well, no one that could be seen with the naked eye, at least. After pulling out a device that scanned the room for traces of invisibility, she was able to find a humanoid figure huddled up in the corner, far from the desk. Her body immediately flashed over and grasped the man in a tight chokehold, pulling him up into the air, while tossing aside the item he used to turn himself invisible. Ooh! The man groaned as he grasped the hand, clutching his neck. He then scowled as he recognized the mask on Marionette's face. Damn it. The lady. How did you Roselles catch on this quick? Because we're wise enough to cover our tracks. After knocking the man out, Marionette nonchalantly drank a mana potion before muttering, mission complete. Now all she needed to do was transport the man back to the estate for further questioning. Clap, clap, clap. Marionette froze as she heard the sounds of rhythmic clapping behind her. She immediately twisted herself around and found a tall, young man in his 20s sitting nonchalantly on the wooden desk behind her. He had messy dark hair and a lazy smile, as well as a conspicuous white blindfold, which had several kinds of patterns stitched onto it. He wore a tight black shirt and a casual fur coat over his shoulders. He also wore a pair of fingerless gloves and lightly armored black leggings. Eventually, the man stopped his clapping and uttered in a laid-back voice, "You've put on quite the show, member of the Roselle family. And I must say that it was definitely an entertaining one. Quick, but still entertaining. Oh, and efficient too. He then waved his hand around before gesturing towards Marionette's target. But I'm going to need you to hand him over. He asked Kinda, needed for my work. He then rubbed his index and thumb together. And that guy you have, there is quite pricey for his services. The mysterious man then watched as Marionette slowly took a cautious stance and sighed. He raised both of his hands in a surrendering manner as he watched the assassin charge towards him with a dark saber and stated in a relaxed and carefree manner, "All right, I tried." Marionette, who was ready for a battle to unfold, watched as the man flicked the edge of his saber and felt her body shoot backwards. In a fraction of a millisecond, her body had already crashed through the concrete walls behind her and out of the room she was in by several dozen meters. It happened so fast that the pain from crashing through the wall had only just been transmitted into her brain. Her eyes widened in shock as she fell from the top of the building, which was around 12 stories. Falling from that height, Marionette crashed into the ground below. But fortunately, due to her body's constitution, she was able to survive it with minimal injuries. Slowly sitting up from the ground, she noticed that a partial bit of her uniform was torn slightly, and even her mask was showing signs of cracks. Looking up, she found a blindfolded man staring down at her as he held onto the back of her target's neck. "Just because I don't want to make any unnecessary enemies with the Roselles, I'll leave you alive so I can make deals with them in the future." The air around his body began to warp as well as the space. And right before he magically disappeared, he yelled out one last thing. "Do tell the Crown of Roses about me. I would like to schedule a spar or job with him in the near future." As soon as he disappeared, Marionette continued to stay seated where she was before lying back down. She breathed a sigh of relief before feeling a buzzing in her right ear. The earpiece she had worn had begun to speak into her ear. Status report. Marionette thought for a moment about what to say before slowly raising a finger to the earpiece and tapping it. Her lips shook for a moment as she said, "The mission was a failure." While Marionette was going through that, Lillian couldn't help but think about the assassin for a bit before sitting up from her spot. She was currently riding around on a beetle, storming through the jungle found on the island she was on and letting it do all the fighting. With a swipe of her hand, Lillian summoned her system shop and looked at her available points. By Nam Dam Tang Fogi. A wide and silly grin spread across her face as she let out a giggle. She felt the need to buy something. Chapter 434. Coral and Kelp. 52,758 TP for the past few weeks. Lillian had been stocking up her amount of theatrical points in case one of her items were to ever break. With this amount, she could bought herself a powerful weapon, maybe even just below the attack power of the Black Maw. Definitely not. However, considering that her selection of weapons wasn't low, she found no point in getting another weapon. I also could gotten a ring or something as well. While the thought of buying something like a ring or some kind of accessory had passed through her mind, she felt it would be a waste, considering she could buy items like that with her own money. Looking down at her bare feet, Lillian began to wonder, should she also buy some kind of footwear? I don't think I packed any spares. Sighing, Lillian decided to find something along with a chest plate with a depressed look as she realized it was going to be an expensive experience. Item name: Hardened Corcal item type. Armor item grade. See item rank. 2 item description. Created from the remains of a terrifying aquatic creature made of living coral, who terrorized the docks of outskirt fishing villages. Enchantments. Dried coral. See rejuvenation dried coral. When in the presence of water, hardened coral rejuvenates itself and hardens, becoming tougher and more resistant to physical and water-based attacks. See rejuvenation. When submerged underwater, the wearer would feel their body less fatigued and their energy rising, as well as any minor damage done to hardened coral would slowly mend and repair itself. Item name: Kelp Strider's item type. Armor item grade. D item rank. 2 item description. From the remains of a deceased aquatic creature washed ashore. A stranded survivor managed to craft a pair of footwear to escape his island. Enchantments. Sea Sprinter Riptide Sea Sprinter. When in the presence of a large concentration of water or the sea, the wearer's overall speed will increase by 40. Riptide Dash. Dash along the surface of the water with a short burst of speed, carrying the force of a crashing wave, amplifying your strength by an additional 25. It can only be used 5 times consecutively before going on a 1-minute cooldown period. 52,758 to 40,908 TP looking down at her armor, which resembled a chest plate made entirely out of dried-up coral. Lillian smirked as she summoned a ball of water and splashed it on herself. She felt the chest plate shift around slightly, awakening as its grayish-white and dull appearance vanished, and a colorful array of colors now appeared. So, this must be the enchantment dried coral taking effect. Lillian, watching as the chest plate began to lose its bright colors, hummed in satisfaction as she felt the armor harden a little. It would definitely prove useful in battle. It's a bit weird how it shifts around a little, she internally pointed out. She couldn't help but feel weirded out by its subtle shifts in movement. It really did feel like it was alive. Shaking her head, she ignored the chest plate and decided to move on to her brand-new boots. They were made out of a kelp-like leather with some kind of hard shell similar to that of a barnacle acting as the soles. There were also platings around the front of her boots, acting as protection for her toes. It looked crudely made, but had a professional hint to it, as though the person who designed it was self-taught and was desperate to have it made properly. Lillian shifted around a bit on the back of the beetle before swinging herself to the side and looking at what it was eating. Currently, the island they were on was made up of 3 areas. A large beach at the far left end of the island, a massive cliff past a steep hill on the far right of the island, and lastly, a dense jungle in the middle of the island acts as their border. So far, she and the beetle hadn't encountered any issue where the two of them needed to work together to bring down. The strongest enemy they had fought so far was a savage maw in the shape of a massive python. Lillian leapt off from the back of the beetle and walked around to its face, watching as it bit into the remains of the python's whole riddled body. She smirked and stood beside the beetle's face, getting into a small pose before asking, "How this? I got some new gear. What do you think?" The beetle paused for a moment, and when Lillian thought it was about to turn her way, it immediately returned to eating without giving her an answer. Lillian smiled slightly and rolled her eyes at the beetle, ignoring her before leaning against one of its legs. She watched as it ate and asked, "Any good?" This time, the beetle raised its blood-covered face and spared her a glance. It thought for a moment before closing its eyes and bumping its head up and down slightly, while also giving a low growl of confirmation. The beetle seemed to be enjoying its meal. Lillian nodded at its answer and climbed back onto its back. "All right, I'll let you have one more bite before we have to get back to work. We have people to find, you know." The beetle watched as Lillian climbed onto its back and rolled its eyes in a sassy manner. After spitting on a dense bone and eating it once it had become soft, it immediately began to move. While they continued to move through the jungle, Lillian opened up the quest section of her system. New quest has been found. Quest name: Third Trial. Took you long enough. Description: Lady Luck was enthralled with your battle with the twin-headed seawater leviathan, but found your skills still to be lacking for her standards. Learn Captain Right Hook's combat style. Utilize every possible means you can use to survive this trial, so you can reunite with your dear lover in the near future. Reward: 500,000 TP you have slain. Lillian hummed slightly as she read the quest description. While it may seem Lady Luck's reward for the completion of this mission was quite cheap for what she was asking, it was one of the best kinds of rewards she could have gotten. That was because I need 500,000 more. She needed a total of a whopping 1 million theatrical points. For what purpose? All for what would happen in December. Lillian's hands, which were clutched into a tight fist, slowly relaxed as she snapped out of her daze and found spears of water hovering beside her head. For the past couple of minutes, she had been testing out her earring as parallel thinking enchantment for a bit now. And from what she had seen, it was an excellent ability to have. Any mage would say that this enchantment was definitely a lifesaver, especially during an intense and rapid battle, which was usually why most skilled mages would try to learn this technique. I definitely do feel my mind getting more fatigued the more I use it, though. This was the only concern with the enchantment. However, through her rigorous training with Marionette, she was slightly more tolerant of such a feeling and could possibly keep it up for half an hour of constant use. Help! Lillian's ears twitched. She quickly narrowed her eyes and found that off in the distance, the trees were collapsing. There seemed to be a large monster up ahead, as well as what she saw was Niarlo, but in a much poorer and wounded state. Chapter 435. Disguise Undone. Niarlo's POV crap. Crap! Niarlo shouted as he ran with all of his might, weaving in between the trees, as if he were sprinting through a maze. With a hand over the shallow diagonal slash wound over his chest, he continued to run while holding onto his cutlass. How could this have happened? And why? Right after he had just survived a life-or-death situation with the Leviathan with the help of the captain and the white-haired woman, he was now put in a much more precarious situation because of that same woman. How? How could she have known there was a gate inside that crown? Niarlo threw a glance back, catching a glimpse of the tip of his hair. It was beginning to turn a different shade of color. His eyes widened as he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out an item. It was somehow damaged and seemed to be worsening by the second due to a strange translucent liquid. Damn it! Pushing back the item into his pocket, Niarlo twisted his head back around, intending to catch another glimpse of the monster chasing after him. But the moment he did that, a dark blur flashed towards him. Clang! Niarlo clashed against the dark blur, relieved that he had managed to block in time, but was immediately flung back due to the force. And not only that, but an instant shock of pain and numbness spread throughout his arm. Thud! Crashing harshly against the ground, Niarlo let out a groan. Arg. He breathed rapidly as he tried to pull himself back up on his feet. His stamina was running low, especially with having to endure the serious wound over his chest. Right before he could get off the ground, the monster had already arrived before him. Managing to raise the flat side of his cutlass to block a fierce stab from the monster, he managed to get a good look at it. It had a swollen body resembling that of an oversized widow spider, which had been crossbred with a bulky crustacean similar to that of a lobster. And attached to what Niarlo assumed to be its grotesque neck was the triangular head of a praying mantis, which stared down at him with its compound eyes with a predatory look. The monster standing over him was a horrendous abomination. His eyes shook, and so did his body as the monster's predatory aura began to seep into the pores of his skin, a gaseous, microscopic poison. He can't win. Niarlo watched as the monster drew back its crustacean-like claw. It was going to go in for another attack, and it was going to be a much stronger one. This was his moment to attack. He glared at one of its joints and tried to aim the tip of his cutlass at it. He hadn't told or shown anyone besides his bodyguard that his weapon had a special enchantment. It could extend its length. This was it, and as he was about to do it, his hands trembled. Why isn't it growing? His arms shook, and so did his resolve. He kept a steady grip on his weapon, and no matter how much he willed his mana, it wasn't working. Was he so affected by the monster's predatory aura that he couldn't even make a counterattack? The Leviathan had a predatory aura 10,000 times more powerful than this creature, and yet he was still stricken with fear. Did he or did he not fire a hail of cannonballs at the terrifying sea beast? Swoosh! After the abomination reeled back its arm far enough, it shot its claw down towards Niarlo with deadly speed. Miraculously, he managed to change his hold and block the strike with the flat side of his cutlass. However, due to the force behind the blow, the bones in his arms immediately cracked and the muscles in his arms became numb. He roared out in pain, his voice shaking as the thought of death began to creep inside his heart. The edges of his trembling vision darkened as the sight of the monster looking down at him became much more horrifying to look at. Was he about to die? Niarlo watched as the monster slowly pulled back its arm again before opening its claw and clamping down on his blade. See crack. His eyes widened as cracks began to form on the edges of his blade, which rapidly spread out. Please stop. No more. Don T dash. Shatter. Watching as his blade shattered, he was defenseless against the monster, which instantly turned its body and stabbed its leg out, piercing through the device he had in his pockets and his gut. The taste of iron shot through Niarlo's throat as blood expelled from his mouth in torrents. As the darkness in the edges of his vision intensified, so did his thoughts of dying. He really was going to die here, without even a chance to meet up with everyone to come up with a plan of escape. He should have stayed home. He shouldn't have been out and about. Niarlo's appearance began to change slightly, as someone far different from his previous form was now exposed underneath what seemed to be an illusory disguise. Neck-length black hair with streaks of silver, bright violet eyes, which dimmed by the second, and a lean figure. There was a soft and noble look to his current appearance, as though he belonged to a high noble family. The only thing that hadn't changed was his height. Blood continued to ooze from the corners of his mouth, but momentarily paused as he clenched his jaws and flashed his right hand upwards towards the monster, which stared down in curiosity. The only reason it hadn't killed the human underneath, it was because it had discovered that its strength was absolutely above it. Why not play around a little? Although it had been momentarily stunned by Niarlo's rapid change in appearance, it still didn't change the fact that it was still stronger. Looking down at the center of Niarlo's palm, the monster witnessed what seemed to be both light and darkness appearing within his hand, twisting and wrapping around into one singular orb. It looked past Niarlo's hand and stared into the human's eyes, finding them to be burning with a deep determination. It then heard Niarlo speak, "Even if I may perish by your hands, you disgusting fiend. On my family's name, Emilio von Nightraven, will take off your head." The orb inside his hand became deeply concentrated as both light and darkness intertwined before exploding out into an attack the man known as Emilio would call Eclipse Beam. Using every ounce of mana he had, he fired off his charge attack, causing the exploded orb to twist around to form a swirling column of pure light and darkness. And with the distance between him and the monster, the abomination wasn't quick enough to avoid it. As Emilio's arm dropped to his side, breathing harshly as he felt his life nearing its end, he watched as the body of the monster wiggled for a moment. It must be dead, right? He asked himself, but then he found it moving again. Not the motion of an assumed corpse falling, but one filled with killing intent. It was still able to move after losing its head. He watched as it pulled its leg out of his lower abdomen before raising its claw above his head. As terrifying a sight it was, he didn't care. He was already dead anyway. It was a miracle he hadn't bled out to death yet. While he didn't care about dying, he didn't help but feel guilty about the regrets he had. He regretted not being able to live up to his family's expectations despite his element. And he regretted that he was going to die a virgin without a wife. As he was about to close his eyes and lose his resistance, he suddenly watched as a large object rushed over him before disappearing a moment later. It was a strange sight before his death, especially with the fact that the monster was nowhere to be seen as well. What happened? His vision blurred. Using the last bit of his strength, he tilted his head as far down as he could and watched as what he assumed to be the abomination was now being toppled over by another before being eaten. What is that? Just as he thought that, he heard a feminine voice above him. "Oh, you sure are hanging by a string? Huh?" He then watched as the beautiful face of a woman appeared hung above his face. He was definitely sure it was a woman, a beautiful one at that. Emilio felt the gaping hole in his lower abdomen begin to close magically as he watched crimson lines stretch over him. Was she here to save him? He then asked with the last bit of consciousness he had. Are you my guardian angel? HM? Nope. I already belong to someone else, sorry. Unfortunately for Emilio, he had already fallen unconscious before hearing the response to his question. Chapter 436. The odd Vaughn out? Please marry me, Miss Arias. Absolutely not. Long after Emilio, who was once Niarlo, had woken up, he had been asking for Lillian's hand in marriage nonstop, claiming her to be his guardian angel, even when she constantly rejected him. Fortunately, with the help of Lillian's element, he had made a rapid recovery from his deathly wounds. However, that only seemed to cement the image that Lillian was truly his guardian angel. After all, how had he survived situations like the Leviathan and that monster half an hour ago without her help? The memory of Lillian being the cause of the latter had already vanished from his mind. This back-and-forth offer and rejection happened for a total of 30 minutes. And in that time span, they had managed to swiftly rescue Viesta, who had managed to keep herself alive without any injuries whatsoever by keeping herself in the trees. This fact caused Lillian to smile, as this was also what Viesta had done in the game to survive in the exact same spot. It seemed that fate wasn't going to try to change up the original story too much to fit her in. Even when you know of my family's reputation, I can give you and your family a much more luxurious life without any problems whatsoever. I ask nothing more than a chance at your effect, sorry. But as someone who is already part of an already somewhat wealthy family, I think we're fine. Viesta, who was watching the exchange beside Lillian, leaned into the girl's ear whilst pointing at Emilio. Hey Lillian, who is that? I don't think he looks like someone of this world, especially on an island like this. Lillian side-eyed Viesta before twisting herself around and getting a look at Emilio, who looked rather crestfallen due to the constant rejections. Her eyes then looked over Emilio's appearance. Straight black hair that fell just below his brows, vibrant purple eyes that seemed to darken periodically, a sharp jawline, but not enough to appear overly masculine. If Lillian had to give an answer about what she thought about him at this very moment, she would find that he appeared to be rather adorable in her eyes, especially with his appearance. If it was because he was attacked, I would say he was dressed rather neatly. Emilio von Nitravin, one of the many male characters in this game you could romance, wasn't he that bad of a pick if you were to look past his earlier personality. He also had quite a high chance to become stronger with his element of Eclipse, which had incredible potential, considering he had a degree of control over both light and darkness. Unfortunately, he's the odd one out of the family. When a member was born into a family titled with the noble name, Vaughn, they would always be found to have at least some high amount of talent, or at least a decent amount, due to genetics. However, Emilio was born without the usual amount. You could even say he was born with barely any talent, causing him to be the black sheep of the family, a favorite, but still the odd one out. Thus, he was homeschooled instead of being able to experience the academic life. I think he's around my physical age. As well, Lillian turned around and continued to keep an eye out for monsters. And as she did that, she couldn't help but recount her current knowledge of the nobility status in the world. The families that bore the noble name Vaughn were dukes in this world. In the past, the title of duke was passed around whenever you were to be related to the royalty of one's nation by blood. However, after the most recent war, such a way was discarded and has now been changed to a more achievement-based assigning, which was ranked as Vaughn first, Ker second, GLA third, and Phi last. The noble name Vaughn belonged to either royalty or families that achieved near legendary feats during the war. A good example would be either the Roselles or Emilio's family, the Nitravens. From a family belonging to the East Nation and one of the 4 underworld lords, just like the Roselles, the Nitravens played a massive role in the Second Great War, cutting off the supply chains of neighboring countries, acting as inside informants. These were only some of their exploits. I think they even went as far as almost killing the entire West Nation's royal family. They were even partially in charge of the massive air fleet that invaded the South. The Nitravens were definitely a prominent family that dealt mostly in information gathering, invasions, and destroying the enemy from within. These sorts of activities were something a certain bunch of assassins wouldn't ever indulge in, since it would hurt their inborn pride. Compared to the Roselles, I think the Night Ravens are a more nicer bunch. I think, in terms of being less hostile. Now that she thought about the Roselles, what sort of gift should she get from Marionette the next time they meet? Flowers from the trial world? Ack. This place is the worst one for something like that. The carcass or material of a powerful monster. Cop. I forgot to collect some of the Leviathan S scales for that. After ruling out both options, she began to think whether or not she was being too materialistic. Can't Marionette already get these types of things? Emilio, who was in deep thought about some kind of pickup line, immediately sat up with a bright smile and turned around, having just come up with one. But then, ARG Chach, what do I do? He watched as Lillian yelled into the sky with both of her hands clutching the sides of her head. Seeing that it was a bad time, he silently put away the pickup line for another time as he faced Viesta, who seemed to be rather upset with how he disguised himself as Niarlo. Fortunately, the two got along well as they spoke about the rumors of the legendary Niarlo-S exploits, especially one where he battled a massive kraken for an entire day and 2 nights. Night soon arrived, not because it had been hours, but because it was already late the moment they appeared in the trial. After finding their way to a specific location, Lillian decided that they should set up camp. Once she sent off the beetle to act as a patrol, she sat near the campfire, which had now been created thanks to Viesta. Lillian then eavesdropped on Viesta's worried and stressed conversation with Emilio. Chapter 437. Just 4 days? How the hell are we going to get out of here? I don't recognize any place like this from the textbooks about Hearth. Well, maybe you Haven T remembered hard enough? All islands basically look the same, don't they? That S for our world. Each landmass on Hearth has at least some kind of geographical marking or corruption zone. Viesta scratched the side of her head, but even when I climbed to the peak of that tree to get a good look, I found nothing. She then gave an exasperated sigh. Even with my knowledge, who knows how long it would take to complete this trial without any clues? Days, weeks, months, even a year? Viesta's face hardened as she said the last part of her sentence. Sitting cross-legged, she patted her knee erratically before forming a tight fist. Thump! Huh. Viesta picked up what seemed to be a protein bar, followed by an already open can of food that had magically fallen into her lap. Looking to the side, she found Lillian snacking on something similar. She then watched as the girl flashed her a smirk. Don't worry about it, Viesta. We'll make it out alive. I can promise you that. Viesta smiled slightly, comforted by Lillian's words, before sighing again. With the strength of both you and the captain, it gives me some reassurance that we'll survive. But it still loops back to the question whether or not we'll be trapped in this trial forever. After Lillian tossed Emilio his portion of food, she chuckled at Viesta's words. The concept of how long it'll take wasn't something Lillian was very worried about. While it was normal, even expected for trials to take an obscenely long amount of time to complete, she didn't have that issue. She had already devised a plan to complete this trial, but that could only begin once a couple of days had passed. It wasn't because she didn't want to complete the trial sooner, but it was because her chances of completing the trial would dramatically increase in 4 days' time. That was because an event would occur. By the time I complete this trial, it would also be the 2nd of May. Once they had finished their dinner, Lillian watched as the two went off to prepare some sort of bedding for the 3 of them for the night. And as they did that, Lillian debated whether or not to keep the fire burning or to put it out. I'm not very knowledgeable about these things. Looking towards Viesta, who had already prepared the necessaries for the bedding, she asked, Hey Viesta, should I put out the fire? Huh? MHM. Put it out so we don't risk a forest fire. Forest fire? All right, but what if I just push away everything that could catch on fire? It's better to be safe than sorry, Lillian. Nodding, Lillian put out the fire before walking over to Viesta and Emilio. After sitting down on her bedding, she realized that Viesta looked rather paranoid of their surroundings, afraid. Seeing this, Lillian couldn't help but comfort her. My beetle is patrolling around us. Its strength should suffice for the level of this specific area. I see. Viesta, seeing that Lillian was confident in her monster, laid down, and tried to get some sleep as she did her best to calm herself. However, the moment she did that, she felt a poke in her side. Since all three of them were sleeping beside each other, it was easier for Lillian to grab Viesta's attention. Did you? Not something? Kind of. You said you were single, right? Viesta sat up and looked at Lillian with a raised eyebrow. I am. I was dating before, but me and him broke up at the start of this year. Lillian nodded, satisfied with the answer as she wrapped an arm around the woman's neck and whispered, Well, how do you feel about same-sex relationships? Then, Ashul, why do you ask? Just answer. I'm sure you thought about it once or twice, right? Lillian pushed forward, causing the cowgirl's eyes to widen slightly. Viesta looked into Lillian's eyes and chuckled with a wave of her hand. She then said in an embarrassed tone, I'm very flattered, Lillian, but, Lillian insisted, wanting to know about the woman's thoughts. She had also sensed a hint of hesitation in the woman's smile, which had now become crooked as she insisted that she continue. Viesta, seeing that Lillian wasn't going to stop, sighed, I am not into the idea of polyamorous relationships. Lillian, especially since you're my junior. Lillian blinked at her silently, shocked at what she had just heard. Huh, where did you get that from? Emilio, who was fidgeting with his blanket beside Viesta, finally found his chance to join the conversation. But at the cost of eavesdropping, he couldn't help but gape in shock. Polyamorous relationship? Didn't that mean a relationship with more than one person in it? Wait, Miss Arias, are you already in a relationship? Lillian tilted her body to the side and looked towards the young man. She then raised an eyebrow and said, Didn't I say something like that already? She remembered saying it when Emilio was on the verge of going unconscious. He must not have heard it. Fair enough. Emilio's eyes widened, but then he sighed in disappointment as he unconsciously summoned a glass shard, which seemed to mirror back a grotesque-looking monster. After the three of them woke up and had breakfast, they quickly got on the back of the beetle, which seemed to have had an eventful night. As they strolled through the jungle at high speed, Lillian internally recounted what she needed to do. The island was made up of 3 sections: the beach, the jungle, and the cliff. And in each of these sections, they held the lord of their individual territory, which needed to be defeated before they could escape from the island. The beach lord, the jungle lord, and the cliff lord, if she remembered correctly. Each of the lords was around the dire rank, so that meant that they were able to use mana to a degree. You have slain a savage gnarl. Viesta, who had just watched as one of the water spears that hung above Lillian's head pulverized a monster, couldn't help but chuckle nervously. She also couldn't help but let her eyes wander over Lillian's chestplate and boots. She hadn't ever seen them before. Were they new? Hey Lillian, did you always have that chestplate and boots on you? Oh, my spatial ring holds a lot of stuff. Being prepared, you know? Whoa, you really are prepared. May I ask what the ranks of these monsters are? Savage Gnarl, why do you ask? Turning back around, Lillian found Viesta looking down slightly with a hand over her chin in deep thought. Fortunately, Lillian managed to catch what she heard. A savage gnarl. That SA threat rating of a 2.4. ISNT it? Lillian, who heard this, turned back around with a thoughtful expression. The threat ratings. Hadn't he ever had to think about that before in this life? I almost forgot about it. Chapter 438. Threat ratings? Threat ratings. When people describe the dangers of the monster, they would either give out the information about its mana core or the number of mana shells it had. Of course, such kinds of information sufficed in terms of describing the sort of dangers the monster posed. However, for those unaware of the monster's true extent of destructive capabilities, it proved rather ineffective. Thus, the threat ratings were created. With the use of mathematical values and multipliers, they were able to create a sort of table. Mana shell stages were assigned points 1 to 7. Wretch, Gnarl Ma, Husk, Gore, Reaver, and lastly Dread, each one given an assigned value with an increment of 1. Then, you had the level of the monster's mana cores, which added a multiplier ranging from 1.0x to 2.5x. feral e savage, d, dire, c, prime, b, great, a, apex, s, colossus, sassari. And the categories of destruction went like this. Monsters with a calculated threat rating of 1 to 3 were considered a local nuisance dangerous predators. Monsters with a threat rating of 3 to 5 were categorized as a regional menace, which was comparable to a storm or flood. Afterwards, you got categories that were much more obvious to decipher. City killers ranged from 6 to 9, which was equivalent to a hurricane or major earthquake. Nation breakers range from 9 to 14, who were comparable to a large tsunami or supervolcano. And then you had civilization enders, who were between 14 and 17. Monsters of this category were seen to have the destructive capability of a meteor strike. Of course, there was the theoretical category titled Extinction Class, but no monster of that type had ever appeared in history. So it had always remained a theory. If I calculated correctly, the twin-headed seawater leviathan was around a 6.4, just barely a city killer, but still one definitely capable of it. Although she couldn't remember what fighting it was like, she was definitely sure it was an intense battle one where she might struggled a bit or a lot. Fortunately, nothing above a city killer would appear inside this trial. I think the only reason most people don't refer back to this style of determining danger is because of the math. Even if it's quite simple. Lillian scratched the side of her head, which I don't like doing either. She liked it when numbers increased, but that was only in the case of money in her bank account. John, snapping out of her thoughts, she watched as Emilio leapt from the back of the beetle before rushing over toward a small mound of corpses. Lillian hummed slightly as her eyes landed on the back of a black man sitting on top of the mound of deceased monsters. This was Emilio's bodyguard. She remembered he was of the second tier like her, weaker, but still of the second tier. John, who was covered in wounds and was wiping the blood off his sunglasses, quickly put on his glasses and turned back around with a hint of wariness. He then widened his eyes as he found the familiar faces of both Lillian and Viesta, as well as his young master. Leaping down from the mound he sat on, he watched as a petite man ran up to him. Emilio was relieved to see that his bodyguard was still alive and mostly well. John quickly knelt down in Emilio's presence and greeted him. "I greet you, young Master Terence. I'm glad to see that you are well. Did the device used to disguise yourself malfunction?" Before Emilio could reply, John immediately noticed the severe damage in his young master's clothes and instantly summoned a new set of them out from his spatial ring. As he tried to get Emilio to change out of his current rags, Lillian couldn't help but smile slightly. If she recalled correctly, John didn't know about Emilio's true identity. He only knew of his first name and that he was part of a made-up noble family called the Terrence. A noble that wanted to have some freedom hired a bodyguard who was in need of a job. Once all four of them were now on the back of the beetle, which seemed rather displeased about the growing number of passengers on its back, it continued to stride forward. "You have slain," as Lillian continued to be on guard against possible ambushes. Her ears twitched as she heard Emilio asking John if he had any tips about winning over ladies. He is still not backing off? He is persistent, I'll say. She was truly flattered, but if he continued to make advances on her, she might have to reveal Marionette's noble name as a detergent. After a few hours of moving, settling down to have lunch, and continuing to move again, the five of them eventually reached the dense heart of the jungle. The ground around them was completely covered in vibrant moss and lively flowers, which seemed to sway on their own as if they were alive. The trees that hung over them were extremely dense to the point where light barely managed to seep in through their thick canopies. Even the vines that crawled around on the ground and over the trees were obscenely thick to the point where Lillian even had to dismiss the beetle so they could keep moving forward. As they continued to move forward, they stumbled upon countless sights of enroached carcasses of several monsters wrapped and captured in the vines, which seemed to eat them from the inside, evident by the green hue in the carcasses' presumed veins. Of course, that was to say that they weren't targeted as well. It was just that swoosh. Lillian was always quick enough to counter them. Viesta watched as a severed piece of a thick vine fell to the ground, having been blown apart by one of Lillian's high-speed water spears. She couldn't help but find that Lillian's power behind her element seemed to have increased dramatically. And such a thought was true. Since acquiring the drowned Leviathan's earring, Lillian found herself more at ease, even more comfortable with her current strength at her current level. If she wanted to, she could drop her guard and still continue to defend the entire group due to the parallel thinking enchantment. And not only that, with this singular earring, she had acquired 2 extra trump cards in her arsenal. The Twin-Headed Fury, which allowed her to conjure 2 plasmatic heads in the form of Leviathan's, and the Leviathan's Wrath, where she could charge and release a plasma-infused water beam, something she had already devised to be her last resort trump card. Now that I think about it, I have 2 last resort trump cards currently. The second she was referring to was the Berserk enchantment of her gauntlets, which she was rather hesitant to use. It was a fun ability in the game, but something she would want to be used last if possible. The entire group continued to push through the narrow crevices in between the trees and admired as Lillian countered the vines whipping at them. Occasionally, they did question why Lillian was leading them through this way, but the usual answer they got back was, because the eerier the place is, the more likely it holds secrets. As they continued, they couldn't help but spot strange sightings of movement high up within the trees. They had frail bodies and wore a deer skull over their heads, like they belonged to a religious cult. And if their eyes weren't deceiving them, there seemed to be small structures built inside the canopies that stretched between trees' houses, to be exact. Was there an entire civilization living within the canopies of the tree? They're not hostile, don't worry, Lillian muttered, garnering back the attention of the group, who seemed to nod slowly at her words, but were still wary of those above, who looked down at them equally wary. For another 5 minutes, they eventually reached the very center of the jungle. Everywhere they looked was completely shrouded in thick vines, which seemed to give off a strange but warm glow. As the group looked around, they managed to find one spot that wasn't completely covered in vines. Is that a stone pyramid? Viesta asked, her eyes widening slightly at the partially moss-covered stone pyramid. It was around 500 meters tall from what they could see and 100 meters wide, while also being completely made out of thick and eroded stone bricks. Narrow, but long vines crawled over the edges of the pyramid's bricks, while moss made their homes inside the aged and eroded cracks in the stone where sunlight made contact. It also had a massive flight of stairs in its very center. As everyone's eyes were drawn up to the massive pyramid, trying to make out its peak, Lillian's eyes were instead drawn down towards the spot right in front of the pyramid. She found a large crater in the ground, which had been shaped to look like a battle arena. At its very center was a throne with a large stone 2-headed battle axe on its right and a jagged stone spear on its left, both embedded into the ground. And seated on it was an 8-foot-tall crowned Wendigo, who immediately locked eyes with her warily. Chapter 439. The Jungle Lord? The monster seated at the throne was a tall, Wendigo-like monster with a jagged crown made entirely out of twisted bone and antlers. Infused with the crown was the deer skull head of the Wendigo, who stared at her with hollow, glowing eyes and a face that made it seem to be eternally frowning. The Wendigo had a sickly and starved skeletal figure, which was covered in withered black flesh and thick ropes of pulsating vines that thrummed with life. It had 2 massive, clawed arms with hooked, bony fingers, which rhythmically tapped at the armrests of its stone throne as though it was bored, and had legs that were bent at an unnatural angle, similar to a deer. The identity of the Wendigo was the Jungle Lord, whose strength had managed to reach the savage gore, otherwise known as a monster with a D-rank mana core, but had gone through a total of 5 different evolutions. And with that information, it had a calculated threat rating of 6, which was categorized as a threat to an entire city. As the Jungle Lord adjusted its position and rested the left side of its face into its fist, its predatory aura finally reached the group, causing them to fall into a momentary state of panic. The pressure they felt from the jungle lord, who exuded an unprecedented amount of dreadful aura, was as if they were suddenly forced to carry several tons onto their shoulders. Fortunately, with their experience, on top of the recent exposure to the twin-headed seawater leviathan, they were able to resist the frightening aura. However, they couldn't help but feel the aura that the jungle lord gave off was similar to that of the weakened leviathan. It could be their imagination, but there was one thing they were sure of, and that was that everyone in their current group had no chance at taking on the jungle lord. Everyone, aside from Lillian Ker, of course, who trembled with excitement. Yeah, this guy would be giving me a run for my money. Lillian basked in the Wendigo's overwhelming predatory aura before feeling its effects drastically weaken until there was eventually none left. This could only mean one thing. Her chances of overcoming the jungle lord in battle were now around 50 and above, something she was confident was the work of her earring. Powerful items truly are the best. However, as much as the thought brought her joy, she doubted her chances were above 50. Viesta watched as Lillian took a step forward towards the large arena below and reached out to grab the girl. Hold up a second, Lillian. Do you really want to fight that thing? Let's think about this carefully. Viesta gulped, shooting the Wendigo a glance. It hadn't attacked us yet, so it must still be wary of us. Maybe we could use that to our advantage? Lillian looked back and hummed slightly as her eyes darted between the faces of the people here. Usually, in the game, the player would battle the Wendigo with all available party members, even with Captain Right Hook, if they found him. However, was it not best to test her current strength against a powerful enemy like the Jungle Lord? By going off the fact that she no longer felt the Jungle Lord's predatory aura, that meant their battle could go either way. Lillian gave a comforting smile, masking her confidence that could easily be misunderstood as arrogance. Don't worry, I'm the one that got you guys in this mess, so let me deal with it for you. After saying that, Lillian broke free from Viesta's hold and leapt down into the battle arena. Thud. Once landing inside, Lillian got a good look around at the foreign carvings on the wall of the arena. It told stories. Thud. Lillian's eyes immediately snapped towards the sound and found the jungle lord to have finally gotten off its place on its throne with a loud stomp. The jungle lord warily looked down at Lillian from its towering height before retrieving its weapon stuck in the ground beside its throne, now identifying her as an enemy instead of one of the tribal members in the heart of the jungle. It clutched the handle of its two-headed battle axe and held it over its right shoulder, watching as Lillian took a stance. It gripped the shaft of its spear and aimed it towards Lillian, who had now chosen her own weapon, the regular last spite, otherwise known as her black short sword. Lillian gripped the hilt of her sword as she watched the jungle lord take a single step towards her. While her short sword had been her main choice of weapon for her recent battles, this one would be where it would truly shine. That was because, swoosh, this battle was going to be one about speed. After the jungle lord took its singular step, it appeared in front of Lillian with a silent gust of wind before, swish, instantly swinging down its battle axe, splitting the air. Lillian preemptively turned her body to the left, dodging the swing, which crashed against the ground. Although the jungle lord's arms appeared frail, they carried a frightening strength behind them as the ground cratered from its swing. Without any regard for the stone shards erupting from the ground or the wind that brushed against her face, Lillian immediately countered with an attack of her own, a swift stab. SWIP. Lillian stabbed forward and watched as the jungle lord instantly transformed into a rapid blur as it sidestepped her stab despite its large size. She looked up with an ecstatic grin as she gazed upon the face of the Wendigo, which continued to look down at her with its consistent frown. It was still bored and impressed, but not for long. Adjusting her grip, Lillian swung again, narrowly redirecting the stab of the jungle lord and causing sparks to fly off their weapons. And just like that, their high-speed battle took place. Whenever it looked like one had the upper hand over the other, it would always be proven wrong. Even after a few minutes had passed, not even a scratch had been made on either opponent's body, with the only obvious sign of damage being to the arena. Clang, 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 as everyone from the sidelines watched in awe at the sight of sparks flying around and Lillian fighting off a fearsome blur. They couldn't help but feel as though the white-haired girl was faring well on her own. However, that was until clang, the Jungle Lord became even faster. Chapter 440. The Jungle Lord's Rage? Lillian flew back several dozen meters, having used the flat side of her sword to block what seemed to be an underhand swing from the Jungle Lord's battle axe. Her arms shook terribly from the force of the blow, along with her sword, which seemed to share the same sentiments as her. While any person would be in either awe or dread of the Jungle Lord's strength, she was instead in ecstasy. Such a blow in the past would have left cracks in the bones in her arms. That was how powerful it was, however. All she received was some numbness. Although it was on the major side, it was still just numbness. Was she becoming a masochist? Lillian landed on her feet and skidded back, regaining her balance as she shot the Jungle Lord another taunting smirk. The glowing lights inside the Jungle Lord's hollow eye holes flickered as it saw Lillian block its strike. Without any obvious sign of pain, it froze for a moment. The Jungle Lord would then bend over unnaturally before kicking off into a swift charge with a speed that even Lillian found difficult to anticipate beforehand. And despite that clang, she chose to face it head-on. Clang, clang, clang. A single minute had passed from their earlier exchange, and yet they had already clashed weapons 5 different times. During this, Lillian's body had begun to show signs of damage, primarily on her face and any other limbs that were exposed. For each blur she narrowly dodged, there would always be a shallow cut placed on her body. Any deep injuries would always fall upon her chest plate, which was fortunately resistant enough to endure such attacks, especially with its enchantment dried coral now active. After another couple of minutes of this, the arena had become torn and covered in countless small craters, primarily due to the mighty swings from the Jungle Lord, who remained merciless and rapid with its movements. Crash! Lillian managed to sidestep the battle axe, having quickly adapted to the tempo of its attack, before swinging at the hand that held the menacing battle axe. The Jungle Lord, apprehensive about the possible injury, dashed back, distancing itself from its weapon and Lillian. It looked down at its right hand, closed it a few times before gazing at its axe that was still stuck in the ground. Then, it would settle its gaze on Lillian, who continued to shoot another mocking expression. However, this one seemed different. Although Lillian didn't speak a single word, the Jungle Lord could decipher what she meant by this singular expression. You may be faster, but you're getting predictable. These unsaid words caused the glowing lights in the Jungle Lord's hollow eye holes to flicker, dangerously aggravated. Lillian, who was silently taunting the Jungle Lord, was quietly filling up the arena with water. By now, the water had already become an inch tall. Just a bit more. Lillian muttered internally as she threw constant, brief glances towards the sky. As Lillian did this, she felt the activity of mana in the air intensify slightly, something that wasn't connected to her. Splash! Lillian's ears twitched at the sound of water splashing and found a dark blur appearing before her. Seeing this, she quickly raised her sword and blocked what seemed to be a rapid stab from the Jungle Lord's spear, ding, which caused her to go flying back. As Lillian shot back, she could sense that the aura surrounding the Jungle Lord felt more enraged. Did her taunt piss it off? Before Lillian began to readjust herself in the air, she watched as the Jungle Lord stabbed its spear into the ground before tightening its right hand into a fist, jerking it back before disappearing shortly after. She widened her eyes. It got even faster. Lillian twisted her body around and turned back. And as she did that, she was then face to face with a wall of sharp vines speeding towards her. Her eyes flashed with light as she flashed her empty hand out. Droplets of water rapidly appeared in the air before shooting towards the wall of vines, piercing through it with a speed equivalent to or greater than that of a bullet shot from a desert eagle. After destroying the threat, Lillian twisted her body around in the air again, intending to recover her balance. However, before she could even realize it, bam! A tall, dark blur appeared from behind the shattered wall of vines. The jungle lord shot forward and crashed its fist against the center of Lillian's chest plate, causing a powerful thud sound to resonate as Lillian shot back. Lillian felt winded as the air was knocked out of her. She could even feel her chest plate shift a little from the swift, unexpected blow. Sea crap. Watching as the jungle lord disappeared again, Lillian quickly formed a solid water barrier around her body in the form of a sphere. Before Lillian could even hit the ground, the jungle lord had already appeared to push her up. Bam! 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 Like she was inside a pinball game, Lillian's body was knocked left and right, bouncing across the arena as the jungle lord bashed her around. She was locked in an everlasting combo. Did she really piss it off that badly? Fortunately, my barrier will hold. With the help of her earring-s water buff enchantment, she didn't need to fear about it breaking in. However, if it wasn't for the earring-s parallel thinking enchantment, she would struggled terribly to keep up the sphere-s structure. She already felt like she wanted to vomit due to all the spinning around. But it's fine. Having laced her sphere with her parasitic element, she was going to leech off of the jungle lord's mana and stamina in hopes of tiring it out. It can't keep up such immense speeds forever, after all. And not only that, Lillian managed to catch a glimpse of the sky, and after a few moments, a few bashes around the arena, she gave a sick smirk as she mouthed, "It's time." "Shit, she's being bashed around in there," Emilio shouted, watching in horror as Lillian was being flung about like some dead hamster in its ball. He then tried to take a step forward before being pulled back by the scruff of his neck by John, who had an equally horrified expression, albeit slightly more hidden compared to his young master. Emilio tried to free himself from his bodyguard's clutches. "Now let me go. Even if Miss Lillian is powerful, don't you see what that horrific thing is doing to her?" He then looked toward Viesta for help. "Come on, Miss Jorlinston, she is going to die in there. You must see that I'm right." Viesta heard his yell and couldn't refute what he had just said. From what had happened thus far, Lillian hadn't been able to land a single cut on the Wendigo. Lillian was also far too slow to be a match for the Wendigo as well. And she couldn't say for certain whether or not Lillian had recovered her memories or not. Usually, when one entered into a trial, whatever injuries they had prior would disappear, they would also regain missing limbs. However, for what she could tell, Lillian didn't seem any different from when they entered the trial. After such a fight, wouldn't someone at least receive some kind of trauma? Viesta clutched her hands in tight fists, her nails digging into her hand and drawing blood. She was torn between what to do. The most ethical option was to try to help Lillian the best they could. However, she wasn't foolish to think that all ethical options were the best options. She, Emilio, and John would be torn apart the moment they set foot into the arena. Considering that she and Emilio were only of the first tier, they would be instantly eviscerated by the Wendigo, who they weren't even able to keep up with. And even though John was of the same tier as Lillian, ultimately, the white-haired girl was a cut above the rest in the same tier B in terms of gear, experience, and compatibility. Even if they did try to help from afar, who has to say that the Wendigo couldn't reach them from up here? It has control over the vines. Viesta whispered dreadfully under her breath as she looked around their surroundings. They were deep in its territory, which was covered in vines, and nowhere did they look. IT had the advantage, an overwhelming one at that. Viesta continued to try to think up a plan where they could all get out of this. And fast. She was watching her junior being pummeled before her very eyes. She raised the side of her index finger to her mouth before biting into it. What did they do? What could they do? What the dash? Emilio flinched as he looked up before trying to get Viesta's attention, who only waved him off. But as Emilio tried to get her attention more and more, Viesta, who was on the brink of exploding, shouted, "I'm trying to think of something. Let me think." Emilio flinched, startled by her sudden outburst. John, who watched this, patted Viesta's shoulder and received an annoyed glare. Viesta then watched as John pointed upwards and showed what seemed to be. Chapter 441. 5 Dashes to Clash. The Jungle Lord was a fearsome opponent. It had speed unlike anything Lillian had ever faced, even surpassing a certain black-haired assassin when it came to it. Not only was it born with a substantial amount of mana, but it also had a superior physical body compared to the rest of the monsters inside its territory. However, that wasn't all, for its intelligence even rivaled that of humans. Something that was commonly only found in monsters who had reached the prime rank. That was how gifted the Jungle Lord was. It was even more fitting when the Wendigo had managed to grasp control over a part of nature, while only being in the dire rank. As Lillian continued to be stuck inside the Jungle Lord's endless chain of attacks that sent her flying around the arena, she remembered one last thing about it. It also has a second phase. Each lord of their territory was a boss in their own right. Although different in shape, abilities, and sizes, they were ultimately similar in strengths. Bam! The Jungle Lord struck the side of Lillian's sphere and felt a slight shock sting its hand. This was because the electricity wrapped around Lillian's figure, due to her short sword having managed to make its way throughout Lillian's solid bubble. As the Jungle Lord continued to strike Lillian's bubble, it also noticed a subtle feeling of drainage. Why was its mana being consumed more than it had calculated? The glowing orbs in its hollow eyes shone slightly as it continued to strike Lillian's sphere, trying to get to the bottom of this mystery. Lillian could sense its confusion and grinned as her parasitic element was taking a noticeable effect. From a moment she had been stuck inside her solid water sphere, she had been using an exorbitant amount of mana not to just keep her sphere intact, which was also a factor, but it's time. But because high above the arena, she had been conjuring a large body of water with the help of her parallel thinking. The reason why? Well, it was also she could activate a singular enchantment on her boots, which required her to be in the presence of a large body of water. Bam! The Jungle Lord crashed its fist against the side of Lillian's sphere like a wooden log before blurring and appearing shortly after to intercept her flight. And as it drew back its arm and slammed it against Lillian's sphere again, it had the ball to shoot backwards like it had done previously. However, splash! The sphere exploded outwards and rushed towards him in tidal waves. They then rapidly transformed into a variety of spears, mimicking how the Jungle Lord had previously summoned a wall of vines to skewer Lillian. The Wendigo's eyes flashed with a curious light as it cocked back both of its arms and began to unleash a flurry of blows. Its fists were like solid metal shattering through sharp, fragile glass. Splash! 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 In only a few dozen milliseconds, it had already destroyed Lillian's water constructs. The Jungle Lord then adjusted its stance. Watching as behind the water was Lillian's speeding figure, her attack, clearly inspired by its earlier one. Seeing this, the Jungle Lord dashed forward, reappearing before Lillian in a fraction of a second and whipping its fist towards her. However, with an unexpected duck from Lillian, it would then miss. The Jungle Lord was now open for attack. Lillian lashed her sword out and left a shallow cut on its lower abdomen, drawing a thin line of blood that caused the Jungle Lord's glowing eyes to pulsate with rage. At the same time, Lillian left an attack on its body, and it had already sent out its left fist toward the side of the head. Fortunately, Lillian had managed to react to this preemptively, raising her left arm and blocking with her gauntlet. BM. Lillian managed to survive the crushing blow. Sea Sprinter. That was the enchantment inscribed into her boots that boosted her overall speed by an additional 40. On top of her sword's enchantment's explosive speed and electrifying aura, she was now moving with a total additional speed of exactly 90. She shot towards the right, covering over several dozen meters, before landing on her feet and falling into a crouch. After getting back her bearings and balance, Lillian looked at the cost for her survival. Her gauntlet had managed to remain unscathed and without damage. However, she couldn't say the same about her forearm. It was broken. She watched it lean to one side before quickly putting down her sword and keeping her arm up. Although she had gained a tremendous amount of speed, it still wasn't enough for her she could fully dodge its attacks. But it was definitely enough for her to react to them. She winced as she straightened her arm and waited as her arm magically repaired itself, the snapped bones in her arm mending back together. How did it do that, you may ask? While the jungle lord was inspecting its unexpected shallow wound with a rageful glow in its eyes. It discovered crimson lines in the corners of its eyes that connected to Lillian's left arm. It had healed. The jungle lord's glowing eyes flickered for a moment before returning to normal. It looked towards Lillian's parasitic lines and found them rather suspicious, especially when it felt its life force was decreasing rapidly by the second. After inspecting its wound, it raised a foot to Lillian's parasitic lines and crushed them before lastly severing them with a kick. The jungle lord would then take a single step and appear beside its battle axe, retrieving it, before doing the same with its spear. The two would then face each other, locking eyes with one another, before blurring from their previous spots. Splash! X2 their dash towards each other echoed from the splashing of the growing inch-tall water covering the ground. Although Lillian's current speed wasn't equal to the jungle lord's, that didn't mean she couldn't try to rival it or reach close to it. Riptide Dash, that was her boot's second and last enchantment. By allowing her to dash along the surface of the water with short, powerful bursts of speed clang, she would be able to temporarily match the speed of the jungle lord, while also being able to barely clash with it due to her enchantment as 25 strength amplification effect, even if it was only for the duration of the 5 dashes. Clang, ding, clang. Lillian and the jungle lord clashed over and over again. Although Lillian's body had begun to show more signs of damage, they would inevitably be repaired with each clash they made, which was mainly the cause of Lillian's parasitic line. The jungle lord quickly caught onto her strategy and severed the parasitic line attached to its body. Chapter 442. Checkmate. The more they clashed, the faster Lillian ran out of her dashes. Fortunately, it was only a single-minute cooldown. However, just that singular minute would be able to decide the result of this battle. Luckily, she was able to last long enough to regain her dashes. And as the battle went on, the more frantic the once indifferent jungle lord became. For like Lillian, it too had begun to accumulate damage. Even worse, it wasn't able to increase the speed at which it was moving, because it had already long reached that limit. Some people like Lillian, who had indulged in the joys of gaming, would even describe the jungle lord's situation as capping its speed. Like anyone engaged in an intense battle, Lillian had already devised a plan on how to get the jungle lord to bring out its second phase. The jungle lord, enraged by the countless shallow cuts that slowly appeared on its body, dashed back intending to increase the distance between him and Lillian, which he now saw as an irritating rodent that didn't leave it alone. And that was exactly what Lillian did. She didn't leave it alone. Even when it dashed back she had preemptively activated her last Riptide Dash for this moment, as though she was expecting it. As Lillian's body shot forward, gliding over the surface of the 2-inch-tall water beneath her feet, the outer edges of her vision began to blur as she drew back her arm for a focused stab to be specific. She was aiming for the center of its chest. The jungle lord sensed the attack coming and felt the change in Lillian's aura. With its eyes, it watched as the mana around Lillian's body changed. Her mana became dull, but as sharp as a sword. Her mana became smooth, but as pointy as a spear. It also gave off the impression that this attack would be a fatal one, especially at the speed she was reaching. The jungle lord, in the span of a few dozen milliseconds, held up the flat side of its battle axe in front of itself as a makeshift shield. However, it would then readjust its actions, finding that dodging would be the more optimal approach rather than blocking. From its earlier clashes, It had concluded that the strange ability that Lillian had been using to momentarily match its speed and barely match its strength had a duration of a few seconds. By avoiding Lillian's obvious stab, it should be able to hastily counterattack and behead her with its axe. After deciding its sequence of actions, the Jungle Lord leapt back intending to get out of reach of Lillian's attack before feeling its back press up against something hard. Its beast-like instincts caused it to tense and stiffen. What was it that caused it to react in such a way? Quickly flashing a glance back, the Jungle Lord realized that it was now up against the wall of its arena. While the walls of its arena weren't simple or plain by any means, something like its shouldn't cause it to react negatively. But it knew why. It was because it was now open to Lillian's attack. As it was about to dodge to the right, it was met with the sight of a monstrous head made out of water charging towards it. And this was the same to its left as well. It was locked in from all sides, left, right, and front. And all of this was all because of Lillian's ingenious planning. Although she couldn't truly make use of her memory to anticipate its attack style patterns, she could definitely make use of her knowledge about its behaviors. She knew about the Jungle Lord's apprehension of being injured and used it against itself by forcing their battles closer and closer to the walls of the arena. And she also knew that it would try to escape, given that such a blatant and simple stab from her should be within its scope of what it could avoid. So, as a countermeasure, she needed to prevent it from escaping by locking it in between two liquid heads inspired by the twin-headed seawater leviathan. You may now be asking, why didn't she use her earring-s enchantment to conjure plasma ones instead of creating water ones? That was because she was saving them for a much more dire situation. Time slowed down as she watched the Jungle Lord tilt its head towards the sky. Was it thinking about jumping upwards to avoid her stab? She smiled inwardly. It wouldn't work. Lillian knew for a fact that it would take more than just a few dozen milliseconds for it to jump high enough to fully avoid her attack. And even if it did manage to leap high enough, she would just control her water constructs to chase after it, since it would be more vulnerable midair. But that would only happen if it were given enough time to initiate such a leap. From Lillian's current distance between her and the Jungle Lord, she would have already arrived by the time it could even get an inch off the ground. And that was the same if it were to be able to destroy one of the two heads charging towards it. This was checkmate. The Jungle Lord, realizing it had very few options of escape, let out an enraged and distorted roar as it finally decided on its move against her attack. It raised its battle axe as a shield and then stabbed out in retaliation with its spear, all of this happening in a blur. SWIP. Lillian widened her eyes as she quickly turned her body to the left and managed to dodge the spear that would pierce through her entire right chest. However, she couldn't say she dodged it fully as she felt the stone spearhead pierce through the side of her lower abdomen. Her eyes turned bloodshot at the pain as she felt her body immediately heat up. Gritting her teeth, Lillian pushed on with her attack and shot her arm forward with all of her might, and pierced through the stone battle axe, which was seemingly indestructible from previous clashes. Her short sword punctured a hole through the battle axe and pierced through the chest of the Jungle Lord, destroying its heart, while the two monstrous heads from the side crashed into its body like a tidal wave, biting into the Jungle Lord, and in turn, causing the awakening of the monster's second phase. Chapter 443. Lord No More. The Jungle Lord had two phases. One, where it would primarily utilize its physical strength and speed to pummel down the enemy with its weapons. And its second form, where it would fully switch to a more magical and defensive approach. Its body would become more durable and tougher to put down, as it would gain a ridiculous healing factor, as well as having a higher amount of control over vines comparable to that of a prime rank monster. An entity created with a combination of both flesh and plant life, evident by the blades of grass that coursed through its veins previously. In this state, the Jungle Lord was effectively immortal for 2 whole minutes. Due to its now highly durable body and high regeneration factor, It would not die unless it had either achieved its new purpose, run out of time, or had been reduced to nothing. Now, what that new purpose was, it was to take over its enemy's body. Lillian watched as the undead monsters swarmed around her and charged in waves. Claws, tails, spear-like limbs, paws, all sorts of weaponry these undead creatures had. They threw them at Lillian without a smidge of mercy, even utilizing the vines to control their body as weapons. Luckily, under all the effects of her items, she managed to dodge them with ease, even going as far as counterattacking them. However, swish, they would only regenerate and come back to fight. The Jungle Lord's primary form of attack in this phase would be to either overwhelm its enemy in swarms of undead or with its vines. Fortunately, Lillian had to deal with the latter, but it was still worrisome. With 50 seconds left until her dash is fully recharged, Lillian dodged under a swing of a monster before reeling back her arm. Then, punching with lightning speed, Lillian slammed her fist into its body and conjured countless sharp, translucent rods to pierce through its body. As the translucent lines punctured through its entire body, they then shot towards nearby monsters and did the same thing, creating branches. Parasitic lattice. This was one of the spells she had formed out of her battle with the puppeteer. By summoning a swarm of parasitic lines of the thicker and sharper variety, this spell acted as both an offense and a support spell, albeit it took more mana than just a regular parasitic line would. As Lillian continued to thin out the horde around her, swinging and slashing with her sword and striking them down with spears of water, she couldn't help but feel much better about her current situation. Even though it was still tiring, it was still more of a breather compared to when she faced the speedy Jungle Lord. And, due to her parasitic lattice, she was now connected to several sources of both mana and vitality, all linked towards the Jungle Lord, who had yet to do anything more beyond summoning reinforcements. But that was until one of Lillian's spears had overshot and flown towards the Jungle Lord, who, splash, whipped it out of the air with vine-like arms. As though it had suddenly woken up from a deep sleep, the surrounding vines began to awaken as well before charging towards Lillian rapidly. Her eyes flashed with a cautious light as she began to twist her body around, dodging the vines with immense speed as she continued to thin out the horde of monsters. For now, the rate of the vines was still bearable. However, swish, swoosh, swish, it quickly became something of a worry as Lillian had to focus entirely on dodging or blocking to keep herself safe. She even had to begin avoiding the undead monsters because, due to her lack of extermination, they had begun to group together and attack her all at once. Transforming her body in and out of water, Lillian continued to dash and dodge the countless high-speed vines. Although just barely now, SKRR. With a lean, Lillian managed to dodge yet another vine, but the fact that it managed to skim over the surface of her chest plate left her worried. Too close. Once straightened herself, Lillian slashed her sword at another vine. Ding! She widened her eyes as her sword rebounded off it. It was hard. Lillian flew back towards one of the undead and eviscerated it with her water magic. As Lillian tried to descend quickly to the ground, she watched as the two monsters in front of her suddenly exploded into vines. Her eyes shot wide open as she braced for the attack. SWIP. X for the vines shot towards her like sharp metal rods that not only managed to breach through her defense, but also pierced through her shoulders and thighs. Lillian's eyes bulged at the pain as she was dragged through the air and slammed into countless thud, 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 hard surfaces. Fortunately for Lillian, her parasitic lines still remained active, allowing her to quickly recover from the damage inflicted. She had also been lucky enough to protect her entire head from being either damaged or skewered by the few vines that had targeted her throughout this. However, that didn't mean she was free from the pain or trauma of. Not only that, but the vines began to crawl inside her body. Lillian gritted her teeth as she felt the vines squirming inside her body like parasites, causing her blood vessels to take on a horrific dark green. It was trying to take over, Now that the Jungle Lord's original body was mostly destroyed, it needed a source of vitality to regain what it had lost. As Lillian tried to resist the control, the vines suddenly began to drag her towards the sky, and not only that, swoosh. But the head of the jungle had even begun chasing after her, its neck extending rapidly in length. Lillian, surprised by such a turn of events, quickly regained her composure before glancing back and watching as she was headed straight for a wall of sharp vines that had blotted out the entire sky above the arena. Was she about to be skewered and devoured? Lillian internally smirked as she tugged on the control of something of her creation that she had been gradually creating since the start of the battle. The Jungle Lord had forgotten about the large concentration of water in the sky. With a pull on her control, the large body of water in the sky right above the wall of vines fell with tremendous force as it shattered through the vine wall. And once the wall of vines was no more, the Jungle Lord's eyes flickered for a moment shocked before listening as an eerie laughter rang out. Lillian let out a slow and mysterious laugh as the world slowed down. As the sea above them continued to descend like a waterfall from the heavens, Lillian flashed out her index and middle fingers in the direction of the Jungle Lord with a maniacal grin. This was a true checkmate. As soon as time resumed, Lillian slashed through the vines that were stuck to her body before directing all the water towards the Jungle Lord below with her finger. The Jungle Lord, who watched as the water rushed towards it, paused in its chase before raising its arm in defense. However, such an attempt was futile, for the pressure behind the water slammed it back down into the arena, thud, crushing it and its minions with the force of a crashing tsunami. And once the entire arena was flooded, Lillian swirled her finger and caused it to spin rapidly, transforming it into a massive whirlpool. The Jungle Lord's body, which had just been crushed, was now being torn apart and twisted at an exceeding rate. Although it managed to consistently regain its form, it couldn't say the same for its minions, which were being destroyed faster than they could regenerate. But soon enough, the whirlpool calmed and slowed down, eventually coming to a stop. In the small moment of realization, the Jungle Lord absorbed the surrounding water, using the vines making up its body before ejecting them with fierce intensity. And by doing that, it began to shoot itself towards the surface of the water. Splash! Once it finally reached the surface, causing a geyser of water with its appearance, it slowly regenerated its body. Besides its skull, every inch of flesh on its body had now disappeared, only replaced by vines that tried to mimic its previous form. It then looked around for Lillian, twisting its head left and right. Soon enough, it discovered her calmly standing on the surface of the water with a surprised expression. "You survived that? I need to learn a thing or two about you," Lillian muttered as she held a hand to the vine stuck through her left shoulder, the last one she needed to remove. Although difficult to see, one would be able to see the dark green veins spreading throughout Lillian's body slowly retreat back to their origin, as if they had encountered some kind of dangerous antibody. But that wasn't the truth. Instead, it was due to the fact that the parasitic aspect of the vine had begun to disappear. How, you may ask? Well, who else but Lillian was capable of such a thing? Lillian gave a small smirk as well as a mocking blink. Even if she wasn't as fast as the Jungle Lord or as strong as she was still an awful matchup for the Wendigo, who sensed something amiss with that particular vine. Following that, it watched as Lillian's body suddenly blurred, with the only thing it saw being her stomping against the surface of the water. Splash! X5 The surface of the water suddenly exploded outwards as a high-speed object dashed over it. Lillian, having just used all of her dashes in that short moment, appeared before the now-slow Jungle Lord, who became startled at her arrival. Pushed! The lights in its eyes flickered as it felt something stab through the center of its chest. Piercing her short sword into the chest of the Jungle Lord, Lillian immediately twisted it and caused several strings of parasitic lines to appear. Due to what she had just done earlier, she was rather low on mana. The Jungle Lord, noticing that its supply of mana had begun to drain once more, let out a furious roar as it swiped its right arm onto Lillian's figure. Swish! But then, it heard Lillian mutter, "Twin-headed fury." The moment it heard her say that, its danger warning began to ring within its mind. Sizzle! The surface of the water began to immediately transform into a subtle mist as a scorching heat radiated from Lillian's ear, followed by a plasmatic glow. Then, in a split second, something shot out from Lillian's back with blinding speed and caused it to lose its swinging arm along with its entire shoulder. And not even a moment later, the entire Jungle Lord's torso disappeared. The Wendigo quickly regenerated itself and caught its falling limbs before looking towards Lillian's back. And what it found were two identical light blue scaly cylinders made out of pure energy, which gradually increased in width the longer they stretched before remaining consistent. The material of the cylinders seemed to be made out of plasma. As Jungle Lord's gaze ascended, they eventually settled on the sight of two plasmatic heads reminiscent of a ferocious deep-sea creature, Leviathan. Or more accurately, the twin-headed seawater Leviathan. The scaly cylinders that were attached to the heads were actually their necks. The Jungle Lord shook with one thought. Dangerous. The mist that had been emitted from the surface of the water was split in two as the Jungle Lord whipped its arm towards Lillian in a wide arc. It needed to eliminate Lillian and use her vitality as fuel for another body. And quick, but it was unfortunately intercepted. Right as it had initiated the attack and displayed clear hostility, the plasmatic heads swerved in the air before instantly, whoosh, diving down at lightning speed with the force of a bullet train. Splash! They rammed into the body of the Jungle Lord and dragged it under the water and around the flooded arena. One bit into the lower half of the Jungle Lord and severed its connection with the ground. The other crushed and scorched the upper half in its plasmatic maw. And with the combined strength of both, they slammed the Jungle Lord into the arena's walls before dragging the Wendigo through it, causing them to circle around. The Jungle Lord healed repeatedly at an exorbitant rate, tried to lash its arms out at the plasmatic heads. But no matter how much the Jungle Lord tried to regenerate, it would always be put back in its current state shard. Even the water around them did next to nothing to help it endure the burning assault of the plasmatic heads as they boiled and evaporated instantly. Soon enough, all the water within the arena had disappeared, leaving behind the still living Jungle Lord, the two plasmatic heads, and Lillian was spinning around in a circle as she controlled the plasmatic heads to assault the broken Jungle Lord. Then, with very few mana left, Lillian flipped her hand up and caused one of the plasmatic heads to move away from the Jungle Lord and rise into the sky. Following that, the plasmatic head that still dragged the Jungle Lord slowly tilted upwards, pushing the Jungle Lord into the sky along with it. And as it continued to climb higher and higher into the sky, so did its twin as they too descended rapidly. They both were charging straight into each other. Lillian, who was swinging her sword around dramatically like the baton of a conductor guiding a choir, smiled with a subtle glow in her eyes as she stabbed it into the ground. Then, with a swift motion clap, she clapped her hands together softly. And not even a split second after clap, an even louder clap emerged in the sky above her, as the two plasmatic heads crashed into each other, causing a thunderclap to resound. And with it, ashes began to fall from the sky. "You have slain a dire gore." Jungle Lord Lillian's ears twitched as she heard that, satisfied with the outcome of the battle. But what she heard next only made her smile even larger. "You have gained a shard." Lillian looked up into the sky with a slight smile, watching as the ashes of the Jungle Lord continued to fall before catching what seemed to be a viridian glass-like orb. It was a mana core. Seeing this, Lillian couldn't help but out a small laugh as she strolled over and sat on the throne where the Jungle Lord previously sat. She then muttered with a playful, but also slightly weary voice, "Oh, 2 parting gifts just for me? Oh, you shouldn't have." Total time of battle, 10 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 444. Jungle Lord's Mana Core. After Lillian fell into the jungle lord's throne, having caught the Viridian mana core from the sky, everyone who had been spectating her battle was left with gaping mouths. Viesta, who was already used to Lillian's incredible abilities, was still in awe. This was especially so with Emilio and John, who were shocked at the events of the battle. In a few minutes, there were high-speed blurs. Then, in the next moment, the jungle lord suddenly transformed into a vine-covered entity. Following that were the appearances of undead monsters, an entire wall of vines that blotted out the sky, the flooding of the entire arena, and lastly, the plasmatic heads that were clearly reminiscent of the twin-headed seawater leviathan, which reduced the entire jungle lord's body to ashes. Yes, incredible, Emilio muttered under his breath, his hands shaking from the presence of the battle and the lingering aura of the jungle lord in the air. John nodded along with his young master. He had known that Lillian was strong, but to this extent, although he had seen her battle the Leviathan, she still had help from Captain Righthook. But after today, his impression on Lillian only skyrocketed. The two then watched as Viesta leapt from the cliff they were standing on before climbing down with one of the vines still around. "Ashi!" Emilio shouted as he watched her descend. "We don't know if these vines are still dangerous or not. The monster had already died. Now get down here and help me check on Lillian's condition." Viesta shouted back as she quickly dashed over to Lillian's direction. Both Emilio and John looked at each other before nodding. The young master climbed onto the back of his bodyguard and made John carry him down. Viesta soon reached Lillian's location and immediately checked her for injuries. While the cowgirl had managed to discover countless stains of blood on the girl and damage in Lillian's clothes, she ultimately saw no injuries that could be found on the girl. This stumped her for a moment, but then she remembered that Lillian always had been able to recover quickly, although she wasn't entirely sure if it was the work of a trait or item, or possibly even an element. Viesta, quickly noticing she was getting off track, shook the distraction out of her mind before placing a hand on Lillian's shoulder with a proud and amazed look on her face. "Hey, Lillian, great work out there, really. I didn't know you could move so fast." Viesta shook Lillian's shoulder, trying to celebrate the girl's deserved win. However, she then noticed that no response came back. At the angle at which she was looking, she couldn't see the girl's face entirely, due to Lillian's head being tilted down. This caused the woman to worry a bit as she shook harder, trying to get a reaction out of the girl. "Lillian? Lillian?" Sensing something was amiss, Viesta shouted, "Hey, are you all right?" The cowgirl then instantly fell onto one knee, looking for an angle so she could see the girl's face. And what she found was the girl's eyes completely closed. After holding a hand just before Lillian's nose and placing a finger on her neck to check for a pulse, Viesta had concluded that Lillian was alive and was just fast asleep. The breath she was holding and escaped from her mouth with relief. Lillian was just sleeping. After both Emilio and John came over, the entire group, besides Lillian, obviously decided to make this their camp until the girl inevitably woke up from her nap. NGH. Lillian let out a groggy groan before yawning loudly. Did I fall asleep?" After letting out yet another yawn, Lillian stretched her body and rubbed her right eye before looking around. And what she found was something she could only describe as both familiar and unfamiliar. Was she inside one of John's tents? She did remember that the bodyguard had several tents within his spatial ring for a majority of reasons. "So, I guess that's where I am." Sitting up, Lillian glanced to the side and found the mana core of the jungle lord lying beside her. She smiled softly, recalling her victory over the Wendigo. If she had to be honest, the battle was extremely close at the start. After reaching over and grabbing it, Lillian scrutinized its appearance. It was a dark green glass orb, closer to the Viridian color, and although it appeared glass-like, it would be more accurate to say it had a crystalline appearance to it, with its jagged but still sphere-like appearance. The core also seemed to be condensed and layered over several different times, 5 times to be exact, by the exact same crystalline material but of a different thickness each time, as if it was keeping whatever was inside secure and protected. These were the mana shells of the mana core. As Lillian got a closer look inside, staring at it with keen interest and curiosity, she couldn't help but notice something slithering within the mana core. It was a sea of snakes, but instead, there were vines that moved on their own. If one were keen enough to see, they would even see entities amidst the sea, enroached by the vines. So this is what the mana realm of the Jungle Lord looks like in person. Enthralled by the sight of it, Lillian continued to gaze upon the magical crystalline core, as if she had developed a severe case of ADHD. Eventually, she managed to pull herself back into reality and move on to what she wanted to do. She summoned its description, Mana Core S name. The vines that were our skin previous owner. Jungle Lord number of shells. 5 quality of mana. C Core S description. In an endless sea of vines, nothing remains unchanged. No stone unturned, nor no life unconsumed. It is creeping, and it is piercing. Soon enough, it will wear what it would have devoured and allow the vessel to forever live with the permission of remaining. Unchanged. Main property. Vines sub-properties. Living parasitic. Pierce Lillian hummed as she read through it, looking at the properties of the mana core. The main property, if I remember correctly, is what it appears as, while the sub-properties are the traits of it. The quality of mana influenced how many sub-properties the core could have, which was also the same for humans. As the higher rank your core was, the more abilities you had. And the number of shells is related to how many times they could be used for enchantments before completely disappearing. By destroying the outer shells of a mana core and turning it into dust, you can imbue it into an inscription stone, which was the key item used for enchanting an item. After looking over the mana core one last time, Lillian tossed the mana core into her spatial ring and moved into her next acquired item, the Jungle Lord-S shard. With a mental pull, Lillian willed it into existence and watched as it dropped into her hand. And what she found was a reflective glass shard the size of her entire palm. Her eyes immediately shot wide open as she turned it around, only to be jump-scared at the sight of the Jungle Lord-S skull face, which stared at her with glowing eyes. This was a monster shard. Chapter 445. Another monstrous companion? She had managed to acquire the monster shard of the Jungle Lord. Lillian immediately straightened her back as she stared at the shard with bulging eyes. She couldn't believe this. To think she had been lucky enough to acquire such a shard. I had already received 2 of these in this singular trial. The first time was when she saved Emilio and gained the abomination he had been struggling with as a shard. Albeit, she had decided to hand it over to the young man, since it wasn't really that special. Even if it didn't have a head at the time, the beetle managed to kill it on its own. Why would she need something as weak as that in her arsenal? Even worse, taking up a shard slot. Excited to see the Jungle Lord-S description, Lillian immediately willed it to appear. Monster name, Jungle Lord titles, Guardian of the Jungle God S Temple. 4th generation Jungle Lord monster rank, dire stage of evolution, gore monster description. Law of the Jungle. The title of Jungle Lords is for those given the responsibility to guard the once young Jungle God S Temple and subjects, acting as a guardian for its jungle. However, such a role could only be received through defeating an already existing Jungle Lord through trial by combat and executing them. This particular Jungle Lord happens to be the 4th generation and also the fastest in comparison to its predecessors, as it used its overwhelming speed to claim victory over the previous Jungle Lord. Traits: generational accumulation, high speed, blessing of Jungle God, generational accumulation. Every past Jungle Lord had a key ability that allowed them to reign in victory over their predecessor through the Jungle God's blessing. These abilities will be passed down for the next Jungle Lord to act as the new guardian. 1. Weapon mastery. The 1st generation Jungle Lord had a high understanding of battle through handheld weapons. 2. Lord of Vines. The 2nd generation Jungle Lord had immense control over the surrounding vines and a body that was coursing with plant life. 3. Immortal Cycle. The third-generation Jungle Lord had the ability to increase the time before its demise for a maximum of 5 minutes, which, during this duration, it needed to take over a suitable body to recover. High speed. The Jungle Lord's speed is capable of increasing up to 2.5x its usual speed. Blessing of Jungle God. The Jungle Lords are loved by the Jungle God. Therefore, they too are loved by jungles. Lillian became wide-eyed at what she read. So wide, in fact, that it was even possible for her eyeballs to pop out. And she was right to express such a reaction. She knew that the Jungle Lord had a variety of abilities that helped it in battle. But to think it was of this degree, how did she even win that battle? Lillian scratched the back of her head. She remembered that she had sensed the predatory aura of the Wendigo losing its effect on her. If I didn't have any of my items, I would definitely lost that battle, even if I used every possible means. She wasn't sure if it was because of the amount of text written, but the feeling of the Jungle Lord's strength was a bit daunting on her. Well, anyway, I guess I could say I managed a solo, and first try it at least. Lillian chuckled nervously before moving towards the exit of the tent. Shuffle. After shuffling around and managing to crawl out the exit, Lillian immediately held a hand over her eyes, adjusting to the light. And once she did, she lowered her hand before freezing in place. The sky was now fully orange, contrasting with what it used to look like previously light bluish. How long had she been asleep? Looking back, Lillian found Viesta walking up to her from behind with a bundle of sticks in her arms. It seems the woman was preparing to make a campfire. Oh, Viesta, are you just about to make a campfire? HM? Oh, I was actually getting more fuel for the fire. Actually, it had already been made. How was your 4-hour nap? 4 hours? Lillian yelled, baffled by such a large amount of time lost. She had recalled her mind feeling extremely fatigued, more so than her body. Could it be the weight of controlling the large body of water she had conjured? Lillian did suddenly turn it into a whirlpool as well. So that may also play a massive factor. I think it might have been my earring's fault as well. Lillian muttered inside her head, pinching her earring with a look of realization. As Lillian continued to ponder, Viesta chuckled slightly. I was really worried when you weren't responding back to me earlier. But now that I know you were just tired, that brings me peace of mind. Viesta then looked at Lillian's body from top to bottom, checking to see if there were any issues in the way she stood. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any. However, does anywhere hurt or feel weird? It didn't hurt to ask. Viesta watched as Lillian shook her head slowly and nodded in satisfaction. The two then walked beside each other as they made their way to the fire. I don't think you heard me say it, but you did brilliantly out there. I never knew you could move so fast. Hearing the compliment, Lillian gave an embarrassed chuckle as she rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. It was nothing really. Such a battle was needed for the trial anyway, so we would had to face it eventually. Seriously? How do you know, Lillian? Viesta raised an eyebrow. Maybe you could avoided fighting that boss as a whole. Lillian gave a crooked smile. Yeah, I'm sure you know that there was no way a monster as strong as that ISNT related to this trial's requirements. Viesta laughed a bit. Once reaching the campfire, Lillian looked around. It was but a simple campfire with logs around it acting as seats. It was simple but comforting at the same time. After replenishing the fire's wood supply, they watched John and Emilio return from behind the trees of the jungle and immediately made their way over to them. There won't be any monster entering this part of the jungle, John stated confidently, followed by an energetic nod from Emilio. And we mean that. It's like anything besides the little guys we saw in the trees avoid this place in the jungle. I guess. They were too scared of that guy. In unison, everyone glanced at the stone throne, which still held its rough shape, despite the harsh battle that had gone on around it. They then looked back at each other. Lillian folded her arms and gave a firm nod. It's an instinctual thing, after all. Considering that the Jungle Lord is the strongest monster inside the jungle and only comparable to the two other lords, I think it's a good thing they avoided this place. Emilio tilted his head slightly. Jungle Lord? Is that what that thing was called? Damn, Cool name. He then held his chin and fell into a momentary thought before stiffening. He then frantically raised his hand and stuttered as he looked towards Lillian. "Well, I, in my opinion, of course." Lillian slowly raised an eyebrow at him as she tilted her head as well, wondering about the man's strange behavior towards her. Couldn't he possibly still have feelings for her even after knowing she was taken, right? Lillian held her chin for a moment as well, staring at the young man intently, who shivered and froze in place instantly. After narrowing her eyes, she smiled and waved her hand dismissively in a casual manner. "Me too. I think the name is cool. But anyway, we camping here for tonight, huh?" She shot John a random glance, who instantly noticed and nodded in response. "The day is almost coming to an end. It's best to rest for the night and let the dark pass, so we can be safer in the day tomorrow." With such a logical response, Lillian couldn't help but nod strongly. Although such an issue wasn't as much of an issue for her, it was definitely for her group. With the Jungle Lord now as an ally, I think it's possible they still needed to find Captain Right Hook. After all, Lillian decided to suggest her plan to the group about journeying through the night, but was immediately met with rejection. It wasn't about safety, tiredness, but in fact about worry for her well-being. "You slept for 4 hours, Lady Arias. You can't be certain you're prepared for such a possibly long travel," John stated. "My bodyguard is right. You're incredibly strong, Miss Lillian, but surely you must still be tired, right? I heard it's not good for ladies such as yourself to lose on sleep. It harms your beauty." Emilio Inguayez. Lillian, stunned by the response, watched as Viesta wrapped an arm around her shoulder and said, "Look, Lillian, do you know of a man named Ryozan Arinder, the strongest mercenary mage?" Lillian instantly responded with a raised eyebrow, watching as Viesta nodded at her in confirmation with a soft look. "Even someone titled as the strongest needs his sleep to keep that title, so you need to rest up, Lillian." Viesta patted the girl's shoulder firmly. "I see." Lillian looked away slightly, scratching the side of her cheek shyly as she finally gave in. Emilio, seeing that Lillian had decided to agree with their request, placed his left hand on his waist and nodded exaggeratedly. He then raised that hand into the air, now that we had that out of the way, and summoned what seemed to be a plastic bag filled with several white, soft treats inside. "How about we have some marshmallows as celebration for Lillian's excellent battle?" Viesta, watching as the bag bounced up and down, shouted, "What the dash? You had marshmallows the entire time, but didn't tell any of us?" "Ashul, so what?" He hugged the plastic bag to his chest and shouted back, "You make it seem like I hid a big secret from you all. Marshmallows are a big deal, especially for the outdoors. Quick, someone fetch me sticks." And just like that, everyone had begun to gather around the fire. Chapter 446. Out and about. Once night drew near and everyone had fallen asleep, Lillian quietly snuck out of her own tent and looked around. She checked for anyone near the campfire. Then she checked for anyone still lingering outside their tents. And after being sure that they were all asleep, Lillian sighed. The girl scratched the back of her head as she looked towards the dark sky, which, compared to both her old and current ones, was much more beautiful and starry. Lack of pollution, I guess, or just the wind elements above are clearing things out. As she muttered this, her hands clutched tightly into fists. She didn't have that much time left. Lillian then flashed her hand out and summoned the beetle, who upon being summoned immediately let out a roar before being scolded by Lillian. Shush. Please be quiet. I don't want to get found out." Lillian hissed quietly. The beetle, hearing her demands, glanced towards the group of tents in the distance before rolling its eyes, deciding to do as she says. Seeing that it had listened to her, Lillian sighed in relief before summoning another glass shard. Looking at it carefully, Lillian was once again met with the Jungle Lord's face and its glowing eyes. Something about its eyes gave her the chills, more so than the beetle's face. Throwing it out, Lillian watched as the glass shards shattered in a large, misty cloud of dust before coming together and shaping themselves. Soon enough, The tall and lanky figure of the jungle lord appeared before her weaponless. Lillian looked up and found the jungle lord staring down at her intensely, its hollow, glowing eyes flickering between white and green in rapid succession. But then, after a few moments, it lowered itself into a graceful kneel as it held its left hand over its chest like a noble knight. Seeing this, Lillian couldn't help but turn to the beetle and gestured dramatically at the jungle lord, as though she was silently asking, "Why can't you be like him?" The beetle gave her a deadpan look before reeling its head back, gathering its saliva. Lillian, immediately realizing what it was going to do, pointed at it warningly with a look that made it seem she was silently stating, "Don't you dare spit at me again." As the jungle lord watched Lillian's back and forth silent banter with the beetle, it slowly looked around their surroundings quietly, noting they were in its arena, and found something. Lillian, noticing the jungle lord rising to its feet, watched as its figure suddenly blurred and disappeared with a gust of wind before reappearing a split second later near a random wall. She then watched as it bent over and disappeared once again in a blur. Lillian flinched, immediately taking a step back as she found the jungle lord reappearing in front of her again, this time with its weapons. She then settled her gaze on the jungle lord's weapons and recalled a key piece of information. Unless the items are a key feature of the monster in its past life, the jester wouldn't transfer it over when they become a shard. Lillian glanced between the two monsters and thought for a bit. Which of the two should stay back and remain as the guard for the camp? Lillian had chosen the beetle to act as the guard. Even though the jungle was a powerful entity, who knows what the others may react when they see it? Lillian had yet to tell them about it, after all, mainly because she forgot. After she and the jungle lord made their way out of the arena, they swiftly left for jungle. But just before they could entirely leave, Lillian ordered the jungle lord to set up a tall wall of vines around the entire perimeter of the arena. Even though it was certain that no monsters would enter the heart of the jungle, she just couldn't risk it. Lillian watched as the jungle lord got to work and couldn't help but sigh and rub the back of her head as she waited. Although it was going against Viesta's and the others' wishes, she had to venture out in the night. This was to bring out the best possible result. She needed to get the captain back to their group quickly. If the time limit hadn't been around 4 days, she would been more than happy to stay back at camp and rest for the night. She would have stayed up even longer and enjoyed the rest of Emilio's marshmallow if he had allowed it. However, Lillian sighed, placing her right hand over the right side of her face. Working under a deadline is always such a pain in the butt. She didn't quite have that type of luxury yet. Since waking up, she had been recounting her battle with the jungle lord, analyzing it as much as she could remember from the battle. She remembered how much its speed eclipsed hers, and how strong it was despite its frail appearance. Lillian even had to use artificial means to barely match or counter it to a degree. Maybe I'm pushing myself a bit too much. Lowering her hand, Lillian glanced towards her left hand, which was holding a cold, dark lantern that depressing warmth. With her lantern, she wouldn't be entirely in the dark. And that's not all. Lillian looked down at the shoulder she was sitting on. Currently, she was using the jungle lord as a sort of mount, a substitute for the beetle since it wasn't here. After they had finished setting up the barrier of vines around the arena, they immediately set off. While it was a bit different compared to riding on the beetle, Lillian got used to sitting on the jungle lord's shoulder. She also couldn't help but compare the two monsters as mounts. The beetle had a few abilities that made it exceptionally well suited for hunting, but when it was inside a jungle, the jungle lord might have it beat. With the jungle lord's blessing from a jungle god, it would be impossible for them to get lost inside the jungle, as well as to get attacked by any of the hostile plant life. It also had a powerful predatory aura, which acted as a potent repellent for the weaker monsters still awake and lingering around in the jungle. Because of this, Lillian would have an easy journey throughout the jungle, although she was a bit cold. I think I prefer the beetle as a general mount. Its back is a bit more comfortable. Lillian soon snapped out of her thoughts as she felt the jungle lord suddenly kneel down. After stabilizing herself, She watched as the Wendigo dropped its weapon and pinched the stem of a unique-looking flower growing out from the root of the tree. Once handed the flower, Lillian smiled as she looked down at it. The flower had a slender, pale green stem that grew upwards like a spiral and had six petals that had a faint and bioluminescent glow to them. Starting from the base of the petal, they were of a dark emerald green, which slowly became whiter and glassier the nearer to the tip. At the center of the flower, it had fragile gold tendrils made of pollen, which seemed to sway despite the lack of wind around. It also had long, veined leaves that emitted a faint mist that had a sweet smell, but a metallic smell to it. The veins on it seemed to be glowing the moment it came in contact with the moonlight. This was one of the reasons she came out at night. Material name: Verdant Veil Lily, Chapter 447. Flower and sap. Material name: Verdant Veil Lily. Material description: it was said that eons ago, this precious species of flower was born from the tears of the flower god, who watched her beloved champions, the three sky sisters, fall in battle after being afflicted with a dreadful sickness of corruption. Heartbroken, she then turned to the jungle god for comfort and a solution. After tossing that into her spatial ring, Lillian nodded to herself. These types of flowers were rare to come by, only available in places with high mana concentration or jungles with relations to the jungle god. It was also a type of flower that blooms once every night, which, unless cut from its stem, would become dormant again. It was also a key ingredient for a type of medicine she needed to try to concoct. Since leaving the arena, she had already come across 4 of these verdant veil lilies with the help of the jungle lord, but she still needed more. Fortunately, she had some outside help. Shake! Looking off to the side and past the dense trees, she watched as the green shrubberies began to shudder as something began to move through them. Soon enough, something, or a group of something, emerged from behind the trees and bushes. They were petite and wore stone and wooden masks with engravings on them, while also having attire made entirely out of either vines or leather and hide from monsters. They had dark green skin, black nails, and an impression that someone from Lillian's old world would get from them that would describe goblin. Luckily, they weren't those kinds of creatures. Well, kind of. Instead, they were a variant of a species named moss goblins, monsters that she had fought previously, albeit in a simulated world, back on her second day during the academy. These variants were named jungle dwellers, the followers and supporters of the jungle god, but also helpers of every generation of jungle lords. And, using their help, thank you very much, she had managed to gather the ingredients in the jungle in less time. Having taken the gathered flowers from their hands, which they retrieved from their leather pouches hanging by a vine belt around their waist, they also pulled out another item. It was 5 separate clay bottles, which seemed to be filled to the brim with a viscous and black sticky liquid. What they had brought to Lillian was called Nightglass Sap. Item name: simple clay bottle. Item description: a simple clay bottle crafted by the hands of a talented pot maker in the Hurjan tribe, which prays to the jungle god. Inside this is filled with a viscous substance known as Nightglass Sap, which is notoriously known to bring irritated monsters of the dark comfort and rest. The Nightglass Sap had a glassy appearance to it, but it was difficult to see during the night due to the lack of light. The sap would act as an agent to bind the verdant veil lily together with the other ingredients she needed to find along her journey around the island. After tossing those back into her spatial storage, both she and the jungle lord bid the small group farewell before journeying out of the heart of the jungle. She still needed 2 more ingredients from the beach part of the island and the cliffside. Fortunately, the latter was going to be her destination, for if she had remembered correctly, Captain Righthook might have already found the temple of the cliff god. The 3 lords. Lillian thought back to an hour or so ago, when her group had asked her about it. After the 4 of them had found their sticks, Viesta looked towards Lillian, who was sitting on a log, and asked, "So, I heard you call that monster earlier Jungle Lord? Is that actually what its name was?" Lillian stabbed her stick through a marshmallow offered by Emilio and shifted her attention between the soft treat and the woman. "Uh-huh. The Jungle Lord. otherwise known as one of the three lords on this island. Lillian then stiffened before glancing towards Viesta. Oh wait, you still don't know about this island yet, do you? Viesta, who was doing the same thing as Lillian, froze as her ears twitched at the last part of Lillian's sentence. Wait, do you know about this island? The cowgirl asked, standing up instantly and rapidly approaching Lillian, who immediately shuffled away from the woman. Lillian slowly held up her hands with a crooked smile. I just remembered where we were just this morning. As seriously? Viesta asked with a stupefied expression as she slowly settled down beside Lillian. Emilio and John, who overheard the two ladies' conversation, leaned in a bit eagerly, causing Lillian, who was the center of the 3's attention, to giggle nervously. After taking a deep breath, Lillian began to inform them on what she knew. The island we're currently stuck on is known as the Three Temple Island, which got its name from having exactly 3 temples built on it across the entire island. Gesturing towards the jungle temple behind her, Lillian continued. This was one of those temples, more specifically the Temple of the Jungle God, which he first built when he was starting out as a god. And that thing I just killed was known as a jungle lord, otherwise known as the guardian of the temple, and, of course, this entire particular jungle. But mainly just the temple, though. Lillian then held up 3 fingers, her index, her middle, and her ring fingers. Since each temple had a lord of their own, totaling up to 3, we need to take them all out and reach the top of their temples to slot in a glowing gem. Viesta, confused about the last part of Lillian's sentence, asked, Huh? We need a glowing gem? But why? Are they all specific to each temple? They all have to be specific to each temple. As for the reason why, Lillian paused for a moment, wondering about how to put together her words. I believe it's needed to finish this trial. Emilio, hearing the end of Lillian's sentence, immediately raised his hands at that. Wait, are you telling me that just killing these lords, right, aren't enough to get us out? He then clutched the side of his head with a concerned and stressed expression as he recalled Lillian's battle earlier. All right, so, if I go off of their titles as lords, they're around each other's strength, right? More or less, Lillian responded. Okay, so, if these lords aren't even the final boss of this trial, then what is? And about those gems, where do we even get those? Emilio yelled in confusion before sighing in a frustrated tone. Those lords are already powerful enough to act as final bosses in other trials. What type of trial did you get us into, Miss Lillian? And do you remember the rank for the gate? Lillian gave a small smile as she said casually, "Rank." Her words caused everyone around her to freeze in pure shock and horror as they slowly turned to her, watching as the girl fetched another marshmallow and roasted it. Lillian, noticing their gazes, looked at their marshmallows and said, "Your guys' marshmallows are dripping." Realizing what she said, everyone immediately turned to the marshmallows on their stick and saw that Lillian was right. My marshmallow!" Emilio shouted in horror as his marshmallow had developed a blackened shell around it. Lillian, seeing as everyone quickly ate their marshmallows, couldn't help but laugh a little as she drew in their attention again. She then held up 4 fingers before lowering one of them. Emilio, Viesta, I'm sure you have already remembered about my plan to complete this trial in 4 days, right? Watching as the two gnawed slightly, Lillian smirked and lowered 1 finger. Just 3 days. Watch me. Every single one of us will make it out of this trial alive. I'll make sure of it. So put your trust in me. Because if I let any one of you die, that'll be the same as me dying. Chapter 448. The Lord performs? Cop! Lillian shouted in her mind, as she hung her arms around the back of the jungle lord's neck, as they passed in between the trees with shocking speed. Just earlier, Lillian had ordered the jungle lord to speed up and move towards the direction of the cliff. However, with the speed they were moving at, Lillian couldn't help but wonder if this was a good idea or not. Well, we're making some swift progress. Lillian's face wrinkled as the winds smashed against her face and ran through her hair. Currently, her entire body was fluttering behind the jungle lord. Soon enough, After crossing over several kilometers in the span of a few minutes, they eventually reached the end of the jungle. Lillian, dizzy from the travel, eventually regained herself and rubbed the back of her head as she dropped herself to the ground. After stumbling for a split moment, Lillian walked past the jungle lord and took a look around their surroundings. Rocky terrain, high stone walls, uplifted gravel, corpses of monsters that were covered in crisscrossing cuts that could only be dealt with by a human. The captain had definitely been through here. Lillian then settled her gaze on the monsters that were feasting on the deceased corpses, their appearance holding a large resemblance to vultures. The only difference was that they had dark and glassy pupils, sharp scales growing out from their backs like a Spinosaurus, and the tips and spines of their feathers were made out of a metallic and organic material, the exact same as the sail on their back. Lillian, seeing them feasting on the corpse, noted them to be iron sail vultures, a sort of monster that relies on dead corpses to survive, but also not afraid to use their sharp sails to hunt. They were also primarily found near cliffs or deserts. Glancing away from the group of 5 vultures, Lillian settled her gaze on the dark cave behind them. She needed to get in there. Lillian looked down at the lantern in her left hand and frowned. Was she going to need to fight while holding onto a lantern? I could just use magic. That's always a good solution. As Lillian was raising her hand to snap her fingers, she realized that the vultures had suddenly ceased their feasting and froze in place as though they were struck with a paralyzing sense of fear. Lillian tilted her head, confused. She knew for a fact that she didn't let off any aura that could inflict such an effect. So the only answer could be, I don't have to fight them. Looking back, she found the jungle lord staring down at her, his hands clutched tightly around the handle of his weapons. The Wendigo watched as Lillian smirked at him and nodded. He then took a graceful bow before disappearing with a blur. Whoosh! Lillian, feeling the winds of its speed crash against her face, immediately twisted its head back around as she heard the horrific screech of a bird followed by a thud, loud, muffled thud. The jungle lord immediately appeared before the nearest vulture and stabbed his stone spear through the bird's entire body, pinning it into the stone ground. Jungle lord has slain a savage gnarl, iron sail vulture after the death of its companion. The second nearest vulture immediately flapped its wings to escape. It had already felt the crushing weight of the jungle lord's predatory aura. There was no way it could win. Flap, flap, swish. But before it could even get a few meters into the air, the jungle lord had already appeared before it and swung his battle axe. The double-headed stone battle axe cleaved through the flesh and bones of the iron sail vulture and caused the ground beneath it to dent and crater slightly. Jungle lord has slain a savage gnarl, iron sail vulture the third and fourth vultures. Having watched the first and second vultures be killed in such a short amount of time, had already ascended half a dozen meters higher than the second vulture did. But that was until, thud, they saw a 2-headed stone battle axe flying towards them. The jungle lord, having just done a rapid spin, threw his battle axe and sliced through the third vulture, killing it instantly and causing his axe to become stuck in the stone wall. Jungle lord has slain a savage gnarl, iron sail vulture startled by the death of the third vulture. The fourth vulture immediately froze in the air for a split second. And because of that split second, it had given the jungle lord enough time to charge and leap towards it into the air. The iron sail vulture, watching as the hand of the jungle lord hovered and approached its face, felt him wrap his fingers around the entirety of its head. After clutching the head of the iron sail vulture, the jungle lord immediately slammed it against the stone wall behind the bird, crushing its skull and thud, ultimately killing it. Jungle lord has slain a savage gnarl, iron sail vulture as the debris and dust of the stone wall washed over the back and shoulders of the jungle lord. He instantly twisted his head. His glowing, hollow eyes then settled on the last enraged vulture, who hovered in the air far above it. This vulture looked different compared to the rest. Its body was slightly bigger, the sail on its back was more curved and sharper, and its wings were much broader compared to the rest in its group. This one seemed to be the leader of what was once its group, and, because of that, It fell into an enraged state as it ignored its beastly instincts to escape. The vulture flapped its wings rapidly and caused the feathers on its wings to detach and shoot towards the Wendigo as a barrage. The jungle lord, watching the falling projectiles, stabbed his fingers into the wall hooking onto it before reaching out for his battle axe and using it as a shield. Thump! 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 Countless feathers descended upon the jungle lord and caused the area on the wall to crumble slightly, creating a cloud of both dust and debris to appear around the Wendigo. The vulture eventually ceased its projectiles and continued to flap its wings, hovering in the air before immediately flipping around into a roll. SKRR. With its metal sail, it managed to barely dodge and redirect the flying battle axe, which it skimmed over. After narrowly avoiding instant death, it unfurled itself and immediately recovered its balance. It then looked towards the cloud of dust on the wall, where the jungle lord was, and watched as something shot out from it. Danger signs flashed through its mind. The vulture immediately flapped its wings rapidly before tucking and rolling into a rapid spin as it charged towards the incoming threat, intending to slice through them with its metal sail. Once leaping out of the dust cloud, the jungle lord charged towards the vulture in the sky, who had become a menacing saw blade. Right before the moment of impact, the jungle lord twisted his entire body to the side and opened his jaws. And then, snap! He snapped down on the metal sail of the iron sail vulture, causing it to shatter like it was mere glass and causing the bird to bleed out as the blood vessel within became exposed. The vulture was immediately paralyzed with pain, and the jungle lord deduced it immediately. He raised his hands and grabbed onto the broad wings of the vulture before giving a brutal tug, tearing off the arms of the vulture, who let out a pain-filled cry. The two then plummeted from the sky and fell to the ground with a thud. X2, heavy thud, which created a dust cloud that covered both of them. The vulture, overcome with pain, was now without options. It no longer had its wings or metal sail. It can't even get back up to its feet. Then, it watched as something emerged from the lingering dust in the air beside it. The jungle lord, having made his way over to the vulture without even a speck of damage, stared down at the bird with glowing white eyes that slowly transitioned to a dark and ominous green. He then swiped his arm in a large arc and swoosh, caused the dust cloud around them to blow outwards, dispersing it. And not even a second later, he raised his right foot over the vulture's head and stomped down with a single hint of hesitation or mercy, crushing the bird's skull instantly with a wet squelch. Jungle Lord has slain a savage maw. Iron Sail Vulture, he then slowly raised his hand into the air and caught his falling battle axe, which was dropped off by a vine hanging high over in the sky, having just caught it for the Jungle Lord. Lillian, who had just watched the Jungle Lord seamlessly decimate the entire group of Iron Sail Vultures, was extremely impressed and entertained. She watched as the Jungle Lord raised his head towards the moon in the night sky and basked in the crimson blood dripping over his body. He would then give out a victorious roar that caused the very jungle behind Lillian to shudder in excitement and act that caused the corners of Lillian's lips to curl up rapidly. Lillian slowly raised her hands and began clapping. Clap, clap, clap. Clapping for the Jungle Lord's way of ending his brilliant performance. Chapter 449. Into the cave? The Jungle Lord lifted its spear out of the ground before turning towards Lillian, watching as she clapped for his performance and listened as she praised him. What a wonderful performance you displayed. Lillian shouted in between claps, hints of her nobility accent seeping into her voice. Listening to her praise, the Jungle Lord's glowing hollow eyes flickered for a split second. He then nodded and took a shallow bow, grateful for her praise as she stepped to the side and gestured towards the dark cave. Lillian smiled brightly and folded her arms, nodding in a satisfied manner. As she walked by, she wasn't aware the Jungle Lord could be such a gentleman. Upon entering the cave and lighting it up with her trusty lantern whose flame would never die out, discovered several other corpses and bloodstains slumped against the walls. Signs of battle. Just as she was about to journey deeper, she realized that the Jungle Lord was having a difficult time fitting through the entrance of the cave. Lillian smiled wryly, watching as the Jungle Lord tried to fit itself through the hole, but failing. She rubbed the back of her head. I guess it's not going to work. Deducing that it would be best that the Jungle Lord remain as a shard for now, Lillian raised her arm to transform him back into his glass shard form. However, before Lillian could, she watched as vines slowly exploded out from the Jungle Lord's body and wrapped around him into a large cocoon, which rapidly shrank. See crack. Squelch. Lillian's face wrinkled as she immediately took a step back, watching as blood suddenly began to seep out from the gaps in the cocoon, while a horrific noise of bones cracking emerged from within it. What on earth was the Wendigo doing? And why did he have to undergo such a thing that looked extremely painful? Soon enough, the vine cocoon unraveled itself to reveal the Jungle Lord's new form. Compared to before, where the Jungle Lord stood at the height of around 8 feet, he had now shrunk down to roughly half of his original height. The Wendigo was now petite, as most of its body was made of vines. It was a rather comical sight, considering that his skull head was almost as big as his entire body. But in a strange way, he also looked cute, if you ignored his glowing eyes that gave you an unsettling impression. It may be cute, but Lillian took another step back, watching as blood from within the vine cocoon began to emerge as well, as though it were a blood bag that had been opened. She then looked towards the Jungle Lord with an inquisitive look and asked, "Dash, didn't that hurt? Didn't the Jungle Lord hate getting hurt?" The Jungle Lord tilted his head at her for a moment as he processed her question. He would then straighten his head and nod slowly, confirming that it was indeed painful. Lillian's face twitched as she gave a wry smile. She held a hand over the Jungle Lord's right shoulder and patted him slowly. Look, you don't have to force yourself. There's always a workaround for these types of things." Lillian chuckled nervously before giving a warm smile. "But thank you. I'm glad to see that you're willing to put an effort." Her mind then slowly shifted back to an oversized insect with a human face, unlike another that needs to get forced to work. After tossing the Jungle Lord's weapons into her spatial rings, given that they were too big to fit inside the cave, Lillian continued her way forward, navigating through the maze-like tunnel with ease. And as she did, she went on to discover more and more corpses along the way. With such clean cuts and slashes that could only mean instant death, she couldn't help but admire the captain's swordsmanship. She scratched the back of her head, and to think he's still holding back. Although Lillian couldn't remember the battle with the twin-headed seawater leviathan, she was sure the captain didn't give it his all throughout it. That was because he still has that cutlass, while not in a literal way. The cutlass was a limiter of his abilities and talent, a seal born from his traumatic past in his third trial. Until that cutlass were to become destroyed and he suffers a major injury, he would still be reluctant to give it his all. With that thought, Lillian pulled out a rather dull-looking cutlass from her spatial ring. She could actually hand this weapon over to the captain. In case it ever happens, it would do better in his hands than hers. After all, I want he needed anyway. I already have enough weapons. After putting it away, she scrutinized the corpses before moving forward. She needed a special material found in the body of an underground monster known as an umbrelite, another ingredient that was needed for the medicine she needed to concoct. And unfortunately, the materials on the monsters found dead around her weren't going to suffice in the slightest. A few more minutes of walking eventually led her out of the tunnel system she was in, but it only caused her to end up inside a humongous ravine that was lit up with countless torches. Lillian looked around and breathed in the strong stench of iron in the air as she noticed the corpses of humanoid creatures on the ground. Their bodies were covered in rough, dark fur and had heads that were similar to those of canines. A monster in her old world would closely describe it as a kobold. They were also the ones worshipping the cliff goddess temple. Lillian looked around and placed her lantern back into her spatial ring. Since their location was lit up with torches, the lantern wasn't needed for now. The girl took a step forward and began to walk on what seemed to be a wooden bridge that, although constructed crudely, was held up rather well. Chapter 450. A casual walk through an underground ravine. Walking past the corpses of the cliff goddess subjects, she took a peek inside their homes, which were medium-sized holes in the ravine-esque walls. They were decently furnished, even comfy. She continued moving and also continued to find corpses of kobold strewn everywhere she went. Every single kobold she found was dead. No matter if it was an adult or a child, they were all slaughtered and slumped against some cold wall. The captain really went on a spree, huh? Lillian thought, holding her chin as she continued to look around, wondering what she could loot. She checked out their water supplies, their food storage, and even their armory, which seemed to be mostly unused. The captain must have killed them all before they could reach for their weapons, slaughtering the already equipped ones first. It's kind of obvious considering there are countless net slashes around the place. Lillian held a hand to the wall and traced her fingers over the deep slash marks. She continued moving forward. This is only just half of their settlement. Since they worshipped the cliff god, they would obviously find it more appropriate to build their main settlement nearby or on a cliff close to the temple. As they continued to make their way down the ravine, which was around 100 meters deep, she couldn't help but notice movements in the corners of her eyes. The jungle lord had noticed them as well. Soon enough, when they reached the midway point down, she sighed and shrugged, commenting on the kobold around them. Yep, all of these guys are dead. The captain sure did a number on them. Huh. Lillian paused and looked down at the petite Wendigo. What do you think? The jungle lord, who was surveying their entire location, looked towards Lillian and tilted its head slightly, causing her to giggle. Well, maybe he didn't kill everything within this ravine, that's for sure. Turning around, Lillian looked towards the right wall of the ravine above her and found a rather large draconic lizard climbing it. With its head craning down towards her, Lillian managed to get a good look at the oversized lizard. It had a bulky body with basalt black scales that were dark enough to seemingly drink the darkness around it. It had an angular head with a throat that glowed and pulsated a subtle orange every few seconds like a frog, and had black eyes that stared down at her with a predatory gaze. Its forelimbs were recurved and shovel-like, while its talons were shaped like thick chisels, which hooked onto the wall it was climbing. And lastly, the lizard had a thick tail with a thick and solid club at the end of it, a club similar to that of an ankylosaurus. It was the umbrelite drake, the creature she was looking for. Once the player were to kill every kobold and linger in this area for too long, the drake would arrive due to the smell of blood. This also meant that the deaths of these kobolds were still fresh, considering they would all been devoured if it had arrived here earlier. Lillian snapped her fingers and caused her earring to glow a blue light as two plasmatic heads emerged from her back, which rapidly grew in size. Although it may be considered overkill, Lillian didn't see any point in dawdling around with it if she could kill it instantly. Time is of the essence. Before the wooden bridge underneath them could entirely blacken or be set on fire from the heat radiating off from the plasmatic heads, Lillian shot out her hand and commanded the two heads to fly towards the lizard. As she watched the heads rapidly arrive before the drake, she smiled. But then, crackle! What the dash? Lillian watched as a beam of flames suddenly pierced through the plasmatic heads with ease, causing them to disperse before shooting towards her with immense speed. Lillian and the jungle lord immediately leapt away to different stone platforms as they watched the fire beam pierce through and torch the entire bridge, destroying it. The girl grimaced as she saw that, unconsciously holding a hand to her earring as she thought with realization. The heads are fragile, although she was entirely sure if it was because of the strength of the Drake's fire breath. The fact that the two heads were taken care of in the blink of an eye was definitely a concern. If Lillian recalled correctly, she did remember she lost control of them after she made them crash into each other during her battle with the Jungle Lord. While Lillian was pondering, the umbrelite drake had already decided on its next follow-up attack. It snapped its mouth shut, ignoring the lines of smoke that escaped its large maw as it leapt off the wall. As soon as it did that, it tucked its body into a ball and began to roll rapidly as it descended towards Lillian. The girl watched as Drake's club tail swung through the air like a heavy warhammer. It was going to crush her with it. She immediately flashed her hand out and conjured a ball of water in the center of her palm, which exploded outwards into a torrent of water. Whoosh! The beam of water crashed into the Drake and caused its spinning to slow down dramatically. It was even beginning to get pushed back into the air. Lillian, having managed to counter Drake's follow-up attack, raised her other hand and summoned the Jungle Lord's battle axe. She clutched it in her hand and felt her vessels bulge at the weight of it. Fortunately, her body was now tempered for these kinds of things. Lillian threw the axe towards the Jungle Lord, who caught it with ease and leapt into the air, using the vines on its body as a booster. The Jungle Lord would then raise his axe over his head before delivering a mighty strike on the Drake, who had begun to spin in the air. Swish! The club of the Umbra Light Drake swung through the air and narrowly approached the side of the Jungle Lord's vine body. Unfortunately, it was just a bit too slow. The Jungle Lord severed the Drake's tail before leveraging itself on top of the lizard and dodging the still-in-motion club, which flew away due to momentum. The Drake roared out in pain as the orange light within its throat pulsated brightly. It would then open its maw and direct the inside of its mouth towards the Jungle Lord, who watched as the inside of the Drake's throat glowed dangerously orange. Before it could fire yet another flame breath, Lillian leapt towards the sky, creating solid platforms of water for her to make use of. In mere moments, she quickly arrived before the Drake and summoned 2 spears of water, which she used to stab into both eyes of the oversized lizard. As blood spilled out from its eyes, so did water as she began to rapidly flood its system, cooling its body down at a dramatic rate. While also, you have slain a dire gnarl, Umbra Light Drake, killing it. Lillian quickly transformed her body into water as she, the corpse of the Drake, and the Jungle Lord plummeted down the deep ravine, crashing through several wooden bridges and reaching the bottom. Thud. Chapter 451. Umbra Light Pearl, collapsing into a puddle of water. Lillian soon reformed while scratching the back of her head, still thinking back to how the plasmatic Leviathan heads were dispersed so easily. They were so powerful the first time she used them, able to deal severe damage to the Jungle Lord. But the fact that their durability was probably no higher than glass was concerning. Basically glass cannons. Lillian spun back on her heel and looked towards the Jungle Lord, who had survived the fall with minimal injuries. She stroked her chin for a bit, gazing at the Jungle Lord's current form before looking back. The exit that was far behind them was big enough for the Jungle Lord's original form. Bending down to the corpse of the Umbra Light Drake, Lillian attached a parasitic line to its deceased body before connecting it to the Jungle Lord. Once doing that, and allowing the Wendigo to passively regenerate its flesh, Lillian pulled out her short sword and stabbed it into the side of the Drake's body. She couldn't help but feel her victory over the Drake was a rather easy one. Could this be a testament to her growth in strength? Or could it be because she now had a capable ally of immense power with her? Lillian tilted her head left to right, wondering before concluding. Probably both. After piercing through the basalt scales of the Umbra Light Drake, Lillian quickly took a step back, grimacing as the organs of the draconic beast spilt out. She then pinched her nose, retching at the smell of potent sulfur that smelled like rotten eggs left out in the sun. Lillian took a step around and slowly moved the organs around with her sword, trying to get a deeper look inside, as though she were a newbie surgeon opening up her first patient. There was a certain that could be found within this type of monster, the Umbra Light Pearl, which acted as a sort of purifier for the darkness and impurities within its body. It also still held its effects when crushed into a fine powder. Lillian, finding nothing inside its digestive system, carved upwards to its throat and eventually made contact with something hard that wasn't bone. Fortunately, it wasn't damaged. The unfortunate part, though, Lillian held a hand over her nose. It reeks so bad. Stepping away, the girl slowly looked towards the jungle lord, who tilted his head at her. He had grown considerably in the time she was looking away. He had already reached her height, maybe even more. She gave a wry smile as she gestured towards the basketball-sized pearl hidden inside the throat sac of the drake. Lillian was hoping the jungle lord would understand what she was asking of it. Luckily it did. After retrieving the Umbra-Light pearl and swiftly storing it within her spatial ring, the two made their way towards the exit. Lillian, holding her lantern out, looked around at the walls along the inside of the tunnel, finding them to be etched with several carvings of stories. Large avians, a ferocious beast with wings, and lastly a chimera in the form of a manticore. They were all the previous cliff lords. While their shape and impression varied from one another, the key similarities they had in each etched illustration were that they were surrounded by the kobolds that worshipped the cliff god. Unlike the jungle lords, who killed their predecessor to receive their title, the cliff lords didn't. While they did engage in a trial of combat, that would be all. For the loser of the duel would instead be exiled from the island. These battles were, of course, intensely detailed on the walls. The deeper they ventured forward, the fainter the sounds of loud thuds and explosions echoed towards them. Didn't this sound like something you would hear from an intense fight? The captain already engaged with the cliff lord, unwilling to miss out on the exciting battle of the cliff lord versus the captain. Lillian leapt into the jungle lord's arms and gestured towards the exit of the tunnel. The Wendigo, who had already grown to its maximum height right before they left, looked down at Lillian before gazing forward. Then, with a swift thump, dashed forward with blurring speed. Swoosh! They sped down the dark tunnel like a bullet train, the steps of the jungle lord echoing throughout as they eventually arrived outside. The jungle lord stopped instantly, freezing in place as the wind behind it thrust it out from the cave. Lillian shivered slightly from the cold as she fixed her hair, which had become a mess due to how fast they were going. After that, she lowered herself to the ground while thanking the jungle lord for his speedy movements. She took a momentary glance around. They stood on a small, moss-covered cliff that led nowhere but 100 meters down. The entire geography of the island was supernatural, especially within the 3 zones on the island. Lillian, looking down at the trees and running river below, hummed a bit as she looked to her right. Fortunately, there truly was a way besides falling off. What she was looking at was a steep path down that would eventually take her to the cliff temple, which was a few kilometers away from their current location. Lillian squinted her eyes, narrowing on the temple far off into the distance before yawning a bit and rubbing her eyes. I think I'm getting a bit tired. After her yawn, she looked up towards the night and the starry sky and appreciated its beauty. She also noticed a few of the stars above seemingly staring down at her. Lillian hummed a bit at this before glancing towards the hanging silver moon in the dark sky. She trailed her eyes over its curved and smooth surface, untouched by the humans of this world, unlike her last. However, it still remained damaged. Far worse compared to her old world. It wasn't by threats outside this world's reach like asteroids, but by the gods themselves. Cracks, fractures, and even shattered pieces lingered around the moon, gathering into a dusty ring as they spun around it, a piece of damage left behind from the Celestial War, and one of the many that held a major impact on this world's current epoch. Lillian scratched the side of her head, wondering if she should take the correct way around to the temple or not. I don't really have to, actually, although she didn't have any items that would allow her to fly. Lillian was still able to create solid platforms out of water. With the speed of the jungle lord and her quick timing, she was sure they would be able to arrive there shortly. Nodding to herself, Lillian couldn't help but admire her ingenuity. As she was about to hop back on the jungle lord, a deafening boom echoed in the sky. Both she and the jungle lord twisted their heads towards the sky and found 2 unfamiliar black blurs dashing through the sky before clashing in front of the moon. Boom! Chapter 452. Cliff Lord? One was a small and humanoid figure with wings that flew with extreme speed as it chased and dodged around a much larger entity in the sky. It had a massive four-legged body with several inch-long claws, a glossy black tail that resembled a scorpion, broad wings like a bat, and a head belonging to that of a male lion. It was a manticore, the one bigger than a school bus, and the one it was up against was none other than the captain himself. The bearded man swerved through the air, his wings flapping intensely as he parried the manticore's fierce swings. Clang! Their clash rang out loudly, and so did his voice as he roared out the name of his technique and spun in the air rapidly. Third technique of the deep-sea hunter, Riptide Reversal. The manticore, who was about to deliver yet another swing, found the captain to have suddenly disappeared from its line of sight. Swish! It quickly released a mana pulse that lasted only a split second before utilizing its tail to parry the captain's swift attack on its blind spot. Clang! With their clash, the captain clicked his tongue before aiming his right arm toward the manticore's eye, more specifically, his metal hook. Transforming his hook into a sharp blade, he extended it rapidly and managed to pierce through the eye of the flying chimera. The manticore, stunned by the loss of its eye, immediately responded with a swing to the blade through its eye, intending to destroy it before it could extend any further. Unfortunately for the flying beast, it was just too slow. Having transformed the blade back into a hook, the captain then transformed it into a human fist as he pushed himself away from the tail. After that, he would then charge towards the face of the manticore, weaving in between the chimera's swings and stabs with its tail, which began to release a deadly gas into the air. The wind around them soon became twisted, moving erratically as mana became active in the air. It was one of the manticore's abilities, wrapping around and spinning. The expelled poisonous gas from the scorpion tail became trapped within a drill made entirely out of air. Upon shooting it towards the captain, the manticore charged after it, intending to clash with the bearded man, who watched the incoming threat to his life. The captain then confidently raised his right hand in front of him, manipulating his mana as he suddenly summoned a large wooden vessel in front of him. Crash! The deadly drill of poisonous gas slammed against the side of what could only be described as a rickety ship, which resisted the damage inflicted on it, constantly returning to its original form and repairing itself. It was the captain's ship. With a swipe of his hand, the captain caused the ship to disappear after a short moment of delay, having finished using it as a shield. And with its disappearance came the near appearance of the manticore, who had already opened its foul, stenching maw. Its fangs were drenched in a deadly poison, one that would leave their victims in a fatal condition upon entering their system. As a manticore neared the captain's entire upper body, intending on crushing it with a single bite, it watched as the bearded man slowly pulled back his right arm. His right hook, which had already transformed into a hand, clenched into a fist before shooting forward with blurring speed and BAM, dealing a tremendous blow to the side of its skull. The manticore, feeling its brain become rattled within its cracked skull, felt itself knocked back by the powerful blow. Lillian, who was spectating this battle, squinted her eyes as she felt as though the body of the manticore was growing bigger and bigger. Wait, is it? The manticore wasn't growing larger. It was instead falling straight towards her. Lillian rushed back into the cave with Jungle Lord and watched as the manticore crashed through the entrance of the cave and landed on the cliffside. She coughed at the dust and waved it away. With her vision now obscured, she looked towards the captain and had already found him to have reached the manticore, which had now begun to glow, a sign it was about to move into its second stage. Unfortunately, first technique of the deep-sea hunter, tiebreaker slash. Such a form would be revealed for the next moment. Swish. Its entire body was split in two. The captain, having cleaved through the entire body of the manticore, watched as blood flowed out from the body of the chimera in waves, silently waiting for the notification of his kill before nodding. He then released a sensory mana pulse, which had managed to catch the presence of two entities behind the manticore. Climbing over the manticore's corpse, it immediately settled its gaze upon a tall Wendigo and charged towards it with killing intent. Whoosh! The jungle lord immediately took a step back and narrowly dodged the captain's stab before raising his stone battle axe over his head for a mighty swing. In response, the captain swung his sword up as well, clashing with the jungle lord. The captain then disengaged and swung his cutlass several times in short, rapid successions, causing them to interlace into an illusory fishing net. This was the captain's fourth technique, drowning net. The jungle lord raised the flat side of his battle axe and felt the force behind the fishing net crash into his weapon, causing deep marks to appear. Such a thing surprised Lillian, who watched their battle. Although her sword was of higher quality than the captain's, it had struggled to deal damage to the jungle lord's suspiciously sturdy axe. As the two continued to battle, the captain managed to catch a glimpse of a familiar face in the corner of his eyes. Lillian, realizing she had attracted the captain's attention, raised her hand for a wave as she greeted. "Joe, how's it going, Dash?" But, just as she was about to finish her sentence, the captain suddenly leapt at her and pulled her away from the jungle lord, whom he saw as a threat. Dragging her behind him, the captain said with his cutlass pointed at the jungle lord, to think I would find your next to such an imposing fiend like this." Lillian watched as the two locked eyes with one another, sparks appearing between them as they stared at each other warily with caution. She sighed and rubbed the back of her neck. This was most likely going to be a common concern in the future. Patting his shoulder, Lillian stated, "That fiend you see is..." Chapter 453. The Cliff God's Gem? Crackle. Ka-ha-ha. The captain let out a bellowing laughter as he sat cross-legged around the campfire that had just been created. He looked towards Lillian with his arms folded and his cutlass stabbed into the ground. The captain had just listened to the entirety of Lillian's story since their appearance on the island. Lillian had recounted how she had gathered everyone else and also her intense and high-paced battle with the jungle lord, while making gestures towards it. Fortunately, whatever hostility and wariness between the Wendigo and the captain had now fizzled out as they sat comfortably beside each other. Currently, they were sitting inside the cave, where they had managed to scrounge a bit of firewood for the fire. What an excellent summary. Matey, you could be a storyteller, I tell yar. Lillian gave a crooked smile at that, rubbing the back of her neck at the compliment. If she had to be honest, she did weave the style of the game's dialogue in her storytelling to make it sound much more exciting. I'm not that good. If you experience it, it would obviously be easier to describe. The captain shook his head while simultaneously wiggling his finger at her. He clicked his tongue a few times before stating, "No need to be humble, crewmate. Such a manner ISNT needed with me. Be proud of your skills. It's the only thing you have going for yar in the time of loneliness." Lillian blinked at his encouraging words before chuckling nervously. She thanked him before glancing towards the cliff lord, who still lay dead and unmoving. No signs of it suddenly coming back to life. Unlike the jungle lord. "You also went on quite a bit of an adventure, didn't you?" Lillian asked, wiping her hands with a handkerchief and watching as it became stained with blood. Just earlier, she had ventured inside the chimera's body in search of its poison glands, which were fortunately unharmed by the captain's bisecting/prior. It wasn't an ingredient she needed for the medicine, but she felt it would be nice to have on hand. She had, after all, used up all the poison she had on the alpha back in the town of Blackridge. "An adventure, you say?" The captain repeated as he ran his hand through his beard, thinking of a way to put together his story as well as Lillian did. As he thought of that, Lillian shifted her gaze towards the jungle lord and found him staring at the manticore with a complex look in his glowing hollow eyes. It had been stated that each of the lords knew about each other's presence on the island, but besides their location and knowledge that they were close in power, that was all they knew. Lillian tilted her head as she tried to make out the Wendigo's expression. Unlike the beetle, which had an actual fleshy face that could exhibit emotions, Lillian only had the help of the jungle lord's eyes to discern its current emotions. Well then, I shall start. Do keep your ears wide and open, matey. Lillian turned her attention back to the captain, who seemed to have finally prepared his words. 2 days ago, when they appeared in the trial, the captain had appeared somewhere within the jungle before managing to make his way through the dense plant life. He would then find himself in front of the cave after reaching the outskirts of the jungle. Once he killed all the kobolds inside, he flew towards the cliff god's temple and slaughtered all the lingering kobolds there as well. The captain glanced towards the manticore, looking back on his battle with it. This was a fearsome fellow Yarkal the Cliff Lord was surrounded by countless flocks of birds at its speeds on par with flintlock bullets. Luckily, such speed is bearable for someone like me. The captain then paused before pulling his cutlass out of the ground and holding it up for Lillian to see. He gently ran his finger near the sharp edge of his sword and said, "It even had the strength to bend the blade of my cutlass with a single swipe. That is by far no easy feat." After carelessly swinging his sword around and causing Lillian to flinch, he yelled, "But with a mighty right hook and a swing for my tidebreaker slash, I eventually put down that beast." Once he had finished recounting what he had been up to, they immediately began their travel to the cliff god's temple after putting out the fire, something that was particularly easy with the help of the captain's wings. Whoosh! Upon arrival, Lillian, who had transformed the jungle lord back into a shard form, summoned him back out again as they took a look around their surroundings. Compared to the tribe inside the dense heart of the jungle, this one looked like a bustling village, or what was left of one. All of the buildings were left in tatters, as the deceased bodies of birds had fallen through the roofs onto the streets. Even the kobolds weren't safe from the destruction. Lillian subtly glanced at the captain and found him staring at the destruction without a single remorse. She turned away and looked towards the large Colosseum in the distance and the massive Greek temple behind it. Usually, the players would face the manticore inside the Colosseum, but of course, the option of taking it to the sky was a thing. They made their way into the Colosseum and stood before a wide, elevated stone platform at the center of the arena. Lillian snapped her finger and ordered the jungle lord to shatter it apart with a swing of his battle axe before walking over and rummaging through the pile of stone rubble. Soon enough, her hand made contact with a smooth but hard surface that was T-stone. Pulling it out, she now held a deep brown gem that gave off the distinct smell of stone. Lillian smirked. She had now acquired one of the 3 gems. Item name: Divine Gem of the Cliff God. Item description: the core of the Cliff God Temple's power and ability to transfer back the collected divine power from his subjects. It also granted the ability to initiate the Temple's destruction under the rules of the divine game. The captain peered over Lillian's shoulder and noticed the look she was giving to the gem. However, he ignored it, for he too would give such an expression to a beautiful jewel like that. But that wasn't what got his attention. Instead, "Crewmate, how did you know this gem was here?" Chapter 454. Top of the Cliff God's Temple. The captain couldn't help but wonder earlier about the reason Lillian had ordered her monster to destroy the stone elevated platform. But upon peering over her shoulders, his eyes shone with a bright light at the sight of the beautiful brown gem in her hand. However, not only does the sight of it spark his greediness, but also his suspicions. "Crewmate, how did you know this gem was here?" Lillian jumped at the sound of his voice and immediately stepped away instinctively. Breathing a sigh of relief, she glanced back at the gem before looking back at him. Noticing the suspicion and curiosity in his eyes, Lillian wondered for a couple of seconds. How could she get herself out of this? Because of the divine temple, Lillian stated confidently, gesturing towards the temple behind the Colosseum. "Surely, you know that every divine temple has a divine gem, right?" The captain stroked his hand through his beard. "Of course I do, but..." He pointed towards the stone rubble. "How did you know it was specifically here? In this exact spot?" Lillian blinked at him before smirking smugly. With a dramatic wave of her hand, she stated with clear confidence, "Because of my gut." Narrowing his eyes, the captain looked down at her before nodding strongly. He folded his arms and said, "Even warriors of the sea listen to their gut to survive. Your one seemed to be quite the keen one." Lillian, seeing that the captain fell for her excuse, snickered internally. She pretty much knows a lot about the bearded man's way of thinking, so making excuses proved easy. But it's getting harder and harder to make excuse for Viesta. She rubbed her chin as she looked back. Although she was extremely careful, she couldn't help but notice the way that Viesta always gave her a suspicious gaze. From a moment she retrieved the treasure chest from the Leviathan's stomach when she summoned the gate, tracking down her location in the trial, and even finding the Jungle Lord. Although Viesta hasn't said anything about it, she is most likely getting suspicious about my knowledge. The woman was, after all, more of a scholar than an adventurer, as much as she tried to deny such a claim. And usually, scholars were people who would be able to put together things rather easily. After exiting the Colosseum and making their way over the temple, they began their ascent up the mountain of stairs one step at a time, was what any insane person would think. With the help of the captain, Lillian got a ride to the top of the temple, which was unreasonably large and covered in jagged bricks and spikes. The Jungle Lord, however, wasn't that fussy over some flight of stairs and instead ran up it with immense speed, equal to the captain, who found it entertaining to compete with the Wendigo. Whoosh! The further they went up, the more groups of skeletons were found. These were the skeletons of the kobolds. They must have died while trying to climb up the temple's stairs. Well, they aren't safe from the birds that could be in the skies. After a minute or so, they eventually arrived at the top. Lillian, having been gently placed down on the ground, wandered around as she gazed upon the variety of luxurious furniture at the top and a large stone bowl beneath a pillar. This was the bowl where the kobolds would place their tribute. She peered inside it and noticed how it was polished to a frightening degree. Not even a speck of blood or dust in sight. It must have been cleaned recently. Lillian looked towards the pillar and laid a hand on it, running her fingers over its smooth surface and material until it went over a conspicuous hole, a hole that happens to be in the shape of a recently acquired gem. Pulling out the gem, Lillian looked at it for a moment before slotting it inside the empty slot. After that, she waited for a moment before spinning on her heel. Spinning around, looked back to find the captain speedily stealing all of the luxurious furniture he could find, storing them within his spatial ring. Lillian's face twitched as she saw this. She then sighed as she walked behind the thick pillar. Besides the Umbra light pearl she retrieved from the drake, she needed another ingredient that could be found at the top of the temple. Walking around, she eventually came upon a rather detailed sculpture. More than one, in fact, and they all were shaped to be the past Cliff Lordess. Even the Manticore was here. She walked towards the first-generation Cliff Lord statue, which was in the form of a griffin, and within its beak was a stone flower. Pulling the stone flower out from between the statue's beak, Lillian tried to peel away the stone with her nail, but did nothing but scratch at it. She frowned slightly and shaped her finger into a blade. SKR. And yet that still didn't work despite her earring buff to her water magic. She narrowed her eyes as her face became deadpan before snapping her fingers. Calling over the Jungle Lord, Lillian handed over the stone flower and ordered the Jungle Lord to try to break it open. The Jungle Lord gazed at the stone flower in his hand before tilting his head in confusion. With careful and steady hands, he tried to pinch and form cracks in the stone to peel from. Unfortunately, such a method didn't work as the stone shell remained undamaged. Seeing that his gentle method didn't work, he placed it on the ground before lifting his axe over his shoulders and slamming it down on it, thud, finally causing a crack to form in the stone shell. Lillian watched this happen and couldn't help but compare it to the scene of an animal trying to crack open a nut. After that, the Jungle Lord returned to its gentle method prior before handing back Lillian the flower's true appearance. It had long, slender petals that shifted color depending on the light, currently displaying a silver-blue color due to the moonlight. Its stem was as black as obsidian and had streaks of glowing white as if it were cracked. Lillian curiously held the flower to her nose and breathed in its scent. The flower had a calming fragrance and a distinct smell of lavender. She could even feel the fatigue and tiredness in her mind waver as a sense of rejuvenation appeared. This was the fourth ingredient for the medicine she needed to create, and its name was Chapter 455, Crumbling Temple. Item name, Umbravine Bloom. Item description. The umbravine bloom is a miraculous species of flower that could only be found either deep underground or in the blessed garden of the flower god. A certain corruption has been known to avoid this particular flower. As Lillian read through the flower-esque description, she felt the temple of the cliff god shudder for a moment before shaking violently. Rumble. It was beginning to crumble. Vuvoff. Lillian immediately lost her balance. Although she was aware that such an event would happen, she didn't expect it to be this difficult to remain upright. The roof above her crumbled and fell towards her, dust falling like waterfalls and crashing against her arm, which whipped towards the falling bricks. With a wave of her hand, she blew away the falling stone debris before feeling herself lose her footing. Not because she had fallen over, but because the entire ground beneath her cracked open and fell. Captain Right Hook analyzed the situation. After putting away one last piece of furniture, he grew a pair of wings from his back and immediately dashed towards Lillian with his hand stretched out. Unfortunately, he was just a single millisecond too short as Lillian just barely missed his hand. Lillian fell down, descending at a rapid rate as everything around her had rapidly turned to dust and broken stone. Wherever she looked, it was nothing but the same sight. She grimaced at the recollection of her barely missing the captain's hand, but sighed she wouldn't be taking any damage from the fall, so it didn't matter. Thinking that, Lillian slowly controlled her mana throughout her body and prepared to transform her body into water. But that was until, swoosh, the jungle lord suddenly appeared from behind the curtain of dust around her. With his battle axe hung on his back with a sling made out of vines, he leapt between each large stone that hadn't yet turned into dust and quickly made his way over to Lillian's immediate location. Moving with sheer dexterity and skill, the jungle lord managed to catch the falling white-haired girl before raising his other hand high up into the sky. Following his action, the two of them were suddenly hit with a wave of mana that washed over them, sending back information of their location to the source. With his hand raised high into the air, the jungle lord noticed something bursting through the curtain of dust with profound speed and catching his hand. In the span of mere moments, Lillian and the jungle lord had managed to escape from within the world of dust and outside of it. The two watched the remnants of the temple that had completely crumbled before turning their eyes up to the captain, who had sprouted a few extra wings to support their combined weight. Lillian gave him a grateful smile before brushing her hand through her hair rapidly. She was covered in dust. Feeling something get in her mouth, she spat it out before feeling herself being lowered. The captain flew down and lowered both of them to the ground. All three of them then looked back at the crumbled temple and where it previously stood before being met with a large tsunami of dust that crashed into them. After all the dust had finally settled, what emerged from it were three figures covered head to toe in dust nowhere that wasn't visible covered in it. One was 8 foot tall and had a pair of glowing eyes that flickered slightly from white to dark green, as though irritated by his current state. Another had a large beard, which was stroked by a hand that seemed rather calm and relaxed despite being covered in a ridiculous amount of dust. And the last of the three splashed water onto their hands before wiping their face. What was revealed underneath was the cute face of a girl who was twitching with sheer annoyance at what had just happened. Spitting out the dust that had managed to enter her mouth, Lillian yelled towards the fractured moon in the sky while stomping on the ground. This is why I hate places like sand. This shit is everywhere. The captain laughed at Lillian's aggravated yell before being hit with a torrent of water, which caused all of the dust on his body to wash away. Lillian, having just cleaned herself, washed away all the dust on the captain and jungle lord's body before stopping and rubbing the back of her head. She couldn't help but feel as though it would been a good idea to inform the captain beforehand of this. Lillian sighed. No point in saying it now, after being cleaned of the dust. The jungle lord began to shake his body violently like a dog, causing water to spray out and hit both Lillian and the captain. When he finally finished, the vines on his body drank the remaining drops of water before becoming still again. He then looked towards Lillian and the captain and found them even more drenched because of his action. Lillian groaned in irritation, while the captain could only laugh at what happened, completely ignoring the uncomfortable amount of water absorbed into his clothes and weighing him down. The girl held up her hand and caused the water stuck to their bodies to emerge and move towards the center of her palm. Once draining all of the water that was stuck to their body, Lillian chucked away the large orb of water that had formed before sighing again. Welp, that went as planned, I guess. Ka-ha, you're looking a bit too brilliantly annoyed for someone who had their plan go through as expected. I think you used the term brilliantly wrong here, Captain. Lillian muttered with a slightly annoyed expression as she watched the bearded man stroke his beard. Did I know? H.M. Ka-ha. Ugh. Lillian continued to listen to the mocking laugh before pulling out a certain mana core from her ring. She gazed at it for a moment before holding it toward the captain. Hey, Captain, what sort of item do you think would go well with this? If Lillian recalled correctly, the main property of the core was vines, and the sub-properties were living, parasitic, and pierce. The captain grabbed hold of the core and wondered for a moment, checking its description using the system. A whip would make for a fine decision, I believe, matey. The captain concluded, or perhaps a chest plate that could grow vines and operate on its own. The possibilities truly are endless. Crewmate, is that so? I suppose a whip is the most likely option for such a mana core. As Lillian was about to retrieve the mana core that was being handed back to her, she suddenly noticed a swift blur shooting towards her. Flinching and stepping back, she watched as the mana core that was once in the captain's hand disappeared with the blur, which slowly revealed itself to be the jungle lord's doing. Lillian tilted her head slightly as she watched the jungle lord slowly turn around, and what she found caused her to widen her eyes. See crack. Held within the mouth of the jungle lord's skull was the mana core. It was cracking. The jungle lord was biting into the mana core that once belonged to it. Lillian frantically held up her hands as she rushed towards the jungle lord. She needed to get it out of its mouth. She then yelled out, wait, don't you dare eat dash. Shatter. But she was too late. The mana core shattered into a fine dust and was swallowed down the throat of the Wendigo, who seemed quite rejuvenated from such a meal. Lillian's right eye twitched repeatedly as she watched that happen with a blank expression. The girl then heard the voice of the jester whisper inside her ear. The jester had identified the completion of a requirement. The jester had now unlocked the next feature of the system for you. Lillian ignored the jester's words as a furious sensation welled up inside her heart. She was glad that she had unlocked the next part of the jester's system, but that was my first ever core, damn it. Lillian would rather have unlocked it with a mana core of much lower quality. Chapter 456. Back to camp? Lillian was left in a foul mood after what had just happened. While the main reason for her mood was the jungle lord's sudden state of gluttony towards her mana core, it was also the fact that she couldn't do anything beforehand to prevent it. How was I meant to know he would suddenly go after the core? Scratching the side of her head, Lillian eventually sighed and decided to forget about it. There wasn't anything she could do about what had happened. For now, she had decided to just keep the jungle lord in its shard form until she needed it next as a form of punishment. Lillian tilted her head down and gazed over the trees below. Currently, both she and the captain were headed for the heart of the jungle by air. But because of that, they would obviously run into trouble. Looking far in the distance, Lillian caught sight of a flock of flying monsters headed towards them. She rolled her eyes and squinted them, trying to see their features. And what she concluded was, meh, they weren't that special. Besides sharp talons and the size of their group that would cause an average mage party to struggle, they weren't that difficult to get rid of. The deciding factor for whether or not you'd win would be if you still had enough mana to do anything. The average mage, who is usually around the first tier, would have around 1/10 of Lillian's current mana volume. With that amount, they could perhaps fire off an attack of 2 with their elements before needing to drink a mana potion to recover. But not only that, but the factor of affinity played a role as well. While it may possibly not be obvious at a glance, the higher your affinity was, the more likely you are to seriously affect your opponent with it. Snap! With a snap of her fingers, Lillian had summoned a barrage of water spears that shot forward with a speed nearing that of a bullet. She wasn't too sure when, but she had found herself enjoying the use of spears rather than water bullets or drills, something she remembered doing in the past. Lillian watched as the monsters in the distance fell one by one, but couldn't help but focus only on her nostalgic memories, leaving her parallel thinking to do the work. You have slain. The beetle, who was guarding the camp, looked up towards the starry skies, admiring the sight of it. Since always having lived in the catacombs, it hadn't had much opportunity to appreciate such a sight. And times when it did were when it had managed to catch sight of the outside world through the hole above the violet tree. But upon entering this world, it had managed to admire sights like these. If it had to be honest, it spent half of its time admiring the night sky rather than guarding the camp last night. However, that was only after it had successfully marked the area around the camp with its aura. Even if it had no ears, it would rather not get an earful from Lillian for its sloppy work behavior. The beetle let out a small sound as it squinted its eyes, noticing something high above in the sky. It then watched as what it had spotted had begun to dive towards it at a shocking rate. Figuring it was an attack, it pushed itself off the ground and readied itself. While it hadn't ever had to deal with flying prey, it always had its options. PTY. Its acidic spit. Like a machine gun, it began to spit balls of its saliva at the incoming blur, but was instantly met with a faceful of splash. Water. It stopped its spitting and gave a deadpan look as it slowly turned to the 2 individuals who had arrived on the ground. Lillian noticed the look the beetle was giving her and raised an eyebrow. She shrugged her shoulder. You're the one who spat at us. Not willing to take something similar of your own medicine? The beetle let out a distorted groan as it rolled its eyes before shaking its face to dry itself off. Lillian watched as the beetle did this before glancing up at the moon, still finding the night to be young. She held her chin and thought for a moment as she judged her current mental fatigue. Lillian hadn't been using her earring-s enchantment that much, so she wasn't that tired currently. Perhaps. Hey, Captain, how about you and I go out and kill the beach lord, just for some extra time tomorrow? The captain, watching as the girl turned to him, looked up to the moon as well before stroking his hand through his beard. He then closed his eyes for a moment, thinking as he thought of an answer. The captain had come to a decision. He pointed in a random direction with a panicked look. Look over there. Huh? Lillian turned towards the direction he was pointing, but saw nothing of concern besides the damaged wall of the jungle lordess arena. She then raised an eyebrow before slowly turning back around, confused by the sudden gesture. Is there something BAM? Thud. The captain rolled his shoulders as he looked down at his right arm, which now had a fist instead of metal hook. He had just dealt a right hook to the back of Lillian's head, knocking her out. Although he was amazed by Lillian's willingness to escape the trial, he couldn't help but feel as though she was pushing him a bit too much, especially when, at this time, they should be resting. Looking down at the unconscious girl, he sighed and muttered, Even the most dastardly pirates need their sleep to continue what they do, crewmate." Turning back his metal hook into a fist, he looked towards the beetle, preparing himself to face the monster that may attack him for what he had just done. But instead of what he had expected, he actually had the beetle gritting its teeth tightly together, as though it was holding something in. This was soon revealed to be a loud and distorted cackle. The beetle laughed at the sleeping Lillian, who was too unconscious to hear it, and accidentally woke up the entire camp. As Lillian continued to rest, somewhere else in the world, something was happening, a family meeting to be exact. Chapter 457. Roselle family meeting? In a long and narrow hall of Blackstone was the dining hall of the Roselles. Their dining hall had vaulted ceilings, supported by curved pillars shaped like twisting thorns similar to those of a thorn stem of a rose. In the middle was a massive, dark oak table, so polished that the lights from the candles could be seen reflecting off of it as though it were still water. Placed around the dining table were high-backed chairs painted in a deep crimson velvet and bore the symbol of the Roselle family, emblem on the back, burned into the wood. The walls of the dining hall were painted in a blood-red and gold combination that went hand in hand, especially as they boldly showed off the common steel weapons hung on them. Seated on them were each individual family member of the noble assassin family, taking time out of their day to attend their once-per-day supper in the evening. Marionette looked around with her mask off, something that would be allowed when either in the dining hall or in her room. While slicing into her meal, she swept her gaze across the table, settling her eyes on the faces of her family. There were 6 members of her family in total, including her: the gardener of roses, the thorn of roses, the blades of roses, the veil of roses, the heir of roses, and lastly, the crown of roses. All the other members besides her had already reached the fabled 4th tier, a stage where it would be near impossible for anyone below the 3rd tier to win against unless absolutely prepared. The gardener of rose and thorn of roses were biologically her uncle and aunt, but under house rules, she was to refer to them by their title only. Rarely had she ever been able to call them by those familial terms. Marionette gazed up at them. The gardener of roses had short black hair, piercing red eyes, and a handsome face that, despite reaching his late 20s, was without any signs of wrinkles. This was the same as well for the thorn of roses, who looked nearly identical to the gardener of roses, leading one to come to the definite conclusion that the two were twins. Although there were, of course, differences, as the thorn of roses had shoulder-length glossy black hair and a soft look in her eyes as she sliced through the meat on her plate. Both of them looked up from their meal and gazed at Marionette, noticing her stares. She met their gaze and nodded respectfully before immediately shifting her gaze away from them. Marionette moved her attention to the blade of roses and veil of roses. They were essentially her grandparents, but obviously, due to the family rules, she couldn't refer to them as such, although they did seem to be more lenient with her in that regard. They were in their late 70s, but they still had their youth, seemingly appearing as though they were only in their late 20s, just like the gardener of roses and thorn of roses. And just like everyone with her blood or a part of their family, their appearance could only be comparable to a high-class model. But even then, those models would fall short of their beauty. Unfortunately, besides herself, she would be unable to appreciate the sight due to her flaw that affected even those of the same blood. Marionette then slowly turned to the end of the table, where she would find the crown of roses, otherwise known as the family head. The figure sat at the end of the table wasn't a human, but a mechanical body that only watched as they ate silently. When everyone had finished eating and had their plates and silverware removed from the table, the crown of roses finally spoke through the mouth of the machine. Let us begin the family meeting. Unlike the mechanical body he had used to watch the tournament held in the Lewis Mana Academy realm, this one was of high quality and didn't have a skin-crawling stutter or static with every word. As you all are aware, for the past month, mysterious activities have begun to appear within our territory. With a press of a button, a large hologram appeared from the center of the table, causing everyone's eyes to rise towards it. What they saw were 2D images of large, unorganized gatherings of thugs and mages in photos. While it is within the law of our territory, such unusual gatherings have been happening all over. The hologram switched to a 2D map, which was sparingly littered with red dots that pointed towards the locations of the recent odd gatherings. After having a few of our members blend into their group and gathering intel and attacking a few of their hideouts, we could safely assume they're working for a malicious organization, one that we do not know of. The Crown of Roses then summoned 5 separate folders before skillfully throwing them to each individual family member. Marionette watched as the folder slid in front of her before opening it. What she found were malicious organizations that the Roselle family had already kept note of. The Dark Thieves, Midnight Organ Traders, Lone Shark Whales, just to name a few. Besides the name, the current status and activities of these organizations were also included. Inactive were those who hadn't made any large waves for the past couple of months. Disposed of for those that had already been destroyed by the Roselle family's hands, which she played a hand in the moment she joined the business. She would also find statuses labeled active, but those appeared rarely and only for organizations that had been tamed by the family and now worked as either delivery teams, informants, or just to describe them as a whole. Errand boys. HM. The more files Marionette flipped through, the more she realized something. These organizations listed inside the folders were crossed out. All, except one. I'm sure all of you have discovered the only malicious organization that hasn't yet been crossed out. With another flick of a button, the hologram began to warp into a 3D image of a cultish mask. Chapter 458. Ryos and Arinder? The hologram warped and displayed the appearance of a 3D cultish mask, which caused Marionette's eyes to briefly widen. She recognized this mask, greatly so. The Cult of Jesters. While they aren't a new organization per se, they have the highest amount of activity in recent months. So far, their greatest feats, yet were leaving the Indomitable Shield Academy in the west and the Lewis Mana Academy in the south in ruins. The Crown of Roses tapped his fingers against the table rhythmically before leaning back in his seat. Such resources needed to accomplish 2 large-scale terrorist attacks are incredibly large. I even had the honor of experiencing their attack as well. The Gardener of Roses, who was listening to the family head's accusations, spoke up with a deep but elegant voice. You speak of this organization in high regard. Was their attack that impressive? It was. They had hundreds upon thousands of soldiers, each with different faces but cold bodies. Although I am unsure whether or not they were created by an element, it would be safe to assume that they have this many members. Hundreds upon thousands. You say? The Gardener of Roses held his chin with a thoughtful look. Such an amount of soldiers could only mean that they were all ants, yes? Unless they had been planning this for years, that number of soldiers can't be easily made in the span of a few months. The Thorn of Roses, who was sitting beside the Gardener of Roses, added to her brother's words. You also spoke of how the bodies were cold, correct? If I were to assume they were still able to fight, that could only mean that. The Crown of Roses nodded slowly. All undead, but still capable of speech when pushed and able to use their mana and abilities, which is the main issue. He then turned to Marionette, who was seated at the other end of the table, and ordered, Give your perspective on the matter. You were there when they attacked, as well. Marionette, having already expected such a request, nodded and gave her input. You are correct, Blade of Roses. All members of the Cult of Jester who attacked were nothing more than first- or second-tier mages. However, while there were rare cases of third-tier mages, they were limited to only one of their abilities from when they were still living or so. I've been told, or so you've been told, the Crown of Roses repeated, his emotionless voice now adopting a hint of curiosity. Marionette nodded before going silent for a second as her eyes momentarily shifted away. A classmate of mine had informed me of such a trait during the attack, and after, I made sure to listen keenly to what they said, that I can inform you all. The Crown of Roses, catching a split moment of his daughter becoming bashful and hiding it, sighed as he immediately thought back to a certain girl. More specifically, one from the Arias family. To think that someone from that family had affected his daughter's way of thinking this much. I'm sure it was for that exact reason. The Crown of Roses muttered in a sarcastic, yet indifferent tone. Thank you for your input, daughter. Tapping his finger, he muttered, Now then, let us move on to the most troublesome of news. The hologram flickered once more, this time revealing a tall, handsome man with a blindfold, who sat on a mountain of corpses. At the sight of him, everyone at the table reacted. The widening of their eyes, the narrowing of their gaze, the tensing of their bodies. Despite the variety of reactions, they all lead to a single display of emotion. Seriousness. Recently, After an infiltration to acquire a high-value target by the Lady of Roses, we have now identified that this organization has hired a powerful ally into their cause. I'm sure you all are aware of the man named Ryozan Arinder, the man titled as the strongest mercenary mage who had once attacked our estate in the past. The Gardener of Roses clutched his gloved hands in a tight fists, clearly aggravated by the memory of the breach in their defenses. The Thorn of Roses tapped her index finger violently against the table, sharing the same sentiment as the gardener. The Veil of Roses remained silent, clearly remembering the memory of the attack. The Blade of Roses stroked his bearded chin as he spoke with a nostalgic tone. I still remember that attack like it was yesterday. To think it took all four of us to repel a single man. What terrifying ability and potential that youngster has. Marionette's face hardened at the words of her grandfather. The fact that it took 4 Tier 4 mages to repel one man, those of her family specifically, was a massive achievement. No, the most grandiose of achievements, in fact. According to the threat ratings that could be applied to humans, the average Tier 2 mage can level a street, and the average Tier 3 mage can destroy an entire town. However, an average Tier 4 mage, just them alone, were capable of destroying an entire city. The fact that each one of her family members, who were capable of taking on half 100 Tier 3 mages on their own, needed to put aside their pride to gang up on a singular man was worrisome. If her knowledge was up to date, this man, named Ryozan Arinder, was a Tier 5 mage with the ability to predict the near future of events and influence his surroundings in a variety of ways. At that time of the attack, I was fortunately away when it happened, but with her recent encounter with the man, she was lucky to be spared. If I were to recall Crown of Roses, didn't TU return to the estate to chase down that youngster? The Blade of Roses asked, staring at Ryozan's blindfold. The Crown of Roses nodded slightly, making a swiping gesture over towards the hologram's eyes. Chapter 459, The Distraughtful Vote. After causing him to use up his remaining prediction, I managed to blind him with my sword, but it seems he still hadn't decided to heal them. The Veil of Roses held her chin as she pondered deeply. But what kind of deal did they make with an individual like him for him to accept? The Crown of Roses shook his head. We're currently short on that particular topic, but what we should be able to gather from this is that their supply of resources are much bigger than we thought. The Crown of Roses then continued on with the meeting, pointing out a variety of other evidence that may lead to the cult of Jester S, as well as their activities in other territories in the underworld. Soon enough, this topic came to an end, where they eventually moved on to the next. This one in particular causing Marionette's ears to twitch. In a week's time, the noble banquet, the legacy table, would begin, taking place in the Darkhound territory in the underworld. A gathering for powerful families with children who are reaching the age for marriage. He then slowly turned his head towards Marionette, who raised an eyebrow before shaking her head. I want to be attending such an event. It will be a waste of my time. The Thorn of Roses, her aunt, who was on the right side of the table, leaned towards her niece while leaning the right side of her face in her fist. The legacy table would only be attended by the higher class of nobles, who are undoubtedly associated with more powerful individuals. The Thorn of Roses closed her eyes and gave a sly and teasing smile towards her niece. So, you needn't worry about unnecessary concerns about them being too weak to protect themselves, Lady of Roses. I can guarantee there are a few that could be of your interest, and there may even be one that could appear different in your eyes. Marionette folded her arms and immediately rejected without a single shred of thought. I will not attend an event that would bring me no benefits, Thorn of Roses. These types of events bore me to no end. Marionette slowly raised a hand to her nose. The smell and sight of them also irks me. Even if someone there may be capable of protecting you? The Thorn of Roses asked before adopting a mocking tone. Considering you're so weak and all. Marionette lowered her hand from her nose before tilting her head up at her aunt irritably. I can assure you that my love life doesn't need your input. Rather, I feel as though you should be working harder to court yourself a partner, given your current age. At Marionette's snarky comment about her relationship status, the thorn of Rose's face twitched. The two of them never had gotten along with one another. Oh dear, you sure have become more impudent during your stay at the academy. More impudent? This is the way I have always been. Maybe if you weren't so focused on trying to put yourself over me, you would have realized that, SWIP. Marionette tilted her head nonchalantly and dodged a flying sword aimed directly at her head. She then glanced at it, looking at the sword that was stuck through the backrest of her chair, which exuded a malicious dark aura. She recognized this sword as one of the many weapons on the walls. Marionette looked back at her aunt, who was the one in charge of the flying sword. The thorns of roses twirled her wrist playfully as she continued to smile eerily with her eyes closed. If I had used all of my strength, it would have pierced through your head, my dear niece. Marionette rolled her eyes and swiped her finger at the sword, causing a wave of darkness to wash over it and making it disappear. The others who watched this scene sighed. It was always a common occurrence whenever the two were in the same room. The Veil of Roses looked towards Marionette and asked in a calm voice, "What is the true reason you don't wish to attend such an event, besides the one you had listed?" Marionette perked up at the question as she faced her grandmother. Although her face was still cold and taciturn, it was much softer compared to how she faced her aunt. Her eyes flickered away for a split moment before returning. Marionette slowly held her hand over the lower half of her face as she muttered quietly, "I have a lover now." This sudden revelation caused a shock to spark within the minds of everyone at the table, except for the Crown of Roses, who only, sighed. Before anyone in the family could interrogate the Lady of Roses about her mysterious lover, he said, "I suppose that I should be moving on to the next part of this meeting." With a press of a button, the hologram flickered once more, this time being the last. What it warped shifted into was the 3D image of a charming girl no more than 18 years old with medium long hair and a uniform belonging to Lewis Manna Academy. It was Lillian. Marionette instantly widened her eyes at the sight of Lillian before immediately softening her gaze as she appreciated the sight of the rabbit. The Thorn of Roses gazed up at the girl and raised an eyebrow before looking towards the Crown of Roses. "Who is this girl? I don't seem to recognize her." "The person you're looking at is Lillian Ker Arias, the young lady of the Arias family, a family with firm roots inside the biomechanical industry. She's also the lover of our dear Lady of Roses." The Blade of Roses perked up at the name Arias and couldn't help but stroke his chin with interest. "The Arias? You are referring to the family that does research into the creation of chimeras, yes? That family is filled with nothing but madness." The Gardener of Roses then interjected, "Madness, yes, but a family filled with intelligence, absolutely. Not only are the head and his wife geniuses in the field, but their son is quite the prodigy in it as well. I've studied their papers." He then paused as he looked up at the hologram of Lillian. "However, their intelligence didn't seem to spread to their second child. With what I heard, she was considered spoiled and lazy, while also being quite the money spender." The Thorn of Roses looked towards the gardener with a smug look. "So a troublesome child, I hear. Yes, dash." Before she could finish her sentence, she slightly tilted her head to the side and dodged a flying sword, the exact one she had just thrown earlier. The Thorn of Rose gave a sly smile as she looked back at Marionette, who was giving her a rather intense expression. She then heard her say, "My apologies. It seems my hand slipped while I was putting that away. It was a shame you didn't catch it, though. Retaliating now, are you? How bold." Right as the Thorn of Roses was about to grab the sword, the blade magically lifted itself out of the chair before spinning around and landing back on its hanger on the wall. The Blade of Roses lowered his finger before shooting the two a deadly glare that immediately calmed them down. "If you wish to fight, do it in the hall that is made for that reason. If not, sit quietly until the end of this family's meeting." The Crown of Roses, watching as his daughter and the Thorn of Roses settled into their place, summoned another wave of folders before throwing it towards everyone except Marionette. Marionette's eyes flashed with confusion for a second as she saw this happen. As curious as she was, She didn't try to get a peek at what they were reading. All she knew was that it must be had something to do with Lillian. But for what particular reason? Marionette looked back at her father and found him staring at her directly with his mechanical eyes. Did he have some sort of ulterior motive for doing this? Her hands fidgeted under the table before clutching into tight fists. Her right leg bumped up and down repeatedly as her pupils constricted. The rules for those outside of their family to enter were that they needed to do either of two things. They needed to be strong, incredibly strong, and rack up enough achievements as proof. The other would be to belong to a family that has a large amount of power, which grants her family benefits through connections. Seeing as everyone had read through the files thoroughly, the Crown of Roses spoke again. The Arias family has the smallest amount of territory out of every noble family with the name Ker. The girl also doesn't have any major achievements to her name, besides scoring first place in the Lewis Manna Academy's entrance exam and defeating an oversized mole in the recent news. His mechanical body then raised its left hand into the air. I vote that she is unfit to join our family. Marionette's eyes shook as she heard this. With every decision that affected the family, a vote would be held. To think this matter was that serious for a vote. Marionette immediately shot up her right hand in refusal, but then watched as everyone around her raised their left hand, joining with the Crown of Roses' opinion. The Gardener of Roses spoke. If the Crown speaks truthfully, then she is just a bit stronger than the weeds outside. Nothing special. The Thorn of Roses said with a smirk. Your lover is pretty. I'll give her that, and I guess her family is a bit interesting, but that's about it. Sorry, my dear niece. The Blade of Roses nodded to both of his children's words before stating, her achievements and lack of powerful allies gives us no benefits if she were to join our family. The Veil of Roses remained silent, but still kept her hand raised. Marionette's eyes trembled as she saw the overwhelming refusal in her family. She gritted her teeth furiously, uncharacteristic of her, before slamming her hands against the table. Her cold and taciturn facade was shattered. What do you all gain from barging into my love life? You may not see past what she has to offer on the outside, but I can assure you, she would have plenty to offer at the rate that she is going. The Crown of Roses tilted his head slightly at his daughter's outburst, momentarily shocked at the sound of her raising her voice, this feeling being shared across those around the table. Tapping his finger against the table, he asked, and what is it that makes you so sure? Or could it be your hormones talking? I wouldn't put it past you, daughter, considering the girl is your first. You wish to know the reason? Family head? Very well, for while all of you appear rotten in my eyes, she isn't. In fact, she was the most glorious piece I have witnessed since the time I escaped that accursed hellhole you put us all through. The Crown of Roses ceased the tapping of his finger as his curiosity was instantly sparked. You can see the girl? With no fault in your mind. You can see every single one of her features? Merrick then became quiet. Marionette, seeing that her father wasn't going to retort, opened her mouth intending to say something to get his approval. But then, it doesn't matter. If you're able to see her, then that means the possibility of seeing someone else like her isn't impossible. But no more. On May 7th, you'll be attending the noble gathering. I will speak to you more about that in private. Marionette, hearing this, fell back into her seat with a distraught expression. Seeing that his daughter had finally quieted down, the Crown of Roses moved on to the next topic. Now, then, which one of you four will be leaving for the Eastern Nation? The Gardener of Roses raised his hand. That LLB me. I've heard news of a deceased prime husk near the borders of the Eastern Nation's part of the Neveron Sea. I wish to go see it for research purposes under a disguise. Is that so? Very well. You may make your leave whenever and return swiftly upon completing whatever research you would like to achieve. As the meeting went on, Marionette couldn't help but clutch the armrest of her chair until it began to break under her grip. It wasn't Lillian, it wasn't fair. Chapter 460, Requirements? Unaware of what was going on with her dear assassin, Lillian sat within her mana realm. waiting for her body to wake up from its sudden unconscious state. Did I get too tired or something? Although there were times in the past she would pass out from being too tired, this was a first for her in life. If she recalled correctly, of course. I should be fine, though. The captain and the beetle are there, and since I'm inside my mana realm, I'm not dead. After going through the possibilities, Lillian decided to ignore what was going on outside and focus on what was currently in front of her. Monster name: Jungle Lord titles. Guardian of the Jungle God S Temple. 4th generation Jungle Lord monster rank. Dire. Stage of evolution: Gore. Monster description. Traits: generational accumulation, high speed, blessing of Jungle God Lillian read through the Jungle Lord S status, settling her gaze on the question mark beside the Gore and Dire. She sighed and rubbed the back of her head, clearly remembering the Jungle Lord devouring the mana core without her command. Oh well, I guess I can focus on this stage in the game, I guess. With a blink and a tap of her finger, she pressed both of them at the same time, deciding to look at what it had to say. Current monster rank, Dire description. Since birth, the Jungle Lord's ability to increase the quality of its mana core was limited due to its duty to remain in its place and the lack of strong prey besides other lords. The lack of exposure on the island greatly contributed to its stunted growth due to the divine aura around the 3 temples. Thus, due to its circumstances, the number of abilities it could hold within its mana core was limited. However, despite these limitations, it didn't let such a disadvantage cause it to remain rusty in its skill, for in moments of solitude and weakness, you could only try to mitigate such a disadvantage with hard work and skill. Requirements: battle an enemy that has a stage 4 or higher mana core to the death and come out alive from the exchange. Current stage of evolution. Gore description. Over the course of several years, it had done nothing but devour entities that wished to usurp its title as Jungle Lord. All that had come had inevitably fallen and devoured in its swarm of vines. Unlike other monsters, which would rather grow in size with each evolution, the Jungle Lord was different. Instead, evolved its body for the purpose of speed and power, neglecting defenses and size. However, during its transition from Husk to Gore, it felt as though it had made a major miscalculation in its evolution that caused it to be much weaker than a usual Gore would. Requirements: Devour Stage 4 Mana Cores 05. Devour Stage 3 Mana Cores 1. 10 Lillian S. face expressed displeasure at what she was reading. What on earth were these requirements? Weren't these a bit too extreme and expensive? F5 Stage 4 Mana Cores and T10 Stage 3 Mana Cores. You also need to battle someone with a Stage 4 or higher mana core. Closing out of the screens, Lillian turned towards the Jungle Lord she had summoned with bulging eyes and a baffled look on her face. The Jungle Lord could only tilt his head before shrugging at her, as though he felt the requirements were fair for what he was worth. Lillian sighed loudly before summoning the Beetle S status. Monster name: Carapace Hunter. Monster rank: Savage. Stage of evolution: Maw. Monster description: a fearsome hunter with a carapace far exceeding the defenses of its prey in its environment. It has a sadistic tendency to group up its prey before hunting them. Traits: Censor. Tough. Current monster rank: Savage description: in the dark catacombs where this fearsome hunter lurked, resided a terrifying corruption zone known as True Darkness. Despite living and hunting so close to it, the Carapace Hunter never managed to progress through its rankings, for its target has always been a certain tree. Requirements: engage in a battle with a living tree alone, which has either a Stage 3 or higher mana core, and devour it. Current stage of evolution: Maw description: feeding on the life within the catacombs, besides a certain tree and others of the same kind, it hadn't found any others that could match its strength, nor its defenses, until it one day stumbled upon a particular rabbit that caused it some minor issues, which ultimately led to its downfall. Requirements: Devour Stage 3 Mana Core 05. Lillian blinked at the second description before chuckling, assuming that the rabbit the jester was referring to was her. It seemed she had done something to get its attention. The requirements for the beetle aren't that bad, either. Not sure what to think about the first requirement, though. Deciding to ignore it and allow her future self to take care of it. Lillian stood up from the surface of the ocean she was sitting on and looked towards the jungle lord. Since she didn't feel her body prepared to wake up yet, she might as well spar with the jungle lord. Maybe it could help her improve her swordsmanship. Summoning her short sword, which shot out from the sea inside a bubble, she rushed towards the jungle lord and swung. Swish! Why on earth did you not do as we asked? Viesta yelled, scolding Lillian, who sat beside her on one of the logs around the campfire. It was the morning. Lillian gave a wry and guilty smile as she scratched the back of her head, watching as Viesta glared at her for her sneaky escape last night. Lillian struggled to find an excuse, figuring something like she couldn't sleep wasn't that much of a good one. So she said, sorry about that. I just wanted to make some more time today. That's all. Time? Viesta asked in a confused manner. She then watched as Lillian slowly pointed back with her thumb towards a tall, bearded man. I'm planning on asking him to train me. Chapter 461. Haggling with a pirate? Put your back into it. I am damn it. Lillian clenched her jaw as she carried the captain on her back through the dense heart of the jungle, who continued to bark orders at her while holding a thick wooden stick in his hand. Weaving in between the narrow gaps in the trees and avoiding the traps the captain had somehow managed to construct in such a short span of time, Lillian couldn't help but feel as though all of this was unnecessary. She wanted to learn about swordsmanship, not trying to improve her stamina or current physical prowess. Looking back, Lillian watched as three individuals tried to follow after them. They were Viesta, John, and Niarlo. Huh? The captain looked down at Lillian, who had approached him with a request. He then began to slowly stroke his beard in thought. Your wish to train under me? For what reason, crewmate? At the rate that Yar is going, Yar would still be plenty strong with or without help from me. Lillian listened to the captain's response and nodded a bit. Although it may sound arrogant, he was right about her rate of progress. No average mage of her tier would have achieved the same feats as her, so far. However, the only reason she was asking the captain for training was so that she could claim the reward from Lady Luck's quest. If it wasn't for that fact, she would be either continued looking around for more ingredients or prepared herself more for the upcoming event that's south taking place in 2 days' time. I wish to become even stronger and even learn a bit of your combat style, if you'd let me. Lillian decided to be honest about what she wanted. And because of this decision, it seemed to have caused quite a reaction from the captain, whose eyes bulged when she heard that. My combat style. Hearing his yell, Lillian began to wonder if it was the wrong choice to reveal her intentions. But those thoughts within her mind were dashed away immediately with what she heard next. Ka-ha-ha! The captain cackled loudly before raising his hand and rubbing his index finger and thumb together. Lillian watched as he did this and noticed money signs gradually appearing in place of his pupils. She grimaced. She was feeling a bad premonition brewing inside her chest. And unfortunately, that feeling came to life. If you wish to learn more about my prize technique, you would need to pay a hefty price for such knowledge. Ugh dash. Lillian immediately took a step back, hearing the combined wording of hefty and price together in the same sentence. You're charging me? Even though me learning it would allow us to get out of this trial much easier, the captain wagged his finger at her while clicking his tongue consecutively. It's the price for my time, although you don't remember. You was able to use my techniques on par to me. The corners of the girl's lips twitched a bit. She used his technique? Against the Leviathan? Lillian knew she did some noteworthy things, but this wasn't one of them. She had actually assumed she had used Marionette's technique in that battle instead of his. I guess I needed more than speed in that battle. Compared to Marionette's Crimson Nocturne, the Deep Sea Hunter combat style focused primarily on wider and more destructive attacks. Well, that last part was mainly for the fourth and the fifth techniques of the Deep Sea Hunter. Besides those two, the Crimson Nocturne is far superior. Lillian sighed, scratching the back of her head as she thought about the price. Staring into the man's eyes, which were still shaped like money signs, Lillian frowned. She couldn't let him come up with the price. She will be ripped off. Best I can do is 2,000 semis. What the dash? The captain's eyes bulged out. This was too little. This is a combat style we're talking about, matey. Such a valuable piece is worth more than that measly price you gave. All right, did you make it? Of course not. The captain summoned his cutlass and swung it around in an elegant yet savage manner. This dear technique of mine was taught to me by the most beloved pirate captain of the sea. Uh-huh. And how many techniques does it have? The number of techniques is a deciding factor on your price, you know? The captain stiffened as he heard this and began to scratch the spot beneath his hat, his face darkening a bit. Well, it only has 5 for what I'm aware of, but that shouldn't matter in this case. This combat style is a terrifying set of destructive moves. You saw it and used it firsthand. I saw it, and I don't remember using it. If you had just forgotten, Lillian said with a neutral yet devilish look on her face. The captain flinched, realizing that he indeed had forgotten about such a crucial piece of information and one he had just mentioned just a few seconds prior. Lillian, seeing as the captain was stuck deciding what to do, couldn't help but grin mischievously within. If she kept this up, she might be able to scam it out of him. That was, if it didn't do something unexpected. Wait a bloody second. I don't have to teach you or anything. Cop. Hearing these words coming out from the captain's mouth, Lillian immediately threw her plans out the window and yelled, 3,000 semis. Ho ho ho. That's a lot better. The captain cackled, watching as it was Lillian's turn to be desperate. Maybe that's even enough for 1 or 2 of my techniques. That's absurd. After a back-and-forth session, the price for the captain's services came to about 12,000 semis in total. Lillian was lucky to be able to get it to this much, or else it would been much higher. Lillian gave an exasperated sigh, having finished promising to pay, before looking off to the side and finding the others making their way over to them. They wanted to train along with me as well. Clack. But how come I got to be able to be trained for free, but I'm the one needing to pay? Clack. While Lillian was deep in her thoughts, she utilized her parallel thinking to engage with the captain in a light spar. Instead of real weapons, they used wooden ones that were recently carved by the man himself, which she realized was what he had been doing the entire time he was on her back. The captain reeled back his arm before spinning around. Then, with a wide swing, he yelled out, "First technique of the deep-sea hunter, tiebreaker slash." Lillian, breaking out of her internal thoughts, widened her eyes as an illusory wave rushed towards her. She raised her sword and blocked the strike, but as if the wave had ignored her defenses and crashed into her directly. Clack. She was knocked back. Chapter 462. Techniques expression. Using the gymnastic skills she had gained from training under Marionette, Lillian flipped and landed on her feet before dusting herself off. Looking down at her wooden sword, she noticed a slight chip in its dull edge. Widening her eyes for a moment, she looked back at the captain. After the entire training of endurance, the captain placed her into a spar against him, immediately intending to drill the techniques into her bones. Dashing back in, Lillian reeled her arm back and swung in a wide arc, trying to mimic the way the captain did, but unfortunately fell short. Clack! The captain blocked her swing and looked down at her with an amused grin. Not enough mana, matey, and not enough swing. With a kick to her chest, the captain dashed forward with a follow-up attack and dealt another tiebreaker slash towards her sword, once again causing an illusory wave to crash into her. As the captain went on to show more and more of his techniques, everyone who was sitting on the side watched the spar with keen interest to learn. Given their physical abilities, besides probably John, they weren't capable of being taught directly through sparring, unlike Lillian, whose body was far more endurant than theirs. They watched the spectacle unfold while occasionally shooting glances to the side, warily eyeing a certain human-sized Wendigo, which they had come to know was now their ally. Lillian had already forgiven him for his transgression and introduced him to everyone. But, of course, something as simple as introducing a new ally wasn't the reason he was present. Instead, she wanted to see if the Wendigo was capable of learning the captain's technique as well, since he, too, uses weapons. And with its generational accumulation ability, which had the weapon mastery ability attached to it, Lillian hoped he would be able to learn and even teach her when a captain can't. Clack. Blocking a failed attempt of his technique, the captain immediately stepped to the side, suddenly vanishing from Lillian's view. Third technique of the deep-sea hunter. Riptide reversal. The captain appeared in Lillian's blind spot before slashing upwards, causing the girl to react quickly to the side of the swing. Spinning around and blocking the swing, Lillian stepped back, intending to distance the two of them, but found that it was a mistake. Drawing back his arm, the captain entered into a stabbing stance. Second technique of the deep-sea hunter. Harpoon thrust. As an illusory harpoon manifested itself as a shell around the wooden sword, the captain lunged forward with immense speed, stabbing towards Lillian, who widened her eyes. Swip. Immediately stepping out of the way and narrowly dodging the harpoon, which shot past her and grazed her cheek, Lillian spun around. With another attempt to imitate the captain's first technique, she yelled out with a wide swing. First technique of the deep-sea hunter. Tiebreaker slash. As though awoken by the roaring of the technique's name, her wide swing became swifter and possibly even stronger as it slammed into the captain's wooden sword, who was already prepared to defend against her attack. Clack. The captain measured the force behind Lillian's swing while gently stroking his hook through his beard before nodding slightly with a shrug. If one were to ignore that there was no illusory wave, better than last time. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his sword and disarmed Lillian, who was immediately shocked. She swore her grip was secure. Then, with a spin, the captain slammed his peg leg into Lillian's side and caused her to fly back towards the group, who instantly scrambled to their feet to get out of the way. Thud! Watching as Lillian landed harshly on the ground, the captain caught the airborne wooden sword with his hook before cackling. Lillian let out a groan as she rubbed her lower back with a wince. I definitely need some more improvements. By now, the captain had already revealed all three of his techniques besides the fourth and fifth. The captain continued to laugh before looking down at Lillian. Crewmate, how much do you know about the expression of techniques? Lillian rubbed the back of her head, looking through her memories on the topic about them. A bit. It's just when you become so in tune with the fighting style to the point where mana resonates with it to a deeper level and begins to express it visually. Correct. Seeing that she was right, Lillian nodded and then turned to the Wendigo with a tilt of her head. The Jungle Lord had a hand wrapped under his chin, as though he was in deep thought and reflection. He then noticed Lillian's gaze and nodded at her before getting up and walking towards the bearded man. While this was happening, everyone returned to their spot on the ground. They looked towards Lillian and asked if she was fine, to which she responded with a nod before focusing on the Jungle Lord. The Wendigo, who was around Lillian's height currently, noticed the gap in height between them and slowly grew to close that difference-aid display of its prideful nature. It then grabbed the wooden sword out of the captain's hand and began to swing it around, familiarizing itself with the wooden weapon before entering into a familiar stance. Watching as the Wendigo took a stance similar to his, the captain, who was previously confused, now realized what Lillian was up to. He smirked and entered into the same stance as well. Then, after a taunting gesture from the captain, the Wendigo charged forward with blurring speed and swung the wooden sword in a large arc. It was the tiebreaker slash. He was going to mimic the captain's first technique. Clack! The captain defended against the attack and pushed against the Wendigo, who immediately dashed back before re-attempting the technique again. Clack! Once. Clack! Twice. Clack! And even a third time. The captain watched as the Wendigo tried to repeatedly copy his technique and smirked, finding the monster's efforts amusing and even inspiring. He watched as the Jungle Lord entered into the same stance before pouncing towards him. As he was about to defend, he momentarily paused as his eyes widened slightly. He watched as something began to manifest around the Wendigo. It was an illusory wave, The jungle lord had managed to manifest seeing this. His eyes bulged, almost popping out of his eye sockets in shock. Breaking out of his stupor, the captain charged forward. He raised his sword and swung it in a wide arc, causing a large illusory wave to form. Tiebreaker slash. Clack. Their clash rang out loudly, louder than the ones made between him and Lillian. The winds from their clash caused the leaves of the tree to rustle and to shake as the mana expelled from the two caused winds to appear. While the size of the jungle lord's illusory wave was much smaller compared to the captain's, it was still a wave, nonetheless. Lillian watched as the two disengaged from their clash before entering into a high-speed spar. Although she managed to follow their movements, she couldn't help but still be in awe of the jungle lord's abilities. He had managed to learn the captain's first technique to the point that he had managed to manifest the technique's expression in a couple of moves. It's a genius. Chapter 463. Stages of Martial Prowess. Martial arts was a key concept for those embarking on the path as a mage. In this world, not only did it embody the meaning of the existence of combat style, but also the meaning of combat itself. No one in this world could survive on their own if they didn't know some form of defense, be it through hot weapons like firearms or cold ones like swords. And like most things in the world, there would always be certain divisions for people to fall into, otherwise known as the stages of a person's level of physical martial prowess. This ranking system was called the combat realms and was divided into 5 individual realms: peasant, soldier, knight, martial king, martial god. The realm of peasant was for those without any sort of ability to defend themselves, thus needing to hide behind those who could. However, this level could also refer to those who had trained themselves enough that they would be able to survive the most minor of battles. For those in the soldier realm, they were the ones who had trained themselves in the arts of combat to the point where their skills would benefit in large-scale battles, allowing their respective nation to use them as troops. Knights were a cut above those belonging in realms below them, for unlike them, they were capable of comprehending combat styles and putting them into practice, possibly even to the point where they could bring out the expressions of their techniques. The realm of Martial King was reserved for those with in-depth knowledge about combat and true masters, their skills so largely imposing, to the point where anything in their hands could become a deadly weapon that could slay even an entire army. A common toothpick? Such a thing could be used to kill a dozen soldiers with a simple swipe. It takes years and possibly even decades if you weren't talented enough to reach this stage. It was even more likely that no one would be able to enter this realm, unless you were on the same level as them. It would be nearly impossible for you to win against them, and even if you did, you would be left on death's door afterwards. Lastly, you had martial god. Those on this realm were considered deities by themselves. A legend. Upon reaching this realm, they would be granted a heavenly boon for their efforts. They would be granted senses beyond any human's comprehension, putting them on the level of demigods, as their spatial awareness of their close surroundings could only be compared to nigh omniscience. Even the most shallow and gentle of attacks from them would leave martial kings gasping for air. However, only a handful of martial gods can exist in the same era, and only 0.0001 of the world's current population has the chance of becoming one. Currently, Lillian was entering the level of knight. But if she were to cheat using her gauntlets, she would be considered around the mid-stage of that level, depending on who she was copying. This realm was also where the captain currently was. Clack! Lillian awoke from her thoughts, flinching at the sound of another clash between the jungle lord and the captain. It seems that the Wendigo's martial prowess was only further increasing the more he battled the captain. I can't say I'm not surprised. Due to the jungle lord's weapon mastery ability, his sense of how to wield weapons and the art of combat were heightened, putting him on par with even geniuses. And considering that this was his first time learning about the existence of techniques, Lillian was sure he was even more keen to learn about them and integrate them into his own fighting style. His swordsmanship is also dramatically increasing. Lillian watched as the Wendigo's mastery with the Captain-S technique began to show as the expressions behind his attack materialized with much stronger foundations compared to before. Could it be? Could it be that because the Wendigo was sparing someone who was using a weapon as well, his skills were becoming refined before her eyes? Lillian clicked her tongue. Even her own monster had more talent than she did in this field. At this rate, it would reach the mid-stage of the night level before me. Clack! The captain sidestepped the stab in the form of a harpoon, amazed by the Wendigo's swift progress in the mastery of the technique. He then slashed his sword and watched as the jungle lord parried his wooden blade before disappearing into his blind spot. This was his riptide reversal, reappearing behind the captain. The jungle lord held his wooden sword low before making a swift upwards slash at his back. However, swish! The moment he did that, the captain disappeared and was replaced by a soft breeze. His glowing hollow eyes flickered for a moment as he looked straight up, managing to track the man's movements, and found the captain rapidly slashing his sword through the air consecutively. The jungle lord's eyes flickered in confusion, wondering about the reason for such pointless actions. But then, fourth technique of the deep-sea hunter, drowning net. The jungle lord was met with a large, illusory fishing net over his head. He hadn't encountered this technique yet. Raising his wooden sword, the jungle lord tried to defend against the attack, but found himself ensnared by the illusory net and forced to the ground. Dumb! The net sliced deeply and bluntly into its body as it shoved its entire body ruthlessly into the ground, causing the area underneath it to crater and explode out in a dust cloud. And not only that, but the edges of the crater were decorated with deep slash marks. The captain landed back on the ground before looking down at his wooden sword, noticing it had become cracked and terribly damaged. He used too much power accidentally in his attack. After walking over to the crater to check on the Wendigo's condition, the dust cloud that lingered over it bursted outwards with the appearance of the jungle lord, who rushed in to attack with an overhead swing. The wounds that had been inflicted on its body had already been wrapped over by vines and hidden. Right as the captain was about to raise his sword in defense, Lillian shouted out for the jungle lord to stop, causing him to immediately cease his charge. Seeing as the spar was now over, the captain lowered his sword before taking in a deep breath. He then wrapped his arm around the jungle lord's neck and cackled loudly while patting his shoulder repeatedly. "Kahaha! What a mighty fine monster you had acquired yourself, crewmate," he said to Lillian before turning to everyone else. "I hope you all had learned something from this." As everyone responded to the man, Lillian was in deep thought, analyzing the battle that had unfolded before her eyes. But not only that, she was also analyzing her own skills. What set her apart from the jungle lord besides his weapon mastery ability? People have their own sets of talents and what they are good at, but what else? Before Lillian could come to the conclusion, the captain had forced them into another round of endurance and weight training. Luckily, Lillian's body was quite resilient to these sorts of activities. After summoning enough drinking water for everyone, Lillian continued to think deeply about the thought she had in mind earlier. People are good at different things than other people, leading them to learning faster than them in those topics. But what linked these together? I got it. Everyone has their own way of learning things, which are usually the way that allows them to learn the quickest. What was it that allowed her to learn the quickest? Could it be that she found it easier to study the theoretical sides of things first before attempting them? She remembered that was what she used to do in the past. No. Shaking her head, Lillian knew that sort of method wouldn't work for her, not with her deadline at least. So what could it be? As she was thinking deeply about this, she caught sight of the jungle lord passing by, riding on top of the beetle as they surveyed the surroundings. An hour ago, she had summoned the beetle out so that it could familiarize itself with the jungle lord a bit. They seemed to have grown quite close, although it was hard to say. Lillian settled her gaze on the jungle lord and remembered their first meeting, which was in the form of an intense battle. If she recalled correctly, She felt as though her mind and body performed best under an intense amount of stress and battle. As Lillian was thinking this, a memory flashed through her mind. The memory was like a compilation of several different spars she had engaged with a certain assassin, mainly ones where she died by her hands. Could it be that she learned things faster when her life was at stake? Did Marionette condition her this way, without her knowing? Lillian's face paled as her hands tightly gripped into fists. Her lips trembled for a moment before curling up into a crooked smile. She relaxed her hands and raised her right over the side of her partially sweaty face before brushing her hair upwards. A glint flashed through her eyes, followed by a glow in her sparkly, blue eyes as her crooked smile gradually transformed into a crooked grin. Lillian then whispered in a tone of disbelief, "Yet acceptance, huh? Turning me into a masochist without me knowing? Well, ain't that nice of you, Marionette?" Chapter 464. Spar with the Jungle Lord? One while everyone trained, running through the countless traps the captain had spread throughout the jungle, even going as far as going outside the perimeter of the heart of the jungle to battle monsters. If Lillian remembered correctly, the only person left in their group without a shard was Viesta. And yet, when an opportunity arose for her to acquire a shard under the comforting and safe presence of the captain, she instead stayed behind to watch Lillian's inevitable spar with the Jungle Lord. Lillian looked back at the woman, who had chosen to sit far away from their location. When she had heard that she had chosen to stay behind, Lillian was obviously baffled. Why was she going to waste time rather than getting stronger? Earlier, when she had asked something similar to this, she was met with a rather unexpected yet adorable response. "If you don't mind, partner, I would actually prefer if you would help me out instead. A little catch-up, you know?" Lillian couldn't help but let out a smile as she recalled the embarrassed and shy look the cowgirl had on her face as she asked her. Although such a request would dig into her time for training, that wasn't a good enough reason to reject such a reasonable request. In fact, she was also rather excited to help Viesta, especially with the reaction the woman may give out. If I remember correctly, the only reason why Viesta isn't as mad about being pulled into a trial is because she can now have a chance at unlocking the crucial features of the system, the shards and the mana realm. While in time, you would be able to peer inside your mana realm, it would take an unbearably long time and focus something the jester was kind enough to bestow upon you once clearing one of its trials. Although the shard is a whole different matter, considering it's only exclusive to the system. Seeing that she was getting off topic and leaving the Jungle Lord in front of her waiting, Lillian shook her head and vanished these unimportant thoughts from her mind. Lillian took a step forward and flashed her hand out, allowing it to hover for a split moment as she summoned a dull-looking cutlass into her hand before tightly gripping it. This was the regular cutlass, a factor in the upcoming battle she was sure was going to come in handy. And because of it, she needed to awaken it first. Otherwise, it would be more of a negative factor rather than a positive one. She felt a shock run through her hand, coming from the cutlass, and felt a strange sort of attachment to the sword. This was the restriction. She wasn't allowed to use any other items besides it. Even accessories and armor, like her earring, chestplate, gauntlets, and boots weren't allowed. Within the player base, this restriction made it a horrible pick compared to the others. While restrictions that cause you to be in a constant state of tunnel vision, having to use your hands to awaken it, or needing to kill enemies in a single strike were difficult, they weren't on the level of the cutlass. The other restrictions were far safer. However, if Lillian wanted to truly confirm her suspicions about her theory of rapid growth under intense and life-threatening situations, she believed this sort of restriction would be perfect for her. And it's not like I'm the only one restricted as well. Looking across from her, the Jungle Lord who was still waiting was holding a large and equally dull greatsword compared to her cutlass over his shoulder. That's the regular greatsword with the only restriction on it being that it grows in psychological weight with each connected attack or parry. Well then, time to begin. After making a gesture with her cutlass, the Jungle Lord nodded and charged towards her with blurring speed, appearing right in front of her in no time. Clang! The two of them clashed, causing a thunderous sound to ring out akin to a bell as they disengaged. Lillian's arms shook as she looked towards the jungle lord and watched as he went in for another attack. She had ordered him to attack her with killing intent, but to hold back enough so that she wouldn't actually die. And yet, clang, I am severely struggling. Guarding against a swift strike, Lillian watched as the jungle lord leapt away, using the trees to bounce around her. Despite requesting the jungle lord to hold back, Lillian was struggling under the might of its speed. Lillian looked around, finding herself to be met with a heavy swing from the jungle lord's greatsword. No matter what direction she was looking apart from down, it was as if she were caught in the eye of a storm of sharp metal debris coming at her from all sides. Lillian watched as the jungle lord continued to bounce off the trees like a speedy grasshopper. And if she had to be honest, she had long lost track of where he was. Through the use of her earring, she had been able to double the rate at which she processed things, the reason why she had been able to barely keep track of the jungle lord's movements in their first battle. But now that she was without it, due to the cutlass, she was now reminded why he was considered the guardian of the jungle. By now, her entire body was riddled with shallow cuts, except for her more vulnerable parts like her neck, eyes, and head. Anywhere that could prove fatal was avoided by the jungle lord as he continued his speedy assault. Depending on her instincts to get her through this storm, Lillian twisted her body around and swung her cutlass, luckily coming face to face with the jungle lord. Unfortunately, she was also face to face with a horrific illusory wave that crashed into her sword and sent her flying back towards the trunk of a tree. She was just hit with a tiebreaker slash. Lillian felt the mana from the blow crash in her body like a harsh gust of wind, throwing her back to crash into a tree. The tree shook terribly from Lillian's landing and listened as a pained groan escaped her lips. Her arms trembled erratically from the swing, still feeling the vibration caused by the metal of her sword. Techniques truly were terrifying. That slash was perhaps double the power of the jungle lord's previous swings. It's a good thing he can't call out the technique's name, as Lillian was about to push herself out from the crater of splintered wood. She quickly raised her sword in defense. The jungle lord, who had sent her flying back, felt a noticeable increase in weight. A dramatic increase. It was now more than double his weight, ignoring the greatsword's incline in weight. He bent forward and immediately pounced in Lillian's direction for another follow-up attack. Yet another tiebreaker slash. The sight of a flying illusory wave reflected in Lillian's eyes caused them to tremble. She braced for impact and managed to catch a glimpse of the jungle lord's horizontal swing. Chapter 465. Spar with the jungle lord? 2. In clang. A thunderous roar of the jungle lord's swing rang out, followed by the crackling insides of the tree Lillian's back was up against. Due to the force of the swing, Lillian shot through the other side of the tree, only managing to catch a glimpse of the tall tree, falling over. Cut in half, blood surged up her throat and flooded the inside of her mouth, causing the taste of iron to appear as it split out from the corners of her lips. She was fortunate enough that her body was durable enough to survive being thrown through a tree. Once gulping it down, Lillian fell to the ground, rolling before leaping back up to her feet. But then clang. She was forced into yet another clash with the Wendigo, who wasn't patient enough to allow Lillian a single moment to breathe. Clang, clang, clang. A few dozen minutes had now passed, and during that time, she had been thrown through several other trees. By now, the jungle lord's movements had dramatically dropped in speed, most likely due to the greatsword's overwhelming weight, which also allowed Lillian to have a fighting chance. It should be carrying around 4 times its body weight. Ignoring the blood dripping over her face, Lillian swung her cutlass with ferocity, and so did the jungle lord. Clang. Upon clashing, Lillian dashed back before charging back in, pulling her arm back for a horizontal swing as she roared. First technique of the deep-sea hunter, tiebreaker slash. With her roar, she felt her arms become rejuvenated with power and her mana becoming more active as they surged towards her blade. Although no expression appeared. Clang! She did make progress. The jungle lord blocked her swing before noticing a dramatic increase in force behind it. His body was shoved back a few meters, skidding against the grass floor and leaving skid marks. Seeing this, Lillian bent her knees and pounced forward, drawing back her cutlass as though it were a bowstring. Then, right before stabbing, she roared out, "Second technique of the deep-sea hunter. Harpoon thrust." The jungle lord hurriedly raised his greatsword in defense with clear difficulty and blocked the stab, but he had managed to shove him back as well. However, not as far, allowing him to charge forward in retaliation. Lillian watched as the jungle lord went for an overhead swing and immediately raised her sword. And not a moment later, clang, the two weapons met. Lillian struggled under the weight of the blow for a split second before muttering out, "Third technique of the deep-sea hunter, riptide reversal." With a sudden boost in strength, Lillian parried back the jungle lord's greatsword surprisingly before suddenly vanishing. And as her figure blurred out of existence, what emerged in her place caused the jungle lord's glowing hollow eyes to flicker. It was water, not ones from her element, but illusory ones in small amounts. Lillian, who had appeared behind the Wendigo, felt a supernatural spark flash through her hands all the way up to her brain. She felt something, ending her attack with an upward slash, which was ultimately blocked by the Wendigo. She couldn't help but feel she was nearing a certain point. I'm close. She could feel it now. She watched the Wendigo, upon parrying her attack, blur out of existence as well. He was initiating the riptide reversal as well. Lillian spun around and, clang, managed to parry his upward swing. His attacks are even slower now. Lillian's eyes flashed and glowed with a certain light as she muttered the third technique's name, again riptide, reversal before blurring out of existence. The jungle lord, who had watched her do this, caught a glimpse of narrow streams of water wrapped around his body, followed by a sight of rippling in the air from where Lillian once stood. He then felt as though his mind was flipped in reverse. It was a nauseating feeling, and something that could only occur with the appearance of a swish. Expression of a technique. Lillian's blade slashed through the air, causing a diagonal cut to appear on the back of the Wendigo. Her gaze, which was once dull and focused, glistened in realization as she felt a sort of rhythm in her movements. Had she finally achieved it? My theory was right. Lillian's lips curled up into a broad smile as she brought back her arm for a stab. The jungle lord, feeling a pain stretch up his back, twisted his body around, instantly instinctively dropping his greatsword as he pulled back his arm and shaped it into a vine spear. And in that exact moment, the two stabbed forward at the exact same time. Although different in speed, the two had one thing in common. It was a harpoon, the form and illusion of a harpoon. Second technique of the deep-sea hunter, harpoon thrust. Pouncing towards each other, the tips of their illusory harpoon crashed into each other with tremendous force, causing a loud ding sound to erupt. While Lillian's harpoon was duller compared to the Wendigo's, she managed to contend with him for a split moment before being flown back. But the loss of that clash didn't cause the bright smile to falter on her face. Instead, she leapt back in, raising her arm for a horizontal slash as she felt her body move with more focus and confidence. With a roar of a name of the first technique tidebreaker, Lillian slashed towards the jungle lord, who had shaped his spear into a sword. The two warriors swung their blades, causing the illusory scenery of two crashing waves meeting. Lillian's eyes glowed slightly as she followed the movements of the jungle lord, feeling her breathing shifting to both unsteady and steady rhythms. Her footwork had also become more refined the longer she fought and learnt from the jungle lord. Her progress with the deep-sea hunter was so rapid that she had begun to be able to anticipate the jungle lord's next movement. Like a fisherman out at sea who was surrounded by a multitude of waves, Lillian flashed her hand out, casting the blade of her cutlass forward into the wave of attacks heading her way. The Tidebreaker slash to clash with the Jungle Lord S slash. The Harpoon thrust to clash with the Jungle Lord S stabs. The Riptide reversal for the Jungle Lord S follow-up attacks. As the battle went on,